Who's the leader of the cult that's run by PTP? BUNGEOMEERS. Hey there, hi there, ho there, you're as welcome as can be. BUNGEOMEERS. Dungeoneers. Dungeoneers. Hallucinogenic mushrooms make you high. Walk around the 6 foot worth of vodka in your beer. BUNGEOMEERS.
Dungeoneer Club, we'll have fun, we'll meet new faces, we'll do things and we'll go places. All around the clubs we're marching.
Now it's time to say goodbye to our company.
Inside my asshole. Oh, because we like you.
Hey, do you still have any of the newest issue of Isom left?
You're in luck. Last one just came in this morning.
No way. A golden Mac ticket! And it's even spelled wrong! Are you sure we can go in? This sign says private property.
The ticket said to just, pull up?
The boss will see you now.
Welcome to my empire. What's left of it? Name's Ripper Wonka.
It's empty.
Empty? Nah. Each beam carries a story, each crate a secret.
Hey there, Miss Print. How are those new comics coming along?
Hot and ready.
Ha! Perfect. Nothing spelled right at all. Magnificent mischief in print.
Can we get a comic while we're here?
Yeah, $5.
What?
Did you think this was a kids' charity for comic books? Ha! This way, young dreamers. The floor's all yours.
Here's the new issue of, whoops, almost NDA'd myself.
She's always putting her foot in her mouth. Or someone's foot.
Wow! Is that Chuck Dixon?
Sure is. Can't nobody write like that big girl.
What's he doing?
Coming up with the next great Ripper book.
Wow!
Hold an ocean of caramel so rich it hums when you open the lid, and then, oh, Riley Clipperworth, get out of here, be gone!
Buddy Battalion!
Lively adventurers, wonders await behind every door.
Pronouns! Pronouns!
Come along now. Shut up!
Can we see some comics being made?
Ha-ha! Oh, no, that's all done in Brazil. Come out, Laska Saska sisters! Do your thing, my bitches!
Unity, hey. You must sign this NDA. Unity, hey.
Goddamn! Those are some fine-ass bitches. We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win.
Wow! I can't believe comic books used to be on these shelves.
It was a multi-million-dollar business indeed, my friend.
You know, we've created this style of content and it works. And yet people come over here because they're attracted to it. They go, I want to be a part of it. We play rough a little bit, but it's out of love and your feelings get hurt. And then you want to control us. You want to change the content, make it more boring. You get your feelings hurt. You call us bullies and stuff. And then you got to go. And this is just the way it is, like over and over and over again.
Narwhal.
slow, must be eaten full. Cause anger, feel the pain coming from the ends. Dungeoneers, look how my inputs are raining tears. Dungeoneers, what's the next row for saving kings?
Ancient spirit of mine, transform this retard form to Patrick, the ever-envious star.
Patrick put his light inside our ears. Look how they just killed their own careers.
No, fuck you! I've been good to you, and you pay me back with non-stop ass rape!
Each other just because they're gay. They can suck a dick, they can lick a sack. Everybody shout, heavy metal's bad. Yeah, to all but metal. Yeah, to all but metal. Yeah, to all but metal. Yeah, the Papa Roach, Blink 182. All the fucking pussies sound like W2. Wearing baggy pants, backing up the hair. They're not worth the crust on my underwear.
Here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome to TrashCast, number 249.92. It's called Sick as Fuck TrashCast because, unfortunately, I'm not feeling well. But I'm here with you guys anyway. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I said I would do part 2 of this Elasmat Rise of the Dungeoneers documentary today. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to power through it. You're going to get used to my smoky tones of EVS's laryngitis infected voice. You sound sick as fuck, says Star Wars Lego Rob. As advertised. Hold on. As advertised. Sick AF TRASHCAST 249.92. I'm with you guys, 5XL FM, Philadelphia. What a pleasure it is to be with you guys. I don't know if Shane's going to come in here. I sent Shane the link. He could come in a little bit later. We'll find out. Smoke a bowl, it'll be fine. Says Donnie Denko 7. Now smoke a cigar. Make your voice sound even more manly. That sounds good too. Make it happen. Got a gift already from Eric Winberg, who knows how to party. He's already starting this thing off right. Gifted membership. Thank you to him, and thank you to everybody who sent super chats yesterday, which I forgot to read. Your boy Hiroshima Ataru reminded me. He said, "Don't forget to read those super chats." So you forgot. I won't forget. I'm going to do it right now with you guys. That's what we do. I'm so appreciative of super chats. Really appreciative. I'm not going to miss any of them. So let's go. Let's get these read. And we'll see where we were yesterday. How you guys were feeling last night as we watched the beginning of the Dungeoneer documentary. Now, as I read these, I want you to remember that, I want you to remember the lies of Elasmat. I want you to recall, what he was saying. He said that the biggest lie, a Hitler-esque big lie that we spread was that the dungeon that they went to, the castle, was a sex club. We called it a sex dungeon. John Malin did. I went, yeah, I think so. I concur. I think it was a sex dungeon. And, Elasmat calls that a lie. Well, I'm just going to leave it to you guys. I posted a link to the top of the chat. You guys go watch that. It's a 4-minute video of the inside of the castle in Tampa. Watch at your own risk. You guys just scan through it if you want to. It is Sunday. It is the Sabbath day. For the next 2 hours, it's still the Sabbath day of the Lord. So, it's up to you, like, what you want to subject yourself to. But just for the sake of popping that balloon of a Lazmatch, that it was not a sex club and that we were lying, go watch that video. Go click that link. Go watch that video and get back to us about that, and then figure out whose side you're on here with this stupid argument, this gaslighting, retarded argument made by these people. They're just coping, still coping. Just deal with it. You went to a sex club with PTP. I mean, it could be worse. No, I don't think it could be worse. It's the worst. All right, let me read these super chats here. Unintelligent design, that's Liam, says, Ethan, sounds like you've got a frog in your throat. Actually, said a cyber frog in your throat. Get well, mate. Thank you. Liam, I'm working on it. David L says, can you read my coffee chat when you read super chats? Yeah, I'm going to get those pulled up too. Thank you, David L. Urashima Taru has 3 in a row. He says, Julian, to say something didn't happen when it did. So Julian, that it was not a sex club. Again, I'm going to let you guys come to that determination on your own. Go watch the video. In fact, I want you to. I want you to go click and watch the video just real fast. Come on back. I'm reading super chats right now. Is E drunk? Is this the Skyvering? Do I seem drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm sick. All right. Lazmat is a malicious and evil weetard, says Urashima Taru. No one really cares that they went. It's funny, says Urashima Taru. Right. It's not that big of a deal. It is funny that they went to a sex club. What's funny is how ass mad and ass blasted and butthurt that they are, that people are correctly identifying it as a sex club. They don't like that. They don't want you to do that for some reason. So Dark Gift thinks people talking crap behind people's back is a nothing burger. Wow, Dark Gift is a fool, says Blast Radius. Well, I think Blast Radius Dark Gift lives in a world where that's commonplace. And I mean, Dark Gift gives nothing, right? Like, I mean, what does Dark Gift supply to any of these people? He doesn't really go out of his way to help anyone. He has a show. I'm sure people like being on a show, watching a show. But he's never really donated his time in any substantial way to make people tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to find out that they're like Rex and affecting you in the background, behind your back. I mean, that's silly. T the Mighty says the last side Anna picked over John Malin was Graham Nolan over the Shanu date. That was the last straw for John. Graham Nolan, not Yellow Flask. Liam says never take your clothes off for money. Mandy, T the Mighty says Mandy said she picks John's side no matter what. That's loyalty right there. I don't pick John's side no matter what, but I'm going to lean towards John Malin. John Malin is usually right. So unless John Malin loses his mind and does something absolutely bizarre, yeah, I'm probably going to end up siding with John on most things. Urashima Taru points out that the Jack show broke up and Anna had just gotten off the pill. That's why she was crying and emotional. Yeah, that's how I remember it too. And then P-Count says, after she cried, she showed her ass in a thong for money. You guys are going hard on Anna. Phil Diaz, she's trying to have a baby. She had a baby. She's doing this and that. I mean, you can't. Anna's hormones were a little bit wackadoo back then. It's okay. I'm not mad at Anna at all. At all. She can feel however she wants. Still love Anna. Phil Diaz is a fed. I knew it, says Tiki the Mighty. And Vasilis Lola says they really thought Narwhal was their ticket out. They're waiting for that. Like, they're waiting for their ticket out. Comicsgate was their ticket. Comicsgate was their ticket out of here. So, or their ticket towards success. They still are trying to find some alternative to that. But Comicsgate is such an amazing thing that these people have taken for granted. They think that exists anywhere else, that there are going to be people with large platforms who are going to donate their time on a daily basis to making sure that their campaigns succeed. They think that exists somewhere. That exists nowhere, you idiots. So you're going to have to be, doing this yourself, doing live streams to 16 people where you're drawing and telling them how committed you are to your books. Those 16 people, 14 of them have already bought into your campaign. It's absolutely pointless. I guess you're trying to get the other two to back. Absolutely pointless. Crowdfunding is revolutionary, says Doug209. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's democratic. Ethan, have you seen Terror Vision 1986? Says Trick Ron. Terror Vision 1986. I don't think so. Is that one of these like late 60s, early 70s crappy movies that you guys are talking about right now? Like Kiss Me Quick or one of these things? Like Blood Feast? Let me know. I know you're trying to get John Mayon into those. All right, so I think those are the super chats that I missed. Thank you for sending them. Appreciate it. Eric Winberg, thanks for the gifting the membership. We got a nice super sticker here from Tippy Tail McKitty for $1.49. Trick Ron decided to join. I think you should join. I think you should be a channel member because you're named after Cyberfrog. Jabba the Cuck says, you sound better. And then he says a sad face. Like, you might heal. You might survive this. I might. I got everything here. I'm prepared for the show. I got some Dayquil. So if you see me taking a shot at Dayquil, I got some cough drops. I got one in my mouth right now. Let me see what else. I got some Tylenol. Even though the president says don't take Tylenol, that's if you're a pregnant woman. I'm not. So, pregnant or a woman. So I'm not worried about that. I'll take the Tylenol if I need it. I got a little bit of lemonade over here in case I want some sugar. And I got a Red Bull over here, which I know you guys would condemn. It's a sugar-free Red Bull. Not that makes a difference. But I'm surrounded by elements to help make me tools, the tools of the trade. Here's the artist says, I think I saw Saska's pissing in that dungeon video. Ew. I'll bet you did. I wouldn't be surprised. Detractor Android says, Ethan, I fear Shane has still yet to take the opportunity. How can we convince him to change his ways before it's too late? Yeah, Kelsey Shannon telling him there's still time to turn this around. Kelsey said that to me, something like that to me too. I really don't know. Kelsey, I think you think we're dealing with normal people here, like you. But we're not dealing with normal people. I don't think we're dealing with highly ambitious, in a way, politically motivated retards. Like, I don't think there's any way to really turn that around. You've got PTP sitting there. And I remember this PTP over lunch said, well, Comicsgate needs a leader, Ethan. It needs a leader. And I said, you can think of me as the leader, PTP, which was not what he wanted to hear. PTP wanted to pitch himself to me as the leader, the new leader of Comicsgate. I said, there is no leader of Comicsgate, but if there ever needs to be a leader, if somebody needs to do something, if you need something that's I can handle, you can think of me as the leader of Comicsgate, PTP, if that makes you feel better. And he was like this, because I didn't realize he wanted to be the leader of Comicsgate. It's so funny. It's like, that's not something that you can just take. You can't just grab that. It's like, I don't want to be the leader of anything, but it's like, whenever Comicsgate gets mentioned anywhere, it's about me. Ethan Van Sciver, it's always me. It's Richard C. Meyer and me. And Richard doesn't want any part of this. Like, he's trying to find peace. Richard C. Meyer is like John Rambo. Let me get the Cyberfrog logo in there. Is that good? It could be better. I wish there was more of me in the frame. We got the Cyberfrog logo and then the books. But I like this because you can see the Sopranos autograph. Andrea bought me this for Christmas. That was expensive. That has everybody's signature on it, except for Tony's mom. I can't find Tony's mom's signature on a Sopranos thing. It's very expensive because she passed away so soon. It's got everybody else on it. I was like, whoa, I opened that for Christmas 4 or 5 years ago. I was like, how did I find you? How did I find this woman? So that's up there. That's in a place of prominence. All right, so that's a pretty good camera angle. All right, what are we talking about here? Uncle E, no, I have not seen that. And here's Trick Ron, who gifted a membership. He joined and then he sent a membership to someone else. Now, folks, like I said, got a couple of things. First and foremost, let's do business. We have 726. Yesterday, we started out with 59 people watching. I was like, man, Trashcast isn't what it used to be. And it got up to like 1,100 people, I think, which was, I like to see 11. I like to see 1,000 people watching Trashcast. But it started out at like 59 people, and I was like, all right, like maybe I should just be doing draw streams. It ended up getting up to 1,100, but now look, that just started 735 people watching. Thank you, I appreciate it. Even though a lot of you are probably detractors, I get detractors too. Thank you so much for that. Now let's do a little business before we get started. People say, why do you play like all those intros? I play those intros so that I can put together some sales. I make money off of my channel, not by ad revenue, because we play music here. We do things that get the videos demonetized. So I make money by doing these videos through super chats, which you can send. I really appreciate the super chats. An orange super chat tonight. We're going to play Erica as usual. We're going to salute Deutschland. And we'll interrupt Shane. If Shane's talking, an orange super chat, interrupt Shane. So that's important. But any super chats are great. We appreciate them very much. I'll read them right away. I don't just sit on them. I realize you want to be a part of the show. You want your voice heard when you send me a super chat. So I read it within moments having seen it, okay? And I do watch for the super chats. Doesn't matter if it's $2, doesn't matter if it's $500. Low end, high end, I will read your super chat instantly because it probably is pertinent to what's on the screen right now. Later on, when people read them later, it's disappointing, right? Like the moment has passed. So that's one way that I make money. The other way that I make money is through my eBay store. And I like to have a couple of new things available whenever I launch a new Trashcast live stream. We do have 2 new prints. This is a series of 25. I don't even know this. This is the last one. All right, it's gone. All right, so these are gone. Shit. All right, we got this. This one's even better, though. I like this one better. This is Heather Swain Trapped. Limited signed and numbered print, limited to 50. Go over and get one. Look at Heather's boobies. This looks like Anna in that cupcake video. Like those big boobies. It's really nice. So there are 50 of them we have sold. Thank you. 18 so far. Perfect. There are 32 of these if my, first grade math serves me well. Go over and reserve a print. I autograph all of these by hand, and then I put a little number, so you'll get like number 1 of 50 will be written on there. And these will ship out Monday. So thanks, everybody. Go over there and grab one of these big booby Heather Swain prints. But there are other prints as well that you can get. Let me see over here. Share this tab instead. So we've still got some prints from other campaigns. There's still limited numbers of these ones. And this one here is on sale for $14.88, which is very important. $14.88 for this incredible print of Cyberfrog and Salamandroid stopping crime where it lives, stopping crime. So go over there and get one of those. Get one of the sketchbooks. Let me see how many sketchbooks we have left. Not too many. We have 14 sketchbooks left. So there are 14 Our Struggle, the post-apocalyptic art of Ethan Van Sciver. Look at this, black and white line art sketchbook. 32 pages of artwork in here. Only limited to 200 copies. And there are 14 left. So if you missed yours, don't wait anymore. Go get one. Go get one tonight. That's how I make money. Thank you. I'll remind you halfway through the show. But for now, let's get back on with the video. By the way, like I said at the beginning, Shane Davis does have the link. He can be in here at any time. Hold on a second. Oh, dude. This is P2E. Dude, Dayquil already contains Tylenol. Don't take extra. What? Are you kidding me? But I already did. I took all the Tylenol. Okay. I'll be careful not to do that. P2E, thank you for your medical advice. Play the Yaira mocking trailer, says Invariant. I don't think I can, because I think the Yaira mocking trailer, wasn't that created by the puppeteer? That ripoff verse Faggot, wasn't it created by him? Faggoty Andy? So I don't think I can do that. Like every time I play anything by him now, he's watching, he's going to strike it. He says he's got it focused on, he's got it set to automatically strike my channel, which is a lie. He's got to do it by hand, but we're not going to mess around with him. Can't stand Shane or John, says Woot Paddle. What? Let me see here. Oh, now I'm going to have birth defects. I already have them. I already have birth defects. Shane is on Cynic's stream. Okay, well, we're competing with Cynic tonight. This is where we left off yesterday. We'll figure out where it is. We'll try to get our grounding here. But I stopped it after an hour. We're going to go to the 2-hour point tonight, maybe a little past it. And we're going to break this down into 3 videos. Since Shane isn't here, we could probably do this pretty quickly, because Shane isn't going to endlessly interrupt the show. Your Ashamatara says, don't crush up the Tylenol and snort it like Coke. You're saying don't do that? Margaret Miracle says, Kelsey is watching. Hi, Kelsey. How are you? Yeah, don't bother with Andy. No, listen, I'm not going to fight. That guy is psycho. By the way, not a big deal that he false flagged my channel. Not a big deal. Quartering false flags people, all the world comes to an end. Oh, this guy false flags, blah, blah, blah. What's his face false flags my channel. Not a big deal. Nobody cares. He's still commenting and nobody's calling him a flaggot. Nobody's doing that. Very interesting. Avoiding Andy, says Finfrog, which is what we have to do. Yeah, he's a psycho. He's a real weird guy. How do you sit there and talk about like how what a great superior artist you are and how you're amazing and you're way better and this whole Comicsgate thing's beneath you. I'm better than Ethan. And yet you find the time to appear in every comment section of every video about me. How do I do that to people? How do people, what is so special about me that people are absolutely obsessed with me and cannot let go? I really think like it's sexual. I've thought about this before. I think like people, I have like a lot of like, what do you guys think about this idea that like, there's a lot of like sexual aura around me and people go, oh, he's fat and all this stuff, whatever they say about me, but they really do have some sexual feelings towards me, men and women. And they can't let go. They can't let go. They did not get the love. They're constantly like edging around me. I'm aloof to it. I don't know what's going on. I'm just, I'm EVS. I'm a husband, father. I'm doing my thing. I'm drawing my comics. I'm swimming in my pool. I'm drinking a Red Bull. I'm entertaining you guys. But like, yeah, I'm like thoroughly like not like aware of what's going on out there. But this is what's going on because people just can't let go. Brian Kriskow definitely wanted to bang John Malin, says Just Batman. I think that is true. Steph LL says, maybe keep working on that theory, bud. You don't think that's true, Steph? I don't know. I'm starting to think that I might be right about it because it doesn't make sense in any other way. Why be obsessed with me? What I do? The average EVS hater watches 3 times as long because they just want to see what he's going to say next. All right, here we go.
In the chat at one point, I was like, hey, I don't know what's going on. Everyone, I just want a bunch of people to get along. Everyone here seems good to me. And there were 2 times in the...
By the way, this is Vaughn Coleman. If you missed the show yesterday, Vaughn Coleman is a weird social kind of gadfly who just kind of appeared out of nowhere. I think like he was accompanied by Juju. He's a friend of Cecil's new girlfriend. And I think he was trying to date Juju, but Juju was not interested in, and went for Cecil. Cecil's like, even though Cecil is a small guy, he's much more rugged, a lot more manly than this guy. So Juju drifted to him. Cecil like got her that very night, I believe. Cecil was out with her all night long. And he was sleeping in my hotel room. He was crashing in my room. He came back drunk as fuck at like 4 a.m., passed out on the sofa couch. And then just started to snore. I was like, Jesus Christ. But he was out with Juju all night drinking. So that's when he hooked up with Juju. And it was like, this guy was, I think, trying to be with her. I don't know. I don't know what was going on there. But anyway, he has been, so he was kind of cucked. What is that called? Is it cucked? Anyway, he's been around the scene ever since. He suddenly decided he wanted to be a comic book writer. He does this book called Phenomenova. He appears everywhere. Does he have a lot of money? Does mommy have a lot of money? I kind of get the feeling that he does. His campaigns don't raise very much, but he's everywhere. Like he shows up. If there's a convention in Seattle, he's there smiling with everybody. Like these big feminine smiles. Like he looks like a woman doing selfies with everybody. And he is one of the most ferociously gay and angry Dungeoneers, which is really strange because we have nothing to do with them. Really, really bizarre. Cock-blocked. It was cock-blocked. Yeah, not cocked. I was looking for the word cock-blocked. So he's out there. Yeah, he's out there everywhere. And here he is, like, face front here. It's embarrassing that he wanted to be a part of this Weird Al Azmat documentary, but he did. He's like, thank you. I'm happy to have been a part of this. Blast Radio says, Von Coleman looks like an LGBT version of Shane. I'm going to have to drink a little bit. No, he doesn't. He couldn't. See the collections Mommy bought him? Yeah, I think the whole lore around Von Coleman is his father died in 9/11. So it's very sad. It's touching. I don't know if money came from that. Did money come from that? I'm not sure, because I think Dad was like a fireman, or I'm not even sure. But his dad was one of those 3,000 that died in 9/11. And he every now and then will show up at like a memorial and, hang his head and talk about his father. And that's fine. But yeah, he is everywhere. He travels everywhere. His books don't make very much money, and yet he prints them. He prints the hell out of them. Make like $3,000 and continue to pay somebody. Like, who's drawing this comic? The worst thing in the world about indie comics is there are all these people who have no ability to actually make comics. So they just call themselves writers, and then they hire a fucking Brazilian to draw their comic, and it looks kind of like a comic. Anyway, that's who Von Coleman is. He's another one of those guys, and there are so many of those guys in this space. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Tampa, no, not the Tampa, the Riot Press Champaign Room where Ethan left. He was never kicked out. He left twice of his own volition when he get in an argument with someone. It was weird. And one of those times, like, you'll be able to find the DMs. I was like, hey, everyone here has been good to me. I don't know what's going on. Let's just try and make this right.
Nobody cares what you think, Vaughn. Like, literally, Vaughn's like, wait a second. But I like everybody here. Like, Vaughn, you are not the glue holding anyone together. You are a weird little twink that nobody cares about. Yeah, I was having arguments with other people who I had business relationships in there with. And I can't remember why I left the room now. I don't hang on to things like that. So I don't remember why, but it was for a pretty good reason. I said, I got to get out of here. And then PTP probably just said, please come back. And I did for a second, maybe. I don't remember how that went. But yeah, it's like, he's not the main character, but he's a main character. See, that's like a real thing, isn't it? Like main character syndrome. Like, I have no idea what's going on. I'll be honest, but I'm sure I'm not alone on this. I just want to make sure things get smoothed out between a bunch of people who I like, who have been nothing but good to me. The fuck are you? Who are you again? I mean, it's like, who are you? What are you talking about? Who cares what you think? Dio Rule, thanks for gifting $1.99. Shekel Snatcher, $1. Thank you, Shekel Snatcher. Thank you. Yeah. Like, what the hell? All right, anyway, let's go.
But it became very clear that wasn't going to happen.
Talking for him anymore, but it was very much by most people's description to be like a flea market. There were soap dispensers there, people making handmade soap, and not a lot of comics. And
it's a flea market,
from the people that went, and Dungeoneers included, they said that mainly the comic presence was them, being Patrick's Table and Patrick.
Yeah, that's part of that. Chris Stanley's there. That is part of like the effect of letting women into the comic industry. And it's very similar, like, this women don't want to just stand by and be fans. They want to participate in some way. Same way Von Coleman doesn't want to just read the comics made by people who know how to make comics. He wants to participate. But the thing is, like, a lot of women who get into comics go, look at this big convention. I got plenty of my husband's money. I'm going to buy table space in this comic convention. And I like to make beaded purses. You know what I mean? I like to make owls out of pine cones. And I'm going to try to sell them in the comic convention. And that's what these comic conventions are becoming. They're becoming craft fairs for stupid fat women. And, that's what John's complaining about. Like, you want to go to a comic convention. A good comic convention is this. You go there, and there are a couple of t-shirt booths. That's good, like t-shirts, gear, hats, things like that. but 90% of the show that is not the artist alley, 90% of the floor space is comic book dealers. And these guys have like rows and rows and rows of boxes of comics that you can paw through. Preferably they're dollar comics. That's the best, when it's like everything in this box, these boxes is $1. And you're like, you're going to spend 3 hours going through all the boxes, pulling out this, pulling out that. That's why people want to go to comic conventions. And the people who go to comic conventions to do that also drift around Artist Alley and go, while I'm buying these dollar G.I. Joe comics, oh, look at this, there's Jawbreakers. Oh, look at this, there's Godlike. Let me pick this up too. That's what a comic convention is. But Tampa, by all accounts, the only comic books that were available there were the ones being offered by Comicsgate. And that's like not, Comicsgate is sort of supposed to be receiving energy from the mainstream activity of mainstream retailers who are there selling Marvel, DC, Image stuff. And we're supposed to be like, yeah, while you're here, come check out our stuff. I don't know if the indie comics creators have enough like fuel in them to run that whole convention that's meant to be just a comic convention for everyone. I don't know if they have that. That is just not the thing. So, you want to be able to go around buy the dollar comics. I mean, even when we do For the Fans Fest, even though that is like a Comicsgate indie comics run convention, we still want to see if we can get some retailers who will be selling boxes of dollar comics from Marvel and DC and Image from the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. Like, that's ideally the way we want to have it. We want to sell comic books. So that's what John's complaining about. That's what Mandy was complaining about. That's what Shane is complaining about.
Had invited a bunch of these CG creators to sit in there. Mandy and Shane opted to get their own booths and, like adults, and just pay for their own booths instead of, kind of hopping onto somebody else's thing.
This is very ironic coming from Malin, who joined Shane Davis in subletting a table at C2E2 2024. And it was alleged this was the reason Malin, Shane, and EVS were kicked out of the vendor spot at C2E2 in 2024.
Yeah, it was alleged, but that wasn't true. And it's quite different that like all of us got together and said, let's pay for a triple table, but we're going to buy a whole square of tables that all of us were going to be at. We're going to call it like Comicsgate Square or something like that. That's different than, say, PTP buying a single table and then just allowing every termite to also sit there and be a part of, like, sitting at his table, using his space, sharing his single table space. It's a little bit different. Like, the intention was to create a row of us. I'm sorry to say, I think the reason why those guys were kicked from the convention was because of me. I apologized to them in private. Like, I think they didn't realize how bad it was going to be to try to bring me to C2E2. Not John, not Shane. Those guys got tarred with my name because they were told, like, Shane Davis was fine going there. John Malin, I don't think anybody really has a problem with John Malin, but they were kind of told, you guys can't just bring anyone here. They were referring to me, guys. So I'm like radioactive, nuclear, toxic, to the mainstream comic book industry. And it was like they invited Hitler to come and sit at the table in their beautiful, pure, like liberal utopia of C2E2, a convention that is run by leftists, run by the same type of people that were running Kickstarter. So I think that was my fault. I know there were other theories because here's the thing. These people like Vicky, people like that, they want to kind of push back against the idea that we're being victimized in any way. Comicsgate's whole theorem is that the left boycotts, discriminates against the right in comics. And if they can prove that that isn't true, if they can suggest that that isn't true, that it's just us being assholes, then that kind of undoes our whole grift, right? But it is true that these guys discriminate against conservatives. I don't know how much more clear it can be. They say you can't just bring anyone here. They're referring to me. They have a problem with me. I am blacklisted everywhere in mainstream comics. Blacklisted. So these guys tried to go to C2E2. They tried to be good friends. They tried to bring me along. None of them will say this, but I know they know it. But they won't say it. They never said it. They never said it's Ethan's fault. They never tried to make me feel bad about it. I backed out of the show because I thought if I went there, if I didn't go, maybe they'd be okay. But there were already rumblings that this was going to happen. I said, I got to let you guys just do this yourselves. Maybe if I'm not there, it won't be a problem. But it was a problem. The people who were in charge of the show already knew that John and Shane were going there. They told John and Shane, who already paid for their booths, were already accepted, that they weren't even allowed at the convention. See, that's the thing. It's one thing to, if these guys were right that it was just a matter of subletting booths or some bullshit like that, which it was not. But if that were the case, why aren't they even allowed to walk the convention floor? I can understand being I'm sorry, but we are, you broke the rules, so you can't have a table here. Okay, that's understandable. But it strains credulity to believe that they would be followed around on the convention floor by 3 big security guards and thrown out on their asses because of it. I can't even be a customer here. So is that the way that it happens? It's the same thing that happens. This is the same thing they say Ethan isn't blacklisted. He was just fired from DC because he was late and kind of a jerk. Well, if that were the case, how come nobody else can hire me? How come nobody else is allowed to hire me in the comic book industry? How come when Jay Lee contributes a cover for Cyberfrog, they try to destroy Jay Lee? That's called being blacklisted. It's not just even being blacklisted. It's called being radioactive. And a whole crew of these people are determined. People who are formerly Comicsgate are now determined to try to convince you that that isn't the case. Because if that isn't the case, we're just grifters pretending to be blacklisted, guys. And so that's what this is. Can you imagine being okay, look, the deal that we had where we sold you a table, we got to retract that because you didn't follow the rules. Okay, I understand. Well, I'm still going to pay for a ticket. I'm going to shop the showroom floor. No, you can't even shop the convention floor. And if you do, we're going to sense it. We're going to follow you. We're going to send security after you, and we're going to have you exited from the convention. Why? What did I do? I just broke a rule on paper about. No, obviously that's enough to get you kicked out of a convention. See, these people are liars, guys. Vickyverse was trying to say this. Elasmat is trying to suggest this here, and he's doing it very gingerly. He's like, it's being suggested that maybe. Go ahead and just say that with your chest. Say that aloud. Say that out loud. That because I broke a rule, maybe, with buying a table, and by the way, we didn't, because I broke a rule buying a table, they took my table privileges away from me, which they have every right to do, but then they wouldn't even let me walk the floor of the convention. 3 big guys that look like the guy that runs the what is that in Las Vegas, that pawn shop, Pawn Stars. 3 guys that look like him, Rick from Pawn Stars, chased John Malin out of the convention. And John had to say, you know why this is happening to me? Happening to me because I voted for Trump. I'm a conservative. That's why this is happening to me. And these guys were like, wait a second, what are we involved in here? Yeah, the people they are kind of pussies. Let's check on that. You know, this guy is saying that you're kicking him out just because he's a conservative. He's a political conservative. He voted Republican. Sir, we just want you to. There could be a lawsuit over that. That's a ridiculous proposition. That is the immature power that these people wield unchecked. And John Malin checked them on it. I'm being thrown out because I was a conservative. Well, just saying those words got him permitted to walk the showroom floor. And that's how you know that he was being politically discriminated against. Simple as that. Retarded. All right, here we go.
Despite Malin claiming he was removed because he was a conservative, which he wasn't, and he wasn't, as I showed in my CG documentary when the culture war hit those pretty pictures. Then came the moment where things changed for the Dungeoneers.
When you say, but he wasn't, because he wasn't, Do you have anything to back that up, you imbecile? He clearly was. He clearly was. You offer no evidence for that at all. You just assert that it's like it wasn't true. I just offered a cogent argument as to why it clearly was true. You have just, he wasn't because he wasn't. But he wasn't, says Jabba the Cock. Oh, okay. But he was and he was, says Trick Ron. Simple as that. He almost was. He was detained, says Lethal Diva. It's on video. It's on video. EVS, Elasmac can't hear you. Oh, yes, he can. All right, here we go.
Forever. The reading of the names that were alleged to have taken part in shit-talking Ethan and his CG elite.
Phil Diaz. CG Elite, Kelsey Shannon, Camel, Chad Townsend, Narwhal. Narwhal was the one. Narwhal did participate. Let me see. Is that it? Patera, Ghost House, Patriot Prime Reviews. I don't even know who that is. So, yeah, there are a bunch of people there that I don't know. They must be Pat.
I get we're supposed to be mad at these people. I'm not going to get mad at a list of names with nobody telling me why I got to be mad at them. Sorry.
Well, okay. The reason why I'm reading those names is because the chat asked for them. So it's not a matter of like, I need you guys to be mad at these names. I didn't want to read the names. I'm not like somebody who wants to do that. But you see, the chat is full of backers, and the backers want the information. And those of you who were there might recall the chat saying, you owe us the names. We need to know who was in the room. We need to, are you sure you guys, you want me to? Yeah, we need to know who was in the room, Ethan. You can't just, so what am I going to do? Engage in a cover-up on behalf of the Dungeoneers? Or am I going to give the chat, who are the people who gave these people money, their names, their information? Who's in the room? These are the people who were in the room. Simple as that. Yeah, I got to do that. I got to give, my obligation is to the chat. It's not to those people. It's not to the Dungeoneers. They were in that room. They stayed in that room. They made their choices in that room. But you know, once we actually were talking about it, it needed to be exposed. Absolutely. That's right, Liam. The light of day. Oh, looky here. Looky here, ladies and gentlemen.
You let your tiger out. So, the territory. When he gets it, you let your tiger out.
Whoa! Can't wait to watch this a million times.
This is all new to me. I saw up to like the first 40 minutes before, and then yesterday we got to an hour. So this is all stuff I haven't seen yet. I just listened to Elasmat say that you guys were kicked out of C2E2 for some other reason, like a technical reason, not because of politics. It's so fucking funny, man.
Reason?
He didn't say, oh, because we did something wrong technically with the table. Now, and I said this, here's the truth. And, you know, I believe the real reason why you guys were kicked from C2E2 was because of me. And you guys have always been kind not to blame me for it. But I attached myself to that because I wanted to be a part of it with you guys. And you invited me in. And sure, and I had no, well, I mean, I was like, I don't know. Is it really that bad? It is that bad. The minute my name got attached to that, you got hit with a note saying you can't just invite anyone to this.
Well,
this deal does not.
I had a
phone call.
Yeah. No, I had a phone call. And then in that phone call, we were basically told that they're not. Now, all right. I'm going to do what my lawyer tells me to do.
You don't have to. Don't say it.
I know, but
the point
I'm
is,
not gonna say it. But we had a phone call followed up by a letter. The letter was very inflammatory, almost like they wanted me to post it online. And so I've never posted it. And I know everybody's going to say the receipts and, oh, you took the grift. We sold books and we used the profits from those books to do the content.
Well, all of that is irrelevant. They don't care about that. The point is they're trying to undo the reason for Comicsgate existing in terms of, is there political discrimination in comics? And their whole thing is to try to convince people that there isn't, and we're making it up.
Their letter proves 100% without a doubt that there's discrimination. Like, but that's the thing, is I'm afraid that my theory is they want me to dump the letter, and then I dump the letter, and then according to my lawyer, I could get sued.
Right.
Because I was in a contract. Doesn't matter if they broke the contract. I signed paperwork just to get the booth. When it comes to Ethan getting a badge, we were given, because it was all right, long story short, me and John wanted two booths, and we want them together. And they're like, well, you can do that. You can get these two big exhibitor booths, put them together. That's fine. But we got to sell you this space, and it has to be one invoice. So we were guided into doing it all up under my name, okay, by their employee. We do that. We get all these free badges. I'm like, who do we give these badges to? They're to whoever you want at your booth. So Ethan was going to get a badge, Cecil.
So you tried to slip me in that way? That's funny.
Well,
Okay.
that was well, you came along after we already put it together.
Yeah.
And so they wanted a list of the talent that would be at our booth so they could put it up on the website. Now, if I was a publisher and I'm hiring, say, Anthony Gonzalez Clark, I can give him a badge. DC would do this with us all the time at these cons. You remember this.
Yeah, of course.
And we would get listed, and I would list Anthony Gonzalez Clark at my booth, okay, as a guest and at my booth. And that's how this works. So I have all these extra badges, me and John, to give away to Cecil, Anna, whoever we want. And we can, and they're saying, give us a list of the talent that will be at your booth. We get up on the website, we read it online, everything's cozy. You're a guest at my booth. I'll put you on the website and everything, and just like that, we're gone.
Yep, that's it. Shane, I got a copy. Now, this is the other thing, though, just real quick. So even if, let's just say that it's because, like, you guys broke a rule with your table, so we can't give you a table. Now, even if that were true, we'd still be allowed to walk the convention floor as customers. We're just there to shop. We're not causing trouble. We're just here just like anybody else. Why would we be not permitted to even go to the convention and walk around and get autographs and get our books signed and buy comics?
As a customer,
John
bought a badge, and I bought a badge. We both went up and bought badges, just like we're guys off the street, just like the normal Joe. The only reason I wasn't pushed out of the con is because I was dressed up as Mange the whole time.
They didn't recognize you.
They were looking for me, and I'm wearing a wig and hooting and hollering. And
John's dressed like a werewolf, but then he takes his mask off.
Yeah.
And they were tracking him. Like, they're tracking him with cameras and shit. They send 3 Ricks from the Gold and Silver Pawn Shop from Pawn Stars to go get John and throw him out. By the way, Cadian Comics says, Shane, I got a copy of Superman, Batman, The Search for Kryptonite. You got to draw some cool shit in that book. I like the fake bat art in the beginning of the book for the movie set panels.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, so as you can see, their stories do not hang together. Our accounts of reality do hang together. They do make sense. The artist, Hail CG, Hail Shane, Hail Detractors and Degenerate Tractors. You've missed my super chat. Well, I must have missed a super chat from you for you to say that. I missed a super chat. Oh, here it is. Anna had her pass removed the same night she appeared on your live stream. They're always watching you.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
They were even at other cons. Like, so that was and it was all because, if I remember right, check, correct me, weren't they like going through the C2E2 people, and they were kind of talking about one of the dude's wives or something like that, because she worked there too, and then all of a sudden they're getting her passes yanked from another con.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was ran by Reed, I think, if I remember right. It's like, dude, like,
it is Order 66 on conservatives in mainstream comics. It is. And you can say, you can deny that. Listen, ask Eric July, okay? It's like, ask any of these people. You're going to find that what we're telling you is true. It's amazing that after, how long has it been? 8 years? We have to sit there and be like, no, this really did happen. These people are like Holocaust deniers, Shane.
Oh, isn't that JDA?
Yeah, it really did happen. Well, I can't. Maybe I should make that
I wasn't
comparison.
there. I mean, I.
But I mean, it's like for real. Like, it's been 8 years of this. People have witnessed it, and now there are people who are trying to deny it and say like, no, this never happened. Come on, don't let these people off the hook just to get to me. I mean, that's the worst betrayal in the world. It's like you're gonna let all these fucking scumbag homos, LGBTQ propagandists. You're gonna let all these people off the hook for what they did and what they continue to do just to annoy me and Shane and John. How insane are you? How insane is that? Rap is for wiggers. Play some metal, says Dio Rule. I was playing metal. Cons are becoming Trinket Fest in Australia too, says Sky's Cavern Library. Yeah, that's a whole thing where that's women. It's just women. Letting women into comic books has led to conventions. It's very much like Eric July, Ice on #1. There's an ad in it for his wife's jewelry. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't belong there, but it's a place of sale, and it's like I want to be seen. I want to be in the marketplace too. So here's an ad for my jewelry. Although
They're trying
Shane,
to sell you a keychain or something like that, a bar of soap, homemade soap.
yeah,
That's when it's like, man, we've let the women in and they're selling soap. They're selling soap and fudge at a con. You know what I mean?
yeah. Who was the woman commenting? This is Sheila Aliens, I believe, without her filter on, which is she's still a lovely woman. You know what I mean? But she had that filter on most of the time. So hold on, Ethan is trying to be sexually gravelly, says Sarangus Fungus. Ooh, you find this attractive, do you? I find it to be painful. Oh, yeah, you let women in. This is what they do. Although, here's the thing about that. Somebody brought this up. It is quite possible that the $300,000 that they used to fund ISOM was granted not to Eric, but to his wife, because she's an African American owned business, and there was a lot of that money being passed around. And that's where the money came from to start the Rippaverse business. This is what I heard. And that's why there had to be an advertisement in ISOM #1.
For the grant.
That is right. That is correct. So isn't that interesting? I was like, it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. The truth does make sense when you hear it. It just kind of comes together. They only kicked you after you were listed, says Urashima Taro.
Yeah, I know. We went through the whole process of C2E2. Like I had to get pictures of Ethan. I had to get a bio, like all of that. Like it was all vetted through all of C2E2. We went through every step of what C2E2 wanted. I know everybody wants to say this and that. And then what ultimately this ends in is basically anti-CG say, well, why don't you drop the receipts? And it's like, because my lawyer told me not to.
You don't have to drop any receipts. It doesn't. Their story doesn't make sense. Lola says, "What a strange place we find ourselves in." Yeah,
I'll be honest. I've never given it to you because I don't trust you not to drop it. That's the thing. It's pretty bad. I mean, guys, it was political discrimination. I mean, we were on. Hey, they were fine taking lots of money from us. They were fine taking our bios and putting them up. It was all fine until somebody we EFAP'd talking about how we're on the site and how we're going. It was like a day or two after that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember doing that. I'd be like, oh my god, like this is great.
Yeah.
Canadian Comics says, Ethan, you have made your own lifeboats with CG despite the convention blacklistings. You don't have to go down with the Titanic. Back me, bro. Wahoo!
We actually ran a test on the site last night. I did before I came on Trashcast last night, and I made some notes. We're figuring some things out that I definitely want there. One of the things that I told Yanzi, I'm like, because Sturgis is always he did today. I was like, oh, we made this on Inglorious Rex 3. He's like, oh, really? I can't find Inglorious Rex 3 on your site anymore. And I said, you know what, Yanzi, that's a note. Every time a campaign goes down, like meaning like you're done with the campaign, it's fulfilled, it's still somehow there where people can go back and pull it up. We weren't even thinking of that, but thank you, Sturgis, for that note. So now, like, that's a note that we're going to do. We're working on it. We're working on it. It felt great. I want to let you know it felt great to browse it. Yanzi didn't even explain it to me. She's like, I just want you to sit down and watch you go through it. So there's some notes, but I was like able to get to A to B. It's really clear. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Well, I'm excited about it. I can't wait to links. We'll put links through that. We'll do elephant and links.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. White Guy McGee says 6 million CGers were kicked out of cons. Yes. It was a no-shower.
And it still doesn't hold true. Like, going back to the basics of this is dumb fucking argument. But like, pretty much, like, why was I on a no attendee list, or John? Like, why push John out? I still don't understand that argument. Like,
Yeah. That was a devastating joke that I just made. And it's gonna go unappreciated.
Oh.
Yeah. That's okay. I mean, some of the best jokes that I've ever made, like some of the best jokes that I ever make are like, you just skip right over them and do not comment on them too much. You don't go, oh yeah, like, it was a no-shower that we were kicked out. 6 million comic skaters were kicked out of comic book conventions. So your joke was a big flop, says Jabba the Cuck. All right, I said it again already. Anyway, let's go back to I am funny. I'm kind of funny.
What about Chad Townsend? Did anybody notice anything from Chad Townsend? Because I think I did.
Yeah, it seemed I saw a couple of things because his name would pop up. I didn't again read it all, but like it seemed like he was kind of.
I have no idea, Al Bundy.
I mean, that's part of the thing. Is like, are you talking about people directly saying something, or are you talking about during the agreement?
I missed you guys too. I love Comicsgate.
Why does Mandy generate so much hate? Well, Mandy had a little career before this where it was kind of like OnlyFans a little bit. Everybody exposed her for that.
Who cares?
Sheila goes, who cares? Because Sheila did too.
People use that against her.
All women on the internet
to
did,
insinuate that she's a swami and she's got control over somebody like Dale Keown, which people are jealous of.
6 million of
even
Ethan's
claimed that
jokes
people in
have been
CG
ignored.
were mad about Mandy Summers doing OnlyFans and that she had control over Dale Keown. The truth, as we showed in the documentary, the story of the failed pit omnibus was far more.
Oh, we gotta watch that. Oh my god. Did you ever EFAP the story of the failed pit omnibus?
No.
I haven't EFAPed any of Lazmat's shitty, but after this, I kind of want to. They're kind of fun. Paul, 1978, I got the joke, Erica. He says, let's go, folks. Shane, by the way, it's shit like that, which is why I can't go to C2E2. You understand? Yeah. Like, that's why I can't go to C2E2. Because I think stuff like that is funny.
Wrong image. It says humor. You asked me, because the internet was acting funny there, if I haven't watched this. But oddly enough, there was something that popped up on Twitter or my YouTube feed. And it was basically Lazmat paying another YouTuber to talk.
I saw that too. That's why I'm like, whoa, what is this?
No, and the guy's like, hey, thank you, guy, for giving me money. You know?
He's like, I watched this documentary. Fuck, man. I don't know how these fucking guys. Fuck. I was like, whoa, dude, I gotta EFAP this guy. Like, that guy and then the documentary itself.
So think about it. Like, if you're out here paying money for people to, I don't know, spread this rumor, like it starts because Yanzi says, well, like, where these guys' motivations come from? Who's paying these guys? Who's paying like Student of God or whoever all day long, Sturgis or whatever? I'm like, no, there's not any money. But then I saw that it's like, no, well, Lazmat just paid this guy to say this.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's like, is these guys getting paid? Like, who? I mean, is there money involved in this shit? Like, I mean. I'm going down that rabbit hole is my point, because that was proof of I'm going to pay somebody to talk about something they have no idea what they're talking about and try to sell me their clout on this.
Well, let's we'll take a look at him too. We got the Trashcast is gonna, like, these people are asking for it, I guess. Like, Trashcast is pretty much over. I'm sick of Eric July. If anything weird happens with Eric, like, we'll talk about him. But I mean, yeah, these people are asking for attention. I guess we got to give it to them.
Thank you. This is asking for your attention.
That's what it is. Yeah, they're asking for my attention, but it's not gonna work out well for them, Shane. I mean, I know it's like, yeah, but they don't want my attention.
Let me make my point.
Go ahead. Yes.
This is asking for your attention. But did you see his last commercial for his book?
No.
That's why I think this dropped when it did. It's to take you off of what he's getting ready to sell. That Exclave thing. I watched the trailer for it. I was like,
Eric. Yeah. I gotta talk about Eric. Yeah, Exclave looks really stupid. And I don't think there's any art done for it.
With
I didn't know. No.
You want me to pull it up?
No, we got to get through this, man. I don't know if we can get through this otherwise. Don't we have to get through this? That's like one thing at a time. I mean, I could do. See, the thing, I stopped doing Trashcast out of a dearth of content, but now there's like more content than I can deal with. But I can't get scattered. I got to focus because people want us to get through this. Pigs don't need it because they don't know how. Says, you know that's not the proper salute for Erica. Yeah. Rashmatar says, Ethan, that joke was a myth made up by Zionists. Charlotte Frenemy says, Ethan's best joke is dressing flamboyantly and referring to himself as Idi Amin, dictator of the mummers. That was a pretty good moment for me, I think. I want to be in the mummers. You know what the mummers are?
Is that a group of mummies?
No, mummers are like they're famous Philadelphia parade dancers. They have the mummers parade is like usually on New Year's, and they wear like feathered costumes. They dress like showgirls, but they're old Philadelphia men, and they play like banjos and they do like these little dance routines down the street of Philadelphia, and everybody watches them. Yeah, it's a big Philadelphia tradition. It's like the mummers and Scrapple are the two things that you can't explain to people who are not from Philadelphia. But I would be the dictator of the mummers. I would rule them, and I would cause them to do crimes. You made a fake video where you were on the way to C2E2 and you'd be in cosplay, so they'd have to search everyone in costume over 6 feet tall. I remember that. Tora was here. That was funny. Texas Mofo helped me with that. Combug One says we need to hire Lenny Riefenstahl to reproduce or to produce the true story of the history of Comicsgate. Based. You know who Lenny Riefenstahl was?
I've heard the name.
She was a fantastic filmmaker. She was Hitler's propagandist, and she made Triumph of the Will, which is widely considered to be like one of the best films ever made, best propaganda films. And it's just low angle shots of Hitler, like looking like a leader, and wide angle shots of like, the army, amazing looking army, tons of people. And it's good. Like it's actually a really good movie. I have it on Blu-ray, Triumph of the Will. That's how good of a film it is, Shane. I have it on Blu-ray. Let me see. Ghost Goose. Yeah, I want to see it in high because it's Lenny Riefenstahl. I'm just like a big fan. No reason. Ghost Goose says, why does the cosmic big evil daddy lactate magic? Yeah, that's from Isom number 2. You butchered the definition of the mummers, says Pete. Well, Pete, why don't you stand up for your, holy mummers? You know what I mean? Like, you tell everybody what the mummers are, because I'm just telling you what they look like and what they would look like to an outsider. It's interesting. Kelsey came out of hiding for this, says Just Batman 10. Oh, yeah. What do you want to say about that, Shane? Kelsey comes out of hiding to comment on the timing of him turning in pages that he owed you for the comic that you guys did together.
Yeah, he proved my point. So basically, like, he proved my point. Like, evidently he doesn't remember. His gotcha is like, I turned in the pages before the files were public. Okay, but that's not how the Dungeoneer files went. You had them. You gave them to me. You gave them to John, Mandy, maybe Anna, Cecil, and yeah, like they weren't just dumped to the internet. And then John went through them, and then he went through them, and that's when I started to get my pages. And yeah. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, he basically proved they turned into pages before they got dumped out on Twitter by, I think, Sheila. Is she the one that dumped them originally? Was it? Am I wrong?
I don't recall. You would have to tell me.
Yeah, because Sheila's the one that because we were having to use a code to figure out who said what at first, and Sheila's the one that went in and repatched it with everybody's name up under what was said, because we were having to look up like a type of code of this guy's number. You know, it didn't translate when Laser Pants downloaded it. So that's the timeline. Urashima people's actually been in there telling him like the dump was, you know, like, yeah, it was, we were talking, you were EFAPing it. How do you not remember? You made so much money from it EFAPing.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe Shane, here's what I EFAP, okay? I'm going to EFAP the Mummers Parade. This is what the Mummers are. So, Pete Callen, you tell me if I'm right or wrong. So, this is what the Mummers do. You understand? Was my description pretty close? And they do this every New Year. Now, I would be with them easily. Now, hold on. Let me skip ahead a little bit here. What else is there? Kane, it's a million banjos and accordions, the worst instruments in the world. Yeah. And look at what they're wearing. And they're just, this is what they do down the streets of Philly.
Pretty horrible.
It's a tradition, a sacred tradition in Philadelphia. The Mummers. And they're a bunch of you. Look at this. Here we go. Go, guys. Mr. Sandman. Can you imagine, Shane, you getting to wear that costume? Oh, that's a woman, actually. Look at that tiger costume. So when Pete Callen said that I fucked up the Mummers, like, he's completely wrong. I think I did the Mummers justice. Like, I think I described them pretty accurately. Okay? So that's the Mummers. I am Idi Amin, benevolent dictator of the Mummers. And I command them to kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Look at Shane. Show them you're a tiger. Show them what you can do. The taste of Inglorious Rex #3 brings out the tiger in you. Where's your ad for Inglorious Rex 3?
Yeah, we are closing down Tuesday, guys. No way to buy it after then. Make sure to grab a copy of it. We got MMA meets Mecha Monster Mayhem. One cage, one crown, no mercy. Get on board for Volume 3. If you're new to it, what you want to do is go over here and grab this collected edition if it's uploading. All these, yep. So this is a collected edition. Grab that. And what you want to also do is also consider grabbing Ethan's cover down here.
Yeah, down there. Grab it.
Grab it like Lil T grabbing it ass. You know, and we got a line artwork edition that's also in the box. If you get the Beast box, you get all the stretch goals, all of that stuff. I got a beautiful Aaron L. Fetchy cover that's on this campaign. If you go full screen on me, they're already printed. There's only 200 of these. This is 232 Beast Mode. This is one of the first books Anthony drew. It's a separate book onto itself. Really cool artwork. Really nice quality stapled comic, like a comic you wish you could buy off the shelf, but you can't. So I highly suggest grabbing this. There's only... You maybe already got in the previous campaign. If you don't, there's only 200 of the Aaron L. Fetchy covers printed. They're sitting in our garage ready to be fulfilled.
Shane, you know, you have to do Comics Get Kings tomorrow, I think, because, like, I'm going to be at Ava's Play until, like, 9 o'clock. It's crazy. So I think I have to ask you to do Comics Get Kings tomorrow. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Blast Radio says...
Are you doing it Monday and Tuesday or just Monday?
Tuesday, too, but I will be... I mean, your closeout is going to run late into the night. So when I come home, I will be... Like, tomorrow, I will come home and do part 3 of
what
this.
What time do you do... Okay, what time do you do... Wait, okay, so tomorrow you're going to do part 3 of this. And so
at night.
Okay, What time do you usually do Kings again?
7 or 8 p.m.
All right, I'll probably 8. I can do it. No worries.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, it's just I can't do it like when I'll
No,
be able
I get
to
it.
do this at 10.
I get it. You're
Can't do
good. You're good.
Kings at
I'll do
10.
it.
Blast Radio says Kelsey sounds like an asshole hiding behind a smile. Dude doesn't respond for months to support the Jack Show or helping Shane and EVS with pages. Then talks craps behind people's back in private DMs.
Yeah, so people
Talking
are putting
craps.
together the timeline
Rolling
and the
sevens.
text and the timeline of events, and basically the issue of what Kelsey's showing is he's talking shit about me and taking my money, and I gave him an out just to dip because he was already arguing over Patrick, and like, no, I'm doing it, even though he's like, maybe I'll quit, and then he's like, no, I'll do it. So, like, it doesn't look good. I don't think he understood the timeline and how everybody can put it together with the Dungeoneer files. And here's my theory why he dumped it. I was on with Laser Pants. I was on with Bobby Bala and Alex Sanchez yesterday. And that pisses Patrick off a lot. Patrick has issues with all three of those guys. And I think, in my personal opinion, is Patrick went bitching to Kelsey about it, and because there was some shit talking on Patrick on that show, and I think like Kelsey fucking dumped it to get at me. That's my personal opinion.
All right, well, here we go. Let's get back on with the show. We derailed for a little while, but we're back now. We're 3 minutes into 1 hour. We have to watch 1 hour of this. We're only 3 minutes, 31 seconds in. Here we
More
go.
seedier than EVS let on here.
What was seedy?
As Dark Gift stated, the entire DM room was a nothing burger. The reading of the DM files continued on a few more live streams. Ethan names Jay Bomafan as one of the whistleblowers of the critiques by those among the Dungeoneers.
Here we go.
Sure.
Patrick Thomas Parnell. Oh, I think Jay Bama told me to say it was him? No. Jay Bama actually did send me a bunch of DMs. The gayest shit in the world. Is he going to show them?
Guilty.
Private
Matt
messages.
Yackey at one point said, "Boy, I'm glad I'm an IRS agent and not participating in all this."
Oh,
is that right? Yeah, more or less innocent. Irene Strakowski.
That's when they were calling him.
Who is?
Yeah.
Irene Strakowski's role in this was to say, "Guys, let's just please be the bigger people." When hearing about, how much everybody hates us. So you decide what that is. That's about it. Andy Smith, innocent. Eric July, offering people jobs in there as they run us down. You see the splintering, innocent. Billy Tucci, innocent. Michael Bancroft, not only innocent, reached out to us because he knew he was in that room and said, listen, I got roped in. This isn't how I feel.
I forgot about that.
Eric
Good for
Huffles, innocent. Biggins, R.T. Bear, innocent. Dan Fraggett, innocent. Whitney Parnell, Lon Coleman, Graham Nolan, innocent. Nicholas Gear, I don't know who he is. David Williams, innocent. Phil Diaz, innocent. Did I ever see Phil say anything?
Listen to this.
I haven't read the whole thing again.
Kelsey Shannon, among the worst. Camel Moon, Chad Townsend, Ado Collection Reviews. I don't know who that is. Well-read user, always guilty, no matter what. No, he was innocent. Narwhal, Joe Ball. I think he had a couple of comments, mostly innocent. Nick Patera, innocent. Sat there and talked about his work. Ghost House, I don't know who that is. Laser Pants, I don't know who that is. Dan Fraggett didn't say a fucking word in there. He didn't open his mouth, which I didn't notice anything from Dan Fraggett. I was grateful for that too.
Ethan names Jay Bomafan as one of the whistleblowers of the critiques by those among the Dungeoneers.
This is all going on, and everybody's mad at us, and we don't know what's happening until some whistleblowers step forward. First of all, there's Jay Bomafan. Jay Bomafan said, these guys have been trying to force me. Their wives made friends with my wife, and now they're peer pressuring me to sell out my friendship with John Malin and Shane Davis, telling me to denounce them and join the party because our wives are friends and we can share drinks together and have dinner.
and he gave up all of the stuff. This is what we're going over last night. He gave up all of these tweets, not tweets, private messages, DMs of these two guys peer pressuring him in the most homosexual method. People who saw it were disgusted. It was disgusting. I had to reveal that last night. I felt like it was my duty. Also, people within Party Time Patrick's private room, in which all of this paranoia, this echo chamber had been developing, they sold them out too. And they printed out, they actually scanned the entire room from July until current day, which they just closed it down, and turned it over to me. I've read it now. I know everything that was being said in that room. Everything. All of these people. I watched the paranoia develop. It is the most insane thing in the entire world. I could illustrate it and make a best-selling fucking illustrated graphic novel of the insanity that was going on in that room. I have it. I offered it to John Malin.
Did you notice I was in there in the beginning and saying, "You guys going to take that from him? You guys?"
I've not seen the full documents yet. But I will.
They're in there. You need to download them.
I saw it. It's usually me, Cecil, now Shane. Like, we show up, and then everyone else is always just kind of, And then when I see this list,
I am just absolutely, when I listen to us, I am just transfixed. This is why we're so popular. We put on the best show. Like, I could listen to old me, and I'm like, I can't wait to hear what I say next. And then John says something, and then Anna, Mandy, Cecil, and then you. I mean, it really is amazing radio. It's really incredible and compelling. We're really good at this. I like listening to us.
We should be on 3 more together.
We definitely should. Yeah, definitely.
A lot of people pulled in by this.
Wow.
John's like, wow.
Yeah.
Whoa, it's a
John, you're gonna be so pissed when you read
Yeah, you're not gonna.
Look, it's all right. I suspected most of these people. I suspected them.
Oh no.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? Like that much hatred and like almost zero from this side, unless you're going to consider the term Dungeoneer and Party Time Patrick as like, shit that's really fucking some big, huge fucking slight.
The reading of the names in the DM room, going over what was said without giving too much detail away, came across as what one would call reading off an enemies list, done for the purpose of retaliatory actions, including turning the chat against these creators.
Well, that's their fucking problem. You know what I mean? Here's the problem. They were in a chat room talking shit about their friends, and it got exposed and revealed by one of them to the rest of us. That's their problem. Oh no, they're talking about them and making an enemies list. Apparently, we are enemies. Apparently, we didn't know it, but we are enemies. It's good to know who your friends are and who your enemies are. Blast Radius, $20. Oh my God, thank you so much. Incredible. How are people? How are people, by the way, that was me going zoom like an airplane. How are people you called friends talking shit behind your back in private DMs and nothing burger? Where is the logic in that? What is Alazmad talking about? The DMs exposed some crappy people that EVS needed to cut off. Lol. I know, they're acting like, and because of this, he put us on a list, an enemies list, guys. He actually named them. He named who was talking shit to the people who they were taking money from under false circumstances. Oh my God, this is terrible. Shane double dipping Alazmat tonight, says J Bomber fan. Double dipping.
I was watching some of this on Cynics, but not this part.
Oh yeah, you were on Cynics tonight. That's right about it. How was that? Was that fun?
Yeah, man. Talking to Dark Gift about this because he likes to still kind of defend that sector. And you know, whatever, and nothing against it. It's just this interesting take because his opinion is that because of us, or because of the Dungeoneer files, whatever, or the fact they went to the dungeon, that their chat got flooded with a bunch of same thing he said in this somewhere, that they get flooded by a bunch of people saying you're not dark, you're not CG anymore.
Right.
You know, so it's kind of like, I don't think that happened. And even if it did, it's like, I don't know. They went and posted pictures of a sex dungeon online.
Well,
Like,
the thing about it is that you know who gets to decide who was Comicsgate? Ultimately, the customers do. I thought this was a consumer movement. I thought it was a consumer-driven movement. So when the customers, it's not us saying you're not Comicsgate. The only person I said was not Comicsgate is Frog Tony. But it's not us saying that you're not Comicsgate. It's the consumers saying that you're not Comicsgate. I guess they're right. You don't like that? Take it up with this consumer movement, which thrives
it's
and
that.
grows.
There's an interesting take that you were saying that people wanted to know who was in this room, right?
That's it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I
okay,
answer to
so-
them. What am I going to do? Protect them from the customers? They never trust me again. Like, you know, my customers wouldn't trust me again. I have knowledge of people that are pretending to be Comicsgate, pretending to be loyal, good people, like friends, but they're secretly like in rooms convening to talk shit about everything and everybody. And Ethan's protecting them. He's not telling him, like he has the information he's not telling us. Since when do I do that? I don't do that. I fucking narc on all these faggots. Get them out of here. And the chat deserves to know.
So if the customers get that information, they decide not to back them anymore because you were saying, hey, back PTP's book. And then they see the Dungeoneer room and they're like, oh, here's fucking PTP. And they're like, I'm not going to back him anymore. I mean, Patrick did that, not you.
I didn't do that. Yeah, it's them.
Yeah. And it's an interesting theory. But I mean, it's just like, I guess it's a lack of accountability. Like, in people wanting to shift the blame of what caused, if they lost backers. I don't know if they did.
Well, ultimately, all these guys care about is, yeah, but what about our businesses? And I was like, well, your businesses existed on the backs of Comicsgate. Comicsgate are these consumers. They thought you were this thing. They thought you were politically aligned with us. That's the reason why most of them bought your books, I'm sorry to say. As it turns out, you're not. You were lying. You're secretly a subversive. You're talking shit behind the scenes. You're going to find out at that point who was buying your books because you're just an amazing comic book creator and who was buying your books because, well, you're aligned with Comicsgate. You're going to find out, but that's a choice that you made. It's not a choice that I made for you. I would like you to stay here, be a good friend, be loyal to Comicsgate, be loyal to this customer base, and continue to succeed. But if you can't do that, there are going to be consequences for you. Well, I mean, this is like your sudden success happened because you aligned with Comicsgate. You weren't entitled to that, as it turns out. So all these people are, it's just so gay, man. Barb Rogers says, I've been around for many years. Eternal love is mine. Like fire, like fire, like fire. We love you, Barb. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a good supporter. Jose M, please play Scotty Richards Studios Trashcast Muppet of You. Okay, hold on a second. I can do that, I guess.
Oscar the Grouch or something?
Yeah. And I think I did like it or retweet it so that I should be able to have quick access to it on my own thing. I saw it and I went, what the hell? And then he's like, what, you didn't like it? I was like, oh, I liked it. Yeah, it was great. Okay, here it is right
I
here.
always liked Oscar. Who was your favorite Muppet? I liked Oscar, but I think I maybe like the Count more.
I like the Count. Like I said, there's a really good Sesame Street cartoon as it is. I'm gonna actually show it because it's like here's the thing, like when Sesame Street got bought by HBO, it became funny. It's like they got good writers on it. You could watch Sesame Street from the 70s and everything.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are saying Animal, Cookie Monster, but I've seen a lot of animals.
That's not Sesame Street. Animals, the Muppets. Okay, this is an example of like HBO and how they made Sesame Street pretty funny. All right, here we go.
Here comes the Count. Looking for something to count, I'll bet. But boy, have I got a big counting surprise for him. Hey, Count.
Ah, greetings, Oscar.
Yeah. How would you like to count the number of the day?
Ooh, I always love to count the number of the day. What is the number of the day?
Well, it's 0. That means it's nothing. 0 is nothing. Zip, nada. So try counting that, Count. All right, Oscar, I will. How many horns do you have on your head? What? Horns? None. That's 0 horns on Oscar's head. And how many bananas do you see on that tree? That tree? That's not a banana tree. There's no bananas. There's none. That's 0 bananas on that tree. Yes. What? Wait, no, that's not what I. And how many dancing ducks do you see going by? None. Now stop counting. That's 0 dancing ducks. I love it. Listen, I said stop. Okay, Oscar. How many more times do you want me to count 0? None. That's 0 more times. Oscar wants to hear me count 0. Oscar. How many more times are you going to come back up so that I can see your smiling face? None, and I'm not smiling. That's 0 times that Oscar's coming back up. And 0 smiles. Counting 0 can be so much fun. That's 0 zeros.
It became funny. It actually became funny for a little while there. Yeah, because Ava loves Sesame Street. I'm watching it, and I'm like, that's so much sharper than I remember. I love Oscar thinking he's going to get one over on the Count, and the Count just totally destroying Oscar's day, and Oscar buying into it and being pissed off. Very funny, very cute for kids. Good stuff. All right, hold on a second. Let me just catch up with super chats here. There have been quite a few. Shane, please. Okay, so Trashcast Muppet. I got that. Here we go, right here. So this is yeah, like Scotty Richard made this.
Oh no, what the? Every day is a living hell. Welcome to Trashcast.
Okay, that's a start. That kind of sounds like my voice, right?
A little bit. It sounds a hell of a lot better than your voice right now.
Yeah. The old days when I actually had a voice. Comicsgate Live says, thought experiment. What did Lenny Riefenstahl, oh, here we go, and the Army Sang Erica want to do with Ava and Hunter? They want to teach them to be good Germans. Barb Rogers gifted 1 Comic Artist Pro Secrets membership. Thank you for that. The artist says, whoever left hated you or despised you from the start. Insecure, unscrupulous, pick-me daddy guys are jealous as fuck. Shane, is player name tier still possible to get for Inglourious Rex 3? It's IR3, it should be. And can I add Anatomic to Inglourious Rex 3 later?
You can add Anatomic to it. It's in the store. You can, if you log in, you can add it. But once we're done with fulfillment, we will put some up in our online shop. Asking, can you pick me daddy guys? Jealous. Shane, is player name tier still possible to get for Inglourious Rex 3? Yes, because we haven't lettered it yet. I'm on the last 4 pages. Your name will appear in the lettering. So yes, there is an option for that.
Jay Bama.
There's no more drawn in tiers. There's
no more of that. Jay Bama says the biggest issue I have with the Dungeoneers is their disrespect to the customers, assuming that they aren't able to judge bad behavior for themselves.
So yeah, I mean, that's okay. That was what Jay said is where this doesn't make sense, and they're trying to frame it like we cost them customers, not that the information in the DM group became public, and then you guys made up your own opinion. Like, imagine Ethan's over here saying, "Hey, you're one of my backers. Why don't you go back this other book?" Well, what if you only ever bought their book off of Ethan's recommendation, and then yet that person's now shit talking Ethan? What does that customer do? That's not Ethan's fault. That's their fault for being in the DM group leaking shit, or whatever, typing shit talking.
Yeah, you shouldn't be shit talking. You should be very appreciative to us because we're kings and you're peasants. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's what Elasmat was saying in this documentary. Like, he says, "Shut up, peasants. Know your place." Dark Gift Comics, Shane misunderstood my point. It wasn't to declare who was to blame. It was about people keep saying they left. They didn't. Not one of them said that. Dark Gift, I know, not one of them said that. They just stopped coming around. You understand, like, if you're here all the time, let's just say that Comic Artist Pro Secrets is a bar or a club. Let's just say it's a gay disco goth club, sex club. Let's just say that's what it is. And you always come there. It's where people see you. They see you at this gay goth sex club. And then suddenly you decide that you're going to stop going to that club. You left. You didn't have to say, I left. You're not here anymore. The people who normally saw you at the gay goth sex club are no longer seeing you there. So you left. You understand? Well, we still exist. Yeah, you exist somewhere else over there where nobody's watching. Nobody wants to see you making your comics with Narwhal. Nobody wants to see that. They want to see you exchanging badinage with people like Shane and John and Mandy and me. And that's reality. That's why you got the support that you got. Now, it's going to be entirely based on your ability as a comic creator. And that's all. And that's unfortunate for most of those people. I mean, even Rainey has raised like 30% of what she raised right now. And that's success for them. That is success. 30% of what she raised with Comicsgate. And that's success. It's too bad.
Are you playing Rainey in the background?
Yes.
Okay, I just make sure I don't have a window open somewhere driving me crazy.
It's so good, man. I love that song.
Yeah.
Deutschland. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what they would
was that
do?
a music video or just a song?
It was a song. I got it like in my media section now, so I can play it like when I.
One of the music videos is just nothing but like German Olympics footage, like propaganda footage.
Yeah. I like Rammstein. I started listening to them. I dig them. All right, here we go.
No?
No, I didn't go see them live.
They're
Not at all.
crazy, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit play.
Listening to them from Darius Comicsgate live streams.
Hold on, what
and
does this
hurting
mean?
them
But Ethan, the other CGers don't like me. Who is this? Oh, is this John Malin? It's okay, buddy. I'll burn it all down for you. This is me. I'll burn it all down for you because the other CGers. See, here's the thing. The CGers are the chat. Again, you're saying you guys are the beneficiaries of our charisma and charm. If you don't like us anymore, that's your fucking problem. You're finding out right now what that means for you. I hate to be this blunt. I don't like it. I don't like to be this blunt because it's immodest. But the idea that you are the other CGers, no, the CGers are here in the chat right now. And you not liking us doesn't mean anything to us. It's sad. It's like, oh my God, what a bunch of fucking betrayers. We did a lot for them. What a waste of time. But yeah, you guys going and doing your own thing means your obscurity, not ours. The idea that you guys being gone means this is burned down. There are 1,100 people watching this show right now. I think so far tonight I've made $1,800. So far tonight doing this show. How much have you made tonight? Doing your whatever you're doing. And I don't even have a campaign, Shane. I don't even have a campaign. Hate to brag, Shane. But that is just reality. Okay.
financially. Melon lies by omission here. He conveniently leaves out all the times he smeared the Dungeoneers by claiming they went to a BDSM or gay sex club.
That is not John's belly. That is my belly. I don't think John's belly. By the way, look, guys, let me show you drawings and memes of how angry I am at John. I'm really angry at John Malin, guys. I'm really angry because he makes me feel like I'm less than what I feel that I am. So I'm going to draw him fat, draw him as a little guy. I'm going to do all these things to sort of try to diminish him with other people who John has made to feel small. But your belly is 20 times that size, you liar. All right, I'm flattering myself. I'm being kind to myself, Shane.
Neither of which was true. The constant pushing of this lie, among others, did more damage to the creators in question. And that Star Wars Go would later find out, the intent behind any jokes by Malin, Ethan, or Shane is pretty malicious.
Malicious.
Looking at the DMs,
malicious.
There's an observation to be made here. Going into August of 2023, it seemed Ethan was pushing the narrative that the Confiscators didn't do well at the con, despite Phil Diaz, Graham Nolan, and even Michael Bancroft saying otherwise.
Now, hold on a second here. Pushing a narrative. I'm talking to them directly in private. How could I be pushing a narrative? Hold on a second here.
Well, a lot of this, and this is where everything went haywire, is when I was just honest on Twitter about it wasn't a good con. I wouldn't go back. Somebody asked me, would you go back? And I'm like, no, I wouldn't. And that, and again, even Kelsey jumps in, because it's interesting. Kelsey's DMs that he dropped, I was really looking at them today. If you look all the way at the top where he first starts talking to me, you know, he purposely cut it off there, because somewhere in this room, I'm saying I'm going to other cons, and Biggins is like, well, you need to tell us what cons you're going to. And I'm like, I'll deal with my cons on another day. I'm not running them back past you, Biggins. And that Kelsey comes in my DMs like, yeah, man, I really want to see you at another con. And it's like, I say the same thing. Yeah, I'll announce what cons I'm going to next year. Like, I just want getting in a fight over it.
Right.
It was such a big push on this damn show. And it's so stupid, because I probably can find it. Fucking Patrick recently said he isn't going back to Tampa anymore, but until the con gets back up to speed. So he's now even admitting
It's
that
not. It wasn't a good show, apparently. Like, here's the thing. It's like Ethan's pushing the narrative. No, this is me talking directly to them in that private room while I was still in there. So everybody's complaining and arguing and crying, and I'm going, look, evidently nobody made money there at Tampa, and that, of course, is hyperbole. People made some money there. CGers went there and got high on acid and mushrooms and acted like fools in public. Biggins says, and that's including you, Shane. You did act like a fool in public, but you were hilarious. We are sitting here discussing which cons are worthwhile in private. That's right, we're in private. So we have two issues. Number one, is the con a good convention for CG to attend, referring to Tampa? And then two, behavioral issues. Patrick goes, Ethan, no one acted like a fool. Give me a break. The Riot booth made a lot of money all around. I'm sorry, I do not believe that the Riot Press booth made a lot of money, but let me skip ahead here.
There's an observation to be made here. Going into August of 2023, it seemed Ethan was pushing the narrative that the Confiscators didn't do well at the con.
Yeah, I wasn't pushing a narrative. I'm talking to the... Do you understand what pushing a narrative is?
No.
Pushing a narrative would be like me in public saying this. I'm saying this in private. They're trying... Here's what's happening here. What's happening is these guys are trying to sit there and bully everyone. Like, there are people complaining about the Tampa Con. And I'm sitting there saying, well, this is what I think is going on. Like, there are people that didn't make a lot of money there, et cetera. I'm talking in private to these guys. I'm not in public. I'm trying to sort things out with them to their face in private. And all this stuff has been revealed. Of course, it's part of the Dungeoneer files being exposed. But ultimately what this is, again, the main issue behind all of this is that Biggins and PTP are grasping for power. When PTP had lunch with me that time, he said Comicsgate needs a leader. He wanted me to say that should be you, PTP. Clearly, you have leadership potential. PTP wanted to be the leader of Comicsgate. Biggins wanted him to be the leader of Comicsgate. Biggins doesn't like the way I do business. Biggins doesn't think I'm a good leader of Comicsgate. I'm not a leader of Comicsgate. Nobody appointed me to a goddamn thing. It's just that I'm the one that people talk about when they talk about Comicsgate. It's a blessing and a curse. But PTP wants to be the leader of Comicsgate. So in order to do that, they need power. Now, I have power because I have this platform. So, I can tell people they can come on the show. They cannot come on the show. I want you on the show. I'm going to promote you. I'm not going to promote you. That's gatekeeping power. I have gatekeeping power. They want gatekeeping power too. But they don't have platforms big enough to be able to tell people no and to get people to want things from them. So they thought what they would do was they would be the party people. Party time Patrick, PTP, Biggins and Patrick organizing convention get-togethers in which everybody's friends and everybody's wives are together, and we're all together going to clubs and getting out of the basement. Like, some of these guys are just in basements, and we're getting out of the basement. We're normal people. We're party people. And as soon as that's established, where it's where we're doing that all the time and people are just having a great time taking pictures as friends and everything. As soon as that's what mainstream Comicscape begins to look like, then PTP and Biggins can say, but Mandy, you can't come. And they started doing that right away. They didn't allow Mandy to come to the dinner. They didn't invite her to the dinner. That's what they were looking to do. In order to do that, they needed Shane Davis. They need me. They need John Malin. They need all of us on board, because we're like, if we're going to the shows, then it's official. It's officially Comicsgate. But once it becomes big enough, they're going to gatekeep us too. They're going to say, stay home, Ethan. Stay home, Shane. We don't want you, Shannon. We don't want you, Melon. We don't want you, Frog. They're going to keep us at home too. This was their goal, basically, to just make convention going something that you had to depend on them to do, and they would be able to gatekeep it.
It makes sense with Patrick, because Patrick's a horrible comic artist. I mean, he wasn't going to win anybody over by handing him a book. He stuttered on stream. I mean, in a lot of ways, this was a really good power move for him if he could have pulled this off. So I'm kind of defending him here. I'm not defending him.
Well, it was definitely Biggins' idea. He was saying Biggins was telling him, I talked to Biggins. Biggins was trying to install him as the de facto, like, Fidel Castro of Comicsgate. He was going to come in, take over, be the leader with Biggins' guidance. This was going to be the way that they were going to do it. I mean, it could have worked if it wasn't for those damn meddling kids like Shane. But I'm still like trying to figure out what this is. I said, look, I wasn't there. I wish I had been, because it looked like fun. But I'm glad I didn't drag any product down there. I would have had to have driven a truckload full of toys and comics to this thing, and I wouldn't have sold any of them. Biggins says John Malin is a daily user of hallucinogenics and talks about it often. So is Cecil and many others. Are we going to get high and mighty about drug use? Mrs. Biggins and I are 100% drug-free, and my father, brother, and cousin died of drug overdose. This is all irrelevant. If we're going to get judgy about drug use, let's go, but don't be selective. I said, this is the conversation that's going on right now. I don't care. I personally wasn't thrilled with the optics of the Goth Club, but far be it from me. I will definitely make fun of it for the entertainment of the troops. Is that clear enough? I feel like it's clear. I'm saying we looked like clowns. In my opinion, we look like clowns, and it doesn't look like any money was made. Okay? So, like, at least if we were like, you know, if the show was banging and everybody was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, not hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars, that would be great. I would rather Comicsgate go to Disney World. I really would. If we had like a little bit of a nicer image, go to Disney World or go to Fun Spot or all these other places in Florida where you can film people being funny and relatable. You went to a satanic sex dungeon right before PTP announced that Comicsgate was too Christian for his taste. I mean, it just didn't look good, guys. I'm glad you had fun. It didn't look good.
Right after. That stream you're talking about happened before this.
And by the way, if you want to see the club, again, people like, it wasn't a sex club. I pinned a link to the top of the chat. There's a 4-minute video. Go over and watch the video. Go see what the club looks like that they're saying is not a sex club. That's from the club. That's the video of the club. Trevor Bruce says, what a fucking square. Yeah, I think we do need to be kind of square, guys. We're selling comic books. You know what I mean? We're a family organization. The mainstream is full of the fucking sex deviants and perverts. We're supposed to be conservative, aren't we? We're supposed to be kind of Christian a little bit, kind of, aren't we? Yeah, I do think we need to have a softer image, if possible, when we go out in public, so people can say, we want these guys at our conventions because, yeah, they go to Disney World, they film, it looks like they're having fun. It'd be a nicer thing. It would have been nicer for everybody if we had done that. Jesus Christ is God, says Beowulf. Yes, he is. Anyway, that's what we're saying. All right, let's move on with this video here.
Despite Phil Diaz, Graham Nolan, and even Michael Bancroft saying otherwise. Ethan's last exchange in the DM room was when he argued with Matthew Fowler when news started coming out that Mandy Summers was blackmailing creators like Dale Keown.
that is not news. That was a hallucination on you guys' part. Yeah, I got mad at Matthew Fowler. He's the one who was spreading these rumors because he lives with Phil Diaz. And I didn't understand. There isn't any blackmail. You invented that in your imagination, asshole. Matt, you're a liar and a piece of shit. I feel sorry for anyone who goes along with you. Biggins, this represents your thinking too? That Mandy is sexually blackmailing people?
This was covered in my pit.
All right, so that's it. With my DM. So that must be where I left. I went, so this is a room full of people who believe that Mandy is sexually blackmailing Dale Keown. And as it turns out, the reason why that was going on, that discussion, was because Phil Diaz was in a private room with Mandy Summers where there was a catfish. There was a character pretending to be an Asian chick. Phil Diaz and Vinny T fell in love with this person. Turns out it was a man. And then Phil Diaz says, I don't care. I just want them back. I don't care what their gender is. Love is love. Said that to Mandy Summers. Mandy Summers had that screenshot, had everything, and didn't say a goddamn word about it to anybody. But Phil Diaz knew that he had said, love is love, and it doesn't matter what that person's gender is. He just wants them back. And he was afraid Mandy was going to, at any minute now, expose him for being gay. You know, that's what Phil Diaz, all according to Mandy. Mandy has the stuff to back this up. Mandy never said anything. But Phil was trying to destroy Mandy and destroy her reputation and accuse her of having sexual blackmail because he felt sexually blackmailed by Mandy. He felt the whole time I'm sitting there going, Mandy has dick pics of, like, why does Phil Diaz think Mandy is sexually blackmailing him? Did Phil send her, the only thing I can think of is dick pics being sent to Mandy. It wasn't that at all. It was far more funny, far more comical. Yeah. Mandy finally just came out because she was sick of being called a sexual blackmailer. She came out and said, this is what's really going on. Phil has not denied it. So apparently Mandy has been vindicated of that. And this is still in this goddamn documentary. Mandy was protecting Phil this whole time. She didn't tell anyone. She didn't tell me. I had no idea. I was surprised as you guys were. What is this? Do you want me to share this? What are you doing?
No.
Okay.
Omnibus documentary. This conversation is what caused Ethan to leave the room for good. After Ethan left, the chatter started growing about EVS, Malin, and the rest targeting the Dungeoneers, including Rini. Chad Townsend even started reporting that he was issuing refunds after John Malin started tagging him on Twitter. This is what gets left out when the CG Elite talks about any shit talking in the DMs.
The CG Elite, yeah, I know. What gets left out is that these people suffer the consequence of people requesting refunds. You think we're like ashamed of that or something? Like, yeah, you guys, you were backstabbing. Should we protect you? Listen, the customers do what the customers want to do. By the way, you don't have to give refunds. You can say no to refunds. I got refund requests. Oh my God.
It was all in response to the Tampa creators associated with PTP being targeted for ruination.
I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to, but I said to her, honey, you got to get home. I know she's still got some more games to play, but I need you to get on the road. I need you to hit the Jersey Turnpike, and I need you to get home as quickly as you can because they talking shit, baby. I said, they talking shit. And she said, who? And I said, who do you think? And she said, PT Parasite. I said, that is correct.
With the DM files dropping, Ethan Van Sciver dialed up his fight against PTP by a few notches. In Trashcast 121 from January 2024, Ethan went over his time in the DM room, his DMs with PTP and Mr. Biggins. He once again names Jay Bomafan as one of the moles.
You're going to see this from my point of view, with the extra added benefit of Jay Bomafan, who whistle blew these guys. That doesn't sound good. He's a whistleblower. He actually showed some stuff that I wouldn't have seen ever. I wouldn't have understood that these people were doing this as well in private. But you're going to see mostly my perspective, and my perspective is someone who's going, what the fuck are you guys talking about? What are you doing? We have a conflict within Comicsgate that happened because, that seems to have happened because certain individuals, Patrick Thomas Parnell and Mr. Biggins, organized a convention. Now, I've been trying to do a convention for a while. I want to do For the Fans Fest with Comicsgate, but I'm very busy. My books are late, and I really need to focus on my drawing. And people really want this convention. I can't do it right now. I'm way too busy. I'm overwhelmed. So I have said, you guys, if you can organize the convention and take one fucking thing off my shoulders, I'm not angry. I'd really appreciate it. So what happened was Patrick and Biggins. Biggins, if you don't know who he is, he's a very wealthy art collector and fan who was a comic skater, who lifts weights and stuff. He looks like Thor. He has Mrs. Biggins, who takes pictures of herself. She's a fitness model holding comics, but you never see her face, just her body. Those are the Biggins. And they have very, very firm ideas about what Comicsgate is, what it should be, what it stands for. They're the kinds of people who say Comicsgate's a consumer movement. Let's not forget that. I don't even know what that means anymore.
This was proof here that CG under Ethan Van Sciver had moved away from its original mission. To put things in context, Ethan had already declared his one-sided war on Eric July. Yellow Flash was on the outs with CG.
What?
Ethan began a series of Trashcast streams in response to Yellow Flash making public the $4,000 cover rate EVS quoted him for the Mighty Golden Patriot. Yellow Flash was already disenfranchised, with Ethan having declared war on the Friday Night Tights crew, many of whom were friendly with Yellow Flash.
Tampa Bay Comic-Con was weird because everybody had a great time, it seems, but also at the same time, there were a few things that people didn't like. Missing part, Mandy shared Phil's story only after they threatened to send XXX to her family. Oh, shit, you're right about that. It's so fucking... Yeah, we're going to send naked pictures of you to your family because she finally announced Pit Omnibus with Dale. I forgot about that. It's just all so heinous. It's just all so fucking disgusting.
Well, right before that, Dan was pressuring me to make right with Patrick on the Pit Omnibus. Like I had a responsibility to put it back together.
Dan Fragga, you mean?
Yeah, Dan Fragga. Yeah. There was, I don't know, man. In all of this, like, it's really, that's out of, like, he goes, hey, I got my documentary on Pitt, but like, Patrick really blew the fuck up after the Pitt thing blew up. Like, that's when Patrick, he was always plotting and stuff, but that's when, like, you know, he was like cutthroat, backstabbing, trying to turn people around on other people. One of the things that's out of this documentary I wish was in here is Patrick resented the hell out of you for not adding him to Kings. And so much so that he wanted to make another show with like people like Michael Bancroft, other people. I think he even asked Mandy at one time because she's commented on it to try to make a show that would run against Kings, like Comicsgate Gestures or Homegrown Heroes or something like that. And I mean, like this type of, if you really want to get into when this shit started, it had nothing to do with the dungeon. If I had to point on the map and go, where did this shit start? The fact that you made Comicsgate Kings and Patrick wasn't included.
Oh, that was a big deal for him. Like, he tried to do like Comicsgate nights and everything. He was really offended by that. But I mean, I said that the boundaries were, it was just pros, people who had made their living in comics. I said, that's what you need to be.
That fucked with him because he did do the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cover and a Mega Man cover or Sonic or something. Like, that's where he, on that technicality, it drove him crazy.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have considered that enough, doing enough work in the mainstream to really qualify as a Comicsgate King. But like, he's really offended by that. And I was just like, we're not literally royalty, Patrick. We're just, the Comicsgate King's name came from me trying to come up with a name for a show. And I wanted to call it Fuck Mondays. So I called it Free and United Comicsgate Kings on Mondays. So that the acronym was Fuck Mondays. Now, that was just too much, and eventually it just became Comicsgate Kings, for short. Yeah, like, Patrick was like, what? I'm a king? Like, his ego is so big. It's just like, no, you're not. You're not a king, dude. And he kept trying to come up with, like, ways to make a show that would sort of fit in with the sort of feudal system of this fictional kind of like, well, maybe we're the Comicsgate Knights, guys. Maybe we're the Knights. Maybe we're the Lords of Comicsgate, guys. Whatever, Patrick. Whatever you need to make yourself feel better. But the truth is, like, Patrick is really boring, and he's been on enough of my streams already. Like, he just sits there kind of like a lump. And you could see that, like, during one of the most exciting streams that I have been on in the past 3 years was the Flashcast with Eric July and Dick Masterson. And you can watch that stream there. Nina Infinity is on there. Raging Rhino is on there. And then PTP is just sitting there in center square, just sitting there, laying there like a piece of dog shit. Just doesn't say anything, contributes nothing, just hangs over the fucking frame like this. And it's just like, that's how he always was. He's just taking up a square, contributing absolutely nothing to anything. And
somebody asked him a question and then he never got the answer. Like somebody actually.
At one point during the show, it's funny, he didn't say anything, and then somebody went, well, we should ask Patrick, what did you think of ISOM? And Patrick is like, well, actually, and then Yellow Flash cuts him off. And then to say something, and then after Yellow Flash is done talking, the question comes back like, Patrick, we didn't hear what you thought of ISOM. Well, actually, Yellow Flash cut him off again. So funny, and he didn't talk again for the rest of the show, thankfully. Jay Bama says, I was blamed for leaking everything by Lasmat. Yeah, it wasn't you, but you leaked some very interesting things to me, which were Biggins and, I mean, you were a leaker. You leaked Biggins' private messages to you, text messages, and then PTP's messages to you, which were so gay. And I played them, and they're crowd pleasers. When I show your messages, they are crowd pleasers. People instantly understand who these people are and what their gay fucking manipulation tactics look like.
So you're only looking at it that the convention scene was a type of power play against us, but they also were going to get that one-on-one time with backers individually. If they strike up a conversation and start saying what they were to, and they're off record, for the most part. So there's, I mean, I think it was more to get backers one-on-one at first and say things that they probably don't want to say out loud on a stream, or try to lead people around a little bit like, oh, well, John's not here. He doesn't love you like I love you. Because that's really what Biggins was doing. Biggins was like, you guys don't understand. You got to get out here and shake hands and kiss babies type thing. And then he wanted to argue the age of consent of kissing a baby. It was
That's a joke. That's a joke. But there was the conversation about the age of consent. We got to find that just to replay that, what was actually said there. That was really, I remember getting there and being like, oh my fucking God. Because I'm just reading it. And I'm just reading it and going, what am I saying? What is coming? What are the words that are coming out of my mouth right now as I'm reading this? He's talking about 15-year-old girls. What? And nobody said anything in this room? Like, Jesus Christ. This
one
is a
guy
good
did.
quote.
No. One guy did.
Oh, one guy did. One guy did.
One guy.
The guy who did Steel Tin Man, Tin Soldier.
Steel Tin Man. That guy objected.
He shut him right down.
Yeah, the only guy that did. I think. I don't think anybody else did. So all the people sitting in there, they're. I guess. I don't even know if they were hitting like. They could have been putting hearts on Biggins' message. We wouldn't know.
Dan, that Kelsey poster rocks. Send him the link, says Pigs don't need it because they don't. Anytime Kelsey wants to show up, he is most welcome here. In fact, any of the Dungeoneers are welcome to appear here and defend any of this. And Lasmat is welcome to join us and defend this. That's how we are. That's how we roll. All right, here we go.
Like people who stayed home. People who went to Tampa, some of them were invited to go to a place called the Castle, which was a sex club. Not just a sex club, not like a strip club, but a bondage and discipline nightclub. And, young comic skaters were there live streaming themselves.
in this sex club, and it was optically, a few of us didn't like it. I didn't like it very much, but I don't care.
Ethan was now full on board promoting the lie of the castle being a sex club full of bondage.
Again, I want you to click the link that I have put on the top of this chat. This guy is continuing to call me a liar about whether or not this club was a sex club. Shane, did you watch the video? Shane.
This video or the video?
No. Go to the YouTube video this is being played on YouTube. Go there. The top of the chat, I pinned a link there, which is a video which is safe to watch, but I don't know if it's safe to show of the castle. You watch this. This guy's continuing to call me a liar. He's continuing to say it's a lie that this place is a bondage and disciplined sex club. Go watch the video right now. And that is 2 fucking middle fingers for a Lazmat. Fucking a liar, Matt. 2 middle fingers in that video. It is a sex club, you asshole. Stop lying. Shane, are you watching it?
Yeah.
All right, let's watch Shane's face if Shane watches the video.
His fingers sunk in some ass. Like here's the thing, and I said this last night. Honest to God, Patrick's like, "Hey, you want to come out with us tonight?" And I'm like, "Yeah, where are we going? To a club?" He's like, "Yeah." And he leans over in front of my wife and whispers, not to her, but she's behind me. He goes, "Yeah, a sex club." Like, I mean, Lazmat, if you had interviewed me, like, it doesn't matter on the semantics of it. Like, Patrick knew it was a sex club. He asked me, "Do you want to go to a club? Just heads up, leave Yanzi at home. It's a sex club."
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So are you watching the video now, Shane?
Yeah, I'm watching it. I mean, it's a sex club. I mean, that's a...
This fucker started a war, says Sarangas. Well, he's just lying to you guys. This video is a lie. He's lying over and over. We've got proof. There's the that's what the club is.
The whipping. I see the whipping.
There's the whipping, the spankings. There's candle wax being poured over vaginas. There's all kinds of interesting things in there. The Wheel of Kink. That's right. Wheel of Kink. Canadian Comics. Cannot unsee. Spanksgiving. It's a nuclear war, says Sarangas Fungus. I can never tell what side Sarangas Fungus is on, but it's funny. I'm not playing it. No, you guys can play it. It's a sex club. Get over it and move on, says Man of Action. I'm not going to move on. Every time a Lazmat lies, I'm going to bring it up. Car battery shocks.
Yeah, guys like shackled to chairs. Yeah, that is full. Well,
you see that fat chick that they get on all fours and her like string panties are barely covering her vagina?
Yeah.
It's disgusting shit. I can't show it because like I'm afraid it counts as nudity, but it's malicious sex.
With duct tape over their nipples.
Yeah. That chick's kind of hot.
Yeah, chick is kind of hot.
Not you, Ethan. Ass mad, says Man of Action. Thank you. I regret clicking the link.
There's some fucking dude, like an avatar alien, sitting here with this.
Yeah. Like there's all these demons. It's like fucking. It's a satanic sex club. Yeah, it's interesting. He's lying and he's full of it. 100%. Okay. So Shane, what do you think? What's your? Oops. Hold on. Sorry. What's your verdict? Sex club?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering, like, when they get done being strapped in and this girl's all, like, squealing and she's got hot wax, like, where does she go to fuck? Because it's got to be somewhere. They're not going home to fuck. They're fucking in
They have booths. They have booths. So they say you can do things in these booths. The sex club. Comic Book One says, candle wax being poured over vaginas, let he who's without sin cast the first stone. What you do in the privacy of your own home is fine. I'm just saying, I'm not against sex. Sex is okay as long as it's for the purpose of procreation. That's fine. I'm just saying, like, in a nightclub,
I'm gonna go on record. I'm not even sure I ever gave a shit that they went. I just wasn't gonna go when he.
No,
told me
I don't.
I mean, it's the way they handle the joke of it. That's the issue, I think.
Yeah. What the fuck, Ethan? What are you, Catholic? Yeah, I am. I'm Catholic. All right. I was just kidding. The artist says, I was disappointed. It's so lame, mediocre, and vanilla. You wanted it to be more extreme, D? It's in Tampa, Florida. All right, let's go. So Ethan only had sex twice, if that. Yeah. Just twice over the course of how many years? 50 years. Sex is gross. Good job, Ace, says Ghost Go. Yeah, it's like, I'm not saying it's gross. There's a time and place for it, but not with demons and a satanic sex club in Tampa. J Bomba Fan says, we missed out on a fun night in Tampa, Shane.
Mm.
All right, here we
Yeah,
go.
that's why I'm here sulking, is because I feel like I missed out.
You missed out on all of that, Shane.
I could have been in there
Mind
with
you.
Allie, Rini, and Narwhal.
This is the conversation that's going on right now. I don't care. I personally wasn't thrilled with the optics of the goth club, but far be it from me. I will definitely make fun of it for the entertainment of the troops, of course.
In DMs with members of the Riot Press DM room, he acknowledged the castle as simply being a goth club, which is also not accurate, but far less inflammatory. Ethan was fully committed to pushing the lie of the castle being a sex dungeon.
It is Patrick Thomas Parnell, who he's the guy who took everybody to the sex club.
The leader of the pack, the one who took everyone there, doesn't think anybody can joke about it. On top of that, he thinks he should be the leader of Comicsgate, which is a real problem. It has nothing to do with the sex dungeon, I don't think.
I saw everybody sitting around the hotel lobby drinking, and I said,
being
we're
miserable.
going out, motherfuckers. We ain't staying here.
It was also told to me that some people who went to the club with them felt like they were misled about the club's content. As Allie pointed out, she thought it would be some kind of 80s goth club, but instead, in her own words, it was lame. EVS brings on Shane and Mandy.
It was
And they
lame.
go over the exchange with Biggins about the Tampa Con not being worth the return trip for CG. The exchange about setting up for the Fans Fest corroborates PTP's account. Ethan then proceeded to show the DMs between himself and PTP.
Hold on. I got to read that. He's just not reading those. I don't even know what that says.
That's a lie. I didn't say it wasn't worth it for CG. I just said it's not worth it for me.
No, I heard from numerous people. I heard from people that it wasn't that good. We didn't make very much money.
I made $10,000, and they'll bring it up eventually. But Shay made $10,000. I did with a convention campaign online. I didn't make it there. I didn't make shit there. I had an online exclusive.
Well, then that doesn't count.
No, that's what I'm saying. But they used that against me. I think it was like Matt Fowler or somebody's like, yeah, but you made $10,000 not at that con, off my website.
When you said that to me that you made 10,000, I went, whoa, what? Now, when I go to a convention, when I go to Garden State Comic Con, I'll come home with a really good convention over a 3-day weekend, $5,000. And that's me selling product and drawings. About $5,000 cash, which is nothing to sneeze at. It's fun to have $5,000 in cash. But like most shows, 1,800, 2,000. So you're talking about making $10,000 by going to Tampa. And I'm like, what is Shane selling? What is Shane doing? You'd have to sell a lot of books, a lot of toys, and then you would have to do, my sketches are like, between $200 and $500 at a con. So I'm doing 20 full figure sketches to get 10 grand. The math doesn't really math. So you had some other thing kind of worked out in order to make that kind of money.
Yeah. I had an anatomic variant cover for Inglorious Rex 1 reprint, and then I had a Starlight Cats cover, a reprint of that book. So 2 books with new covers on my website, and that's where that money came from. Not the convention at all. And that was my other argument. It is like, yeah, but dinner's good. We had a good dinner. What's wrong with you? It's like, how about I don't spend $700 some odd for a table, and I just show up I get on the plane. I don't have to carry shit. We have a meetup, and I don't have to spend all of this money and time and driving all this shit down to a con to pack it right back up.
Yeah, it's like, and the drive and everything. Yeah, I'd have to bring it. Yeah, it just kind of wouldn't make sense. So my thing was, there's no money in it.
Well, the money in it, but all of this argument coming from Patrick. Okay, I really want to point something out. This fucking thing's in his backyard.
Right.
Everybody else is having to fucking relocate for this one con that Patrick finds that happens to be in his fucking backyard.
Yeah.
And we're the bad guys that we don't want to drive 19 hours with a toddler, you know? And that actually got said in the fucking the DM drop that Kelsey
I think
did.
so, yeah. All right, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me read some of this. Barb Rogers, thanks for gifting a membership. Blast Radius, for $10. Thank you. Lazmat's a liar. He lied and gaslighted about a sex club of all things. If he'll lie about that, what else is he lying by omission about in this absurd propaganda video he did? Everything. He's a fucking liar all around. He's counting on you to, well, I mean, if you look at that video and go, well, they're not technically having sex. It's not a sex club. They're just naked and doing weird shit.
Sex. The booths are having sex, but
That is correct. Yeah, not in the, I don't know how to define a sex club. Like if I go to a disco, if I go to a dance club, I'm expecting to hear disco music, be able to buy some drinks and dance with Andrea. You know what I mean? Yeah. There are going to be lights around. People could be taking party drugs, maybe possibly. Not me, not Andrea, but we're going to dance. We're going to have a good time. There's not going to be naked people. There might be a girl in a bikini dancing in a cage or something. They have dancers. I don't know. But like, I'm not expecting to see full bizarre sex acts involving spankings, people who are virtually naked with tassels with their nipples band-aided and otherwise naked. I'm not expecting to see that. Like that's a sex club.
Last Matt, yeah, I went my whole life and didn't know that this could happen. I clicked this video last Matt at this club. A woman takes battery cables and hits a guy in the junk with it. I didn't even know that could happen. I'm watching a guy getting juiced in his nutsack.
Yeah, I mean that's it's goth, all right. That is goth. All right, let me see here. Rhino says for $10, thank you for that. It's beyond mean words in back channels. Ali false flagged Malin's channel. You see, we let all this stuff go. Everyone knows flagging YouTube is threatening people's livelihoods, but it's a nothing burger, according to Dark Rift. Effing coward. Dark Rift, you're being called out. J Bomber Fence says we missed a fun night in Tampa. I said, the artist, I was disappointed. So lame, mediocre, and vanilla. She's kidding. Lord Tapman's Comics says the Dungeoneers are seriously disgusting deviants. FFS Cast says, what's up, Cynic? Wow, look at Shane slumming it now. Yeah, Shane. You're used to the bigger shows. Pigs don't need it because they don't know how. Says, damn, that Kelsey poster rocks. Send him the link. I was blamed for leaking everything. Okay, I read this. I just want to make sure I got them all. Urashima, you see me doing this? Oh yeah, it's just funny that Lazmat and these other losers keep claiming Comicsgate is dead while still talking about Comicsgate. Splashers. Yeah, like, do you do that? You just continue to try to sort of stomp out something that's already dead? J Bomber Fan says, I think you're a terrific Weedle, Ethan. Thank you, J Bomber. Sarangus Fungus says, what did PTP order at lunch? You don't make friends with salad. We had lobster. I said, you know what? He said, what's good here? And I said, they make lobster po' boy sandwiches that are just unreal. And he said, okay. So I bought him one of those, and we had some beers. Urashima Taru says PTP was offering people mushrooms. Is that true? Was he offering?
True. Yeah, he offered me. He was offering drugs because he gave them to Cecil, and then Cecil ended up coming to my booth to get away from his booth, and I had to basically babysit a grown man tripping balls with my baby. So I'm not even. So Terry's there in the stroller. Yanzi's there at my booth. You know, we don't have any help with the kid. And then here comes like drugged up Cecil that Patrick drugged up that I have to now babysit along with my child.
PT Pusher. That's how we got the name PT Pusher.
Yeah, no, it is. That is. He was offering shrooms right off the bat of the con. I wish I was making this shit up.
He's just a bad influence. It's like, it's our first convention and you already see, this is what I was complaining about in that back room. It's like the optics of this. It's the first Comicsgate convention and you guys like are high off your balls on shrooms and going to sex clubs. And like, it's not enough that you're doing that like just in private. You're live streaming us doing it. it's just bad. Like, you're a fucking bad leader. Like, you know, you're if this is your thing and you're the leader of this thing, that's bad. You're not thinking long term about Comicsgate, about getting us invited to other events. And that's why, like, everything should have been more vanilla. It should have been nicer. We're going out. We're going to go ride some rides. We can go to a bar. We can go drinking. We can do stuff like that. We can do things that make people not laugh and be disgusted, but do things that look like we're having fun. It just would have been a better event all around, optically, for people who were at home. Instead, it's like, what did we miss? We missed some degenerate, disgusting shit while high on mushrooms. It just gave me a disgusting feeling. And then PTP being like, you know, I think Comicsgate's too Christian, and saying that like derogatorily. It's like, he's just a fucking asshole. Yeah, fucking, like, he'd ruin. You give him something nice, he ruins it. He's that type of a guy, man. Yeah, like Greg's. No, but exactly, Comicsgate drama. See, Geeks and Gamers, they're saying, you know, kind of like aggressive MAGA shit, but when they're out in public, they don't go to sex clubs. They go to Disney World, and they make fun of it, but they're there. It's more relatable. People can understand that. It's for everybody. That's why they're successful. All right, let me see here. Oh, super chat still. EVS is pushing pies and Shane is pushing jazz. Ooh, says Troubles 08. Let me see. I only stopped supporting Weenie's half-ass manager comics because Shane told me to, not because they're boring and bad. Manger comics. Hamilton Burger says, read my last. Oh, Manger comics. Read my last super chat, you ungrateful pie eater. All right. Irene took CG off her Twitter bio. That's leaving. Does HBO have a Mr. Hooper getting iced moment? Says Hamilton Burger. Getting murdered? No, not yet, but they could. Let's see real quick here. Going back. Shane double dipping. Kelsey sounds like an asshole. Yeah. Kelsey sounds like an asshole hiding behind a smile. Dude doesn't respond for months to support the Jack Show, help Shane and Ethan with pages, then talks crappy on people's back in private DMs. Do y'all know Frank Cho? Is he cool or no? Says Acadian Comics. Yeah, he's really cool. He's anti-cancel culture. He's not pro Comicsgate. He would decry Comicsgate, but like he fucks with SJWs. He hates them.
Yeah, he does those sketch covers that are fucking hilarious. If you ever see an article with a bunch of those, just read through them. He totally is he belittles women a lot. It's funny.
Yeah, like we love Frank Cho. He doesn't love us back, but we love Frank Cho. Pete Allen, you got to experience it to know what it is. I don't know what it is.
What? Jumper cables on my ball sack.
It's interesting. Kelsey came out of hiding for this. All right, let me see.
I think Patrick really doesn't like Bobby Bala or Laser Pants, and I think he tried to get Laser Pants fired for Laser Pants to say that, and he hates Alex Sanchez. And I was on with him last night, and I think he went crying to Kelsey. That's what I think happened. That's my personal opinion. I don't know.
Pete Allen says, "Hey, Ask Matt, is distributing drugs at a convention a misdemeanor or a felony?" Oofa. Yeah, where do you get that? Like, distributing drugs at a convention in Florida, which is a very conservative state. How come you're not discussing what statute that violates here? Interesting. All right, let's go.
PTP's account.
Okay, so it says, sorry I missed all the BS in the room. Was taking a break and was out to eat with Whitney. Oh, yeah. This was me going, hey, Patrick, like this lines up with your thinking. You're somebody who thinks Mandy Summers is this and that. And he just ignored me. I said, hello, Patrick. And then he goes, I was out eating with Whitney. I said, I have no idea what new CG is a reference to. I never heard the term until you brought it into the Riot chat. My guess, whoever came up with PT Pusher or whatever I'm being called this week is behind it. I've got 100% no issues with you, E. Bullshit. You and John are why I'm here. I saw some of the back and forth in the chat while I was taking a break. I think people just need to chill. The dissing of Tampa in public was uncalled for, especially when So many people had a great time. And I think that whole thing got away from us. Again, no new CG, never heard of it. I'm a believer in the hot dog stand. Hope to see you around, brother.
Ethan then proceeded to show the DMs between himself and PTP.
Okay. Not sure what the blackmail references to. Never heard it. As far as Fowler is concerned, you have issues with him. I do not. I understand you guys don't see eye to eye, but that doesn't have anything to do with me. He's CG, not fake CG like Gabe was. It's interesting that, like, you know, Gabe was taken out of this documentary, but actually believes in it. He's, by the way, why even bring up like somebody else? You know what I mean? This is why PTP is an asshole.
Because he resented basically that Gabe just came around and got a big signal boost from you, he felt, and he had been here longer. So what this is that's the resentment that's in Patrick about any type of seniority. Like, so that's him also saying you had a bad take on Gabe in front of everybody.
Sarangus Fungus says, you still miss my super chat, Ethan. Who are you, Custer? Sorry about that. I'll go back and look for it. Anyway, okay, yeah. So, but I mean, even so, this is how he is. Like, he can't just communicate something without taking a shot at somebody else that's not even involved. But actually believes in it. He never came at me with blackmail stories, so I can't comment on them. You came to me in private about blackmail, about Mandy. What was that? My timeline is a little bit messed up here. Was that after this or before this? I think it was
That
before
part
this.
I don't know. The audio was after this, like the audio that came out, like the
It came out, but it was like a year before.
I don't know when you took. Actually, in the recording, I think you make a reference to talking to Patrick, and it's after his burn CG. Like, it almost seems like it's after the launch, but I have no idea.
Yeah. All right, let me see. I've only talked shop with him. He knows a lot about bookmaking and toy making. He never tried to convince me of anything. Sorry, I was out to dinner when you guys were going at it. I just needed a break from the Tampa shit talking storm. So that's his whole thing. Everybody's talking about Tampa shit talking, I guess. And he's like, I need a break from it. It's just terrible.
Right after Ethan's rage quitting the DM room, when Matthew Fowler took Ethan to task for what would reveal to be Mandy allegedly sabotaging Phil Diaz's gig for the Pit Omnibus. He also shared the DM exchanges between himself and Mr. Biggins. EVS continued over the course of a few more streams, making DMs public about his interaction with and about PTP. The resentment over PTP stemmed further back before Tampa. The drama over the Pit Omnibus began to slowly seep out from behind the scenes.
Oh, there's Whitney. I liked Whitney right until she...
Awesome. The artist. If only I was there to pull that guy's plug and stir Patrick's drink with it. I'm trying to send the super chat for 20 minutes. What's going on? You're having trouble sending me $20? What the fuck is going on? Thank you for continuing to try, the artist. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Okay, let's go.
Her and Patrick kicked me out of their private room and then gave me the peace out symbol and the smiley face. And they were laughing at me.
Yeah, I remember that.
They did that
Me out.
to you?
Yeah, that's what they did when that whole downfall thing was going on.
I don't remember any. Well, I was busy at camping.
Yeah. Well, because Patrick thought that I somehow was putting little demons in Dale Keown's ear to get him to back out of his deal in the final hours of the campaign. So he blamed me for Dale blowing the campaign up hours before the launch. So in retaliation for what, in his mind, that I did, he kicked me out of his private room. And I was sent screenshots from other people because I have eyes everywhere. And they sent me screenshots of him and Whitney laughing at me after they booted me.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Look, I'm on. Don't get me wrong. I'm on okay terms with Patrick.
Well, I'm sorry. What?
They also Patrick played it off like he didn't know why John left, so it automatically makes like all of this. It makes like basically John look more guilty of what Patrick's accusing him of. It's to everybody in the room. Like he doesn't go, "Hey, I kicked him." That's why when Patrick said he messaged me, I need you to leave the room. I'm like, I'm not leaving the room. And that's why in the room, I run in the room, I'm like, I like everybody here. I didn't mean it. I don't like everybody there. But that was me putting evidence down that he's getting ready to kick me from the room, because what he did to John is he kicked John from the room and go, I don't know why he left, guys. He must basically, like, he's got a problem with this room or you guys or something, you know. It was really Patrick manipulating people. And you would, like, for why, you know? Like, I don't, it's just stupid.
Yeah. I do remember that. I remember like them playing innocent, you know, and being like, John, we don't know what the problem is, and blah blah blah. And then they kick John, and then but like Whitney would play innocent too all the time. But it's like as soon as they kick John, they get like peace sign, and then a whatever like this, and then a lol, you know, like you know, they knew what they were doing.
But that's what happened to you. You were asking a simple question about this new CG, that a CGer said that they heard it at their booth. You're like, what is this about? What is this about? And I'm not up with these games. Balor was in there arguing with you, and you're like, okay, I'm out, and you leave. And then magically they're right there. I don't know why he left. We were out having lunch.
Yeah, what happened, guys?
Same thing. It was the same thing he did with John, except they booted him, whereas you just left on your own.
Yeah, I just got sick of Matthew Fowler. Makes me sick. I don't like him. He's probably in the chat right now.
Yeah.
He's something else. Okay.
But I don't like how quickly I was thrown under the bus.
I don't know who whispered in Dale's ear. Yeah, but that's the word on the street. It was someone under account that was supposedly led by a guy named Midnight Cherry, but I don't know.
Ethan and Malin tried, without proof, to pin Dale Keown's backing out of the Pit Omnibus project on a random Twitter poster. Sounds ridiculous, yes. And while I covered the Pit debacle in my Pit documentary...
Can you... I mean, Elazmat, you have to go into more detail than that. It doesn't sound ridiculous. It sounds underexplained. So when you say, like, we tried to pin it, the debacle, we're not pinning anything. We don't know why Dale. Ultimately, we don't know Dale's mind. Okay, but I'm sorry, Shane. You have something to add to that?
Dale did point out. I was there in the room. Dale said this guy said it. It was one tweet, one guy. He had a red avatar or kind of a cartoon character or something, and that was why he got in his head. You know, that basically he felt that Patrick was going to try to rob him.
So yeah, like the name was Viewmaster. What was it? Something Viewmaster. This was anyway, there was this guy who Viewmaster something or other, Strawberry, whatever. I can't remember what the name of the guy was. But yeah, he said to Dale, and he'd been sending Dale these messages all along, like, you know, at Dale on Twitter, like the Parnells are thieves, they're going to rob you, they're ripping you off, blah, blah, blah. And you could see like how long they'd been doing this. And the guy got in Dale's head. That's as simple as that. Like, it's not too hard to understand that, like, you know, Dale would kind of be like, well, yeah, why am I not on the bank account? Why don't I handle any of the money? Why did it go from Patrick to Whitney's name? What is this? Kiwi Viewmaster. There you go. Kiwi Viewmaster was the name. So, and Kiwi, so a reference to Kiwi Farms. We don't know who this is. I was told by Mr. Dongs that it was Cherry, what's his name? Whatever that guy's name was way back when. Another cult leader from Comicsgate's early days. But... or it could be an Australian. It could be a reference to Australian. Mr. Dongs. Remember Mr. Dongs?
Yeah, I remember Mr. Dongs.
So Mr. Dongs told me that it was this one guy, but he could have been wrong. Well, Midnight Cherry. Yeah. He told me it was Midnight Cherry, but that's Mr. Dongs saying that. And Mr. Dongs might know that because they're both Kiwi Farms. This guy might be a Kiwi Farms guy. All I know is Mr. Dongs wouldn't really lie to me about something like that. He said, Ethan, it's a famous Comicsgate detractor with fruit in his name. And I went, Midnight Chair? And he went, and I went, oh, okay. So anyway, somebody who had a vested interest in causing chaos in Comicsgate did this to Dale. Elasmac going, sounds wild. I know. No, what sounds wild is the idea that, like, we would sit there and manipulate Dale. If I didn't want Dale, if I thought it was a real bad idea for Dale to be working with Patrick and Whitney, I would say so. You guys ever see me holding back anything that I feel about anything? I would go, Dale, these guys are crooks, and you should not. You don't do the pit omnibus with them. Do it with me, I would say. Do it with me. And that offer was made to me. I said, I don't want to do that. Yeah, do it with the Parnells. They have more, Riot Press has more energy for this. Billy Tucci was involved. We were not involved in stopping this from happening. Me, Shane, John, any of us would have just fucking said so. You think we're afraid of, like, Patrick? We would just say so. We'd stomp his face into the ground if we wanted to at any point. I'd say, bite that curb. And I'd put a foot on the back of his head, metaphorically, if I wanted to. If that's how I felt about his arrangement with Dale. I didn't feel that way about his arrangement with Dale. In fact, the next day, Dale came to me and said, I just didn't trust him. Was I wrong? And I said, yeah, I think so. I think you were wrong. And he went, I can fix this. This was the next day. I want to fix this. Ethan, you are well known for playing everything close to the fest. Surreptitious is your middle name.
Look, and it just kind of bad storm, nerves, Dale drinking that night and not sleeping, and some guy on Twitter saying something, and Dale came in and he popped off some feelings, but after probably an hour later, Dale came back in. He's like, Patrick, I'm sorry. He blew his steam out. He's like, let's just get this thing going. And I was in the back room, and Patrick's like, no,
Patrick was too angry. He said he called Whitney a whore. I can't work with him. That campaign
could have still launched that day if Patrick.
All Patrick had to do was go, you were drunk. Can you apologize to my wife? You called her a whore. Dale would have said, I'm really sorry. And the campaign would have gone on. But Patrick was too butt blasted. He said to me personally, I am not going to go back and do this. It's over. Our relationship is severed. He called my wife a whore. I said, he's drunk. He said, yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. He was pissed. So if Patrick was big enough to just be like, listen, you want to apologize to Whitney and to me, and we're going to make things right. I understand. Stop drinking. We'll do this thing. It would have happened. It would have just happened.
I can attest to what Dale said. Dale was just screaming. Okay, he was just screaming mad at Patrick.
Yeah.
I can't attest what he said because I was shocked. I never heard Dale that mad before. I just know, like, he calmed down. He came back in the room. Patrick got back into his account, which was his big concern. Dale wanted to go forward with it. Patrick's like, no, fuck that already. I'm done, Dale. And I was like, fine, I'm taking my kid to the zoo. That was it. That was the order that day. And look, and I know he has Phil Diaz's side or Patrick's side of things. I witnessed it, and I don't make a fucking dollar off of it. I have no reason to lie. So it was my back room. I was there at a front row seat to this whole thing blowing up. So, I mean, look, you guys can either believe me or don't. It's just everybody wanting to build some conspiracy theory, pay YouTubers to talk about it and all of this. It's like, it's that simple. Dale had been drinking. He saw somebody say, they're going to steal your money, Dale. And Dale's wondering, why can't I get into this account? And he tried logging into the account to put his address or whatever into it, and he locked Patrick out. Like Patrick was locked out of his own Indiegogo because of all the failed login attempts by Dale trying to get in, because Dale's that fucking scared. He's drunk. He's scared. He's trying to get into it to make sure, like, he's not getting stole. He doesn't know Patrick and Whitney. He's never met them. This is his creation, and people are going to give money for this. And he's like, am I ever going to get it? or I don't know these guys. They could just disappear. And here's the fucked up part. Patrick's insisting on launching this thing, having Whitney's name on it right before his surgery.
Why did Frega ask on CG Kings who has Dale's number?
Nobody, I never understood that. I don't even have Dale's number, and I do a stream with him. I never understood what that was about.
Talking to Patrick during this, I said, give me Dale's number, and he wouldn't give me Dale's number. I do remember that. I remember him complaining. I said, I'll call Dale. And I'm pretty sure I could be misremembering this, but I do remember saying, give me Dale's phone number. He says, I don't think Dale would want you to have his number or something like that. I said, yeah, he doesn't mind.
You showed the DMs. I remember seeing that because you showed those DMs.
Yeah, I forgot about that. And I was like, give me Dale's number. And he said, no, and he refused to give me Dale's phone number. And I wanted to call Dale that moment and see what I could do to mediate. This was early on in that morning when everybody woke up and it was a catastrophe and the thing didn't launch. It's so retarded that they couldn't get this going. It really is retarded. It just seemed like a layup. It seemed like everything was going fine. And I said at that point, after everything was done, I said, the fans want the PTP, or they want the Pit trade paperback. Do I have to do this? Do I have to swoop in? And I don't want to do this too. And swoop became the word. Swoop. Ethan's going to swoop in and take the Pit omnibus. Is so fucking funny. I love that part. But I didn't want to do that. I'm not interested. Instead, what I did was I put together a quick posters campaign, Pit posters and trading cards for Dale. Raised $21,000, gave Dale $11,000, and pulled off printing the posters and the cards and shipping them for the other 10. And boom, was able to give Dale some money. And that's it. That was my involvement. I meant to do a sketchbook with Dale too, and do a similar campaign with a sketchbook by him. But I realized getting sketches from him was going to be really hard. Like, Dale, give me your content. It would have, I can't just give me 4 drawings. I can make posters out of them. But getting Dale to help me make a sketchbook would have taken forever because he's just like that. He's not really motivated. So I gave up on the sketchbook.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get that. Sweet Tooth in the chat says Shane killed CG to go look at monkeys at the zoo. Yeah, I did. I picked going to the zoo than sitting here spending my whole day trying to wrangle these 2 nuttards into launching a campaign. It was they both needed time to cool off. Dale came back to the table and said, let's launch right now. It'd been an hour too late, but that the book would have happened. And Patrick made his decision on that. And I was done. I was out. I don't give a fuck what Dan Frega says. I had no obligations at that point.
Even they're all saying Dan was implying that John Malin had the number and he was the one that whispered in Dale's ear. Yeah, I don't know for sure because, maybe John Malin's lying about it, but I don't think John would lie about it. And John says he didn't do that. So JJT Wright says, why don't they just ask Dale what he wants? And they all treat Dale like, as John Malin says, Dale's a precious creature and we must protect him at all costs.
Well, the whole thing is if somebody doesn't get what they want from Dale, they act like he's some victim of siren songs or it's elder abuse or whatever. And the truth about Dale is Dale's going to draw whatever the fuck Dale wants. Dale he showed me a sketch. He's like, hey, you want this as a cover? I'm like, yeah. I never got that. He handed me something completely different than the sketch. I'm talking
really?
100, just completely. I'm like, what happened to the original sketch? I mean, Dale's going to do what Dale wants. It's just the way Dale is. It's just, I don't, and everybody, whether it's Phil, whether it's, I don't know, Patrick, I mean, getting involved with the Pit stuff, it's like everybody could have just get involved with your own book. Like,
stop worrying about Pit. It's not that big a deal. I mean, we all have memories of Pit being really big, but I just don't think they're like it's going to be $1 million campaign. I don't think so. I don't think it is. No. I always thought Phil was the one whispering to Dale, says Chris Topher. Yeah.
I don't know who, but I mean, look, Dale got cold feet. That's it. That's your thing. I saw it, and then Dale got calmed down and came back and said, "No, I'm wrong. Let's go."
Yeah.
And it never happened. That's it. End of story. That's the conspiracy there.
It's funny working with Dale. Like, I got some good. I think I've gotten more work out of Dale than anyone. I paid him better than anyone too. If you knew what I paid Dale, Dale gets 5 figures for me to do a cover. That's why I get covers from him, and they're great and they happen real quick. Except for the first one, he did a Cyberfrog sketch, and I did not. I paid him. Huh?
The wraparound, wasn't that the first one?
No, he did a Cyberfrog drawing that became a shirt. That was okay. Cyberfrog had pointy teeth and everything. I wasn't thrilled with it, but I was like, Dale drew Cyberfrog. Oh my god! Then he drew Salamandroid, and the Salamandroid drawing was fucking perfect. Loved the Salamandroid drawing. Then he drew Cyberfrog and Heather together, and that was fucking perfect. Except Cyberfrog was posed a little bit like the minifig was posed, which I was kind of like, eh. And then he did the Wrecked Planet, or the Red Extermination cover, which was a wraparound, and that is the best thing best Cyberfrog thing ever. And then, like, he had that image of Cyberfrog holding a bee, and he drew that for himself, and it was just it's behind him in that image there. He just drew it for himself, and I kept going, do you want to sell that to me? You want to sell that to me? And he's just kind of like, one day he goes, yeah, you want it? And I go, yeah, I think I want to buy that from you. And I paid him very well for it. He sent me the original too. That's why it's okay to buy from Dale, because it's like, he'll give you the original too. You can work that into the price. You could sell the original and make your money back, which I did. And then I gave him the original money, artwork, the original artwork money. I gave him half of that. So he made twice as much to draw that Red Extermination cover for me.
But picking up to be like some sort of, he's been vexed. It's like he
does what he wants to do. It's it. He just does what he wants to do. And if he wants to draw for you, he will. Money will motivate him, especially if it's a lot of money. But for the most part, like, he wants to have fun. He's having fun with Mandy. That's why Mandy's getting all this Gem Shock and Pitch stuff. He's having fun with her. He likes her. He likes to make her happy. So that's why she's winning right now and getting all this stuff. Now I've gotten more stuff than Mandy has, but I paid for it. I definitely paid for it. Everything he's done for me, I've made sure that Dale has gotten paid. So this other thing, that we need to keep Dale poor. I could probably pay Dale a fraction of what I pay him. You know what I mean? I don't. I pay him out of respect. Like, he's one of my favorite artists of all time. I will pay him what I think he's worth, and I hope it's enough. So, all right, here we go. Let's get back to this ridiculousness.
Some of this needs to be revisited for the sake of context. Dan Fraga, who had been in Comicsgate since 2019, had come out to bat for PTP, Ali Sanguis, and the other Dungeoneers.
You know what? I'll say it though. Fraga was one of the people that was the realist with me at a bar. He was like, the way they treated you, I don't fuck with that at all. And he didn't make a whole drama thing about it, but he pulled me aside of Heroes that year. It was like, that was bullshit.
How'd they treat him?
But he's like, keep being you, keep putting your books out, keep doing your thing.
We don't do what? What did I do?
What?
The whole Dungeoneers thing.
Wait, what does that have to do with Dale?
Taking it.
Wait, stick with Dale. What did I do? What is your point about what I did with Dale and PTP? What is it?
No, you understand what I'm saying, John.
No, I don't.
Yes.
Lay this out. Lay it out like I have no clue, Dan. Lay it out like
you have no clue. Okay, June 23rd.
Would you ever think, Ethan?
What's that?
The guy had a Cyberfrog shirt on. I said, would you ever think your Cyberfrog would be in a sex club?
I never would have guessed.
The guy had a Cyberfrog shirt on in a sex club.
Yeah, I never would have guessed.
I don't know. That's funny. It's funny. I don't know. You're like zoning out. I'm like, that shit's funny.
It's just,
23.
I'm listening.
He's gonna go put out his campaign for Dale, and he reaches out for Dale and does Goodbye Dale, and somebody whispers in Dale's ear the night before.
Yeah,
So what's Pat supposed to think?
What happened with the Dale Keown thing that was so out of pocket for me to do with the campaign?
I'll get to that when I'm finished, John.
No, that's where we started. That's
great. That's great. I'm driving the car. Okay.
What the hell?
If you have an issue with that,
John.
so
You would have the issue with it. I'm asking you to clarify what it is.
And I
What
will.
is
I'll
the
get to
issue?
that. I'll get to that.
Okay.
You're a fucking bully, John. That's the issue.
Well, how did I bully Dale Keown or Patrick
You didn't.
in that
You
situation?
bullied Pat. You bullied the
How
hell
did I
out of
bully?
Patrick
How did I
after
bully?
he spun
Hold
out.
on.
He-
You brought
no,
up.
he
You brought
spun
up the Dale Keown thing. So let's
Yes.
start there. How
Let's
did I
start
bully?
there.
Patrick?
I didn't want to say that, Comics Gate Drama.
Because he thought that somebody in his own circle that had keys to Dale told him lies and set him off.
This guy used to direct animation for like HBO. You know what I mean? He directed the Ricky Gervais show on HBO.
Yeah.
And look at him now, man. Jesus fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
now he's directing Black Little Mermaid for Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And nobody told Pat,
That's true too.
hey, it's this fucking asshole who did this. You let Pat go off the reservation thinking that somebody in here did it.
I
right?
didn't let
And then you
anybody
made-
think
And then
anything.
you made fucking content for days on a guy that was spinning out. So you can
Wait,
kick
who
a
was the
dog,
guy spinning out?
make a-
Patrick?
Pat, yes. Pat did spin out. All that backroom shit, yes, it's real.
What
Absolutely.
backroom shit?
All the
The
shit that he was-
Dungeoneer backroom shit was months later. What was
No,
the
that
Dale
all
thing?
the backroom stuff that Pat got caught saying, he absolutely said that stuff. Absolutely.
We know.
But he said that as an angry person. You know, you kick, like I said, you kick a dog, and then
How did I
film the
kick
dog
him?
being angry, and then tell people he's a bad dog.
How did I kick him? What was the first?
You're being literal.
How the hell did PTP convince? See, I gotta admire, like, maybe PTP is like a good cult leader because he has reprogrammed some of these people in such a way to be able to say this absolute slop with sincerity and like real like belief. Like what Dan's saying right now is utter gibberish, just utter gibberish. That PTP is a victim of anything. PTP is the cause of all of this. He's the
It's
cause.
funny you say this because, like, when I was on Laser Pants' show, right? It was Bobby Bala, Alex, me, Laser Pants. We all know Patrick in some different way, but when it comes to me, Alex, and Bobby Bala, we all know him the longest.
Mhm.
And one of the common things, I think we said it on his show, is he usually opens up every relationship telling you about his heart condition. So you automatically feel sympathetic.
You feel like worried for him. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you would do
yeah.
that to me.
So-
Whitney would too.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't. I'm not saying. I'm just. Well, we all said it. Like and you were asking like, well, why is Dan so all in on this guy? Why is everybody all in on that guy? I don't know. I don't know. Everybody's got their story, but I mean, eventually you hear stuff from him enough, and you're like, I don't know. He would try to bitch to me about stuff like, oh, John's keeping this from Kickstarter and this. I'd be like, just shut the fuck up, Patrick. Oh, you don't have the balls to go to Kickstarter. I'm like, shut the fuck up, Patrick. I mean, he's always goading people to drink the Kool-Aid. Like, I don't know. Like, he can't just jump off the bridge on his own. He wants you to jump with him, and you're a pussy if you don't. I don't know. I don't know how he gets in people's heads like this, and then they say stupid shit, and then it's up to them to, I don't know, reconfigure it or deal with the fallout of it. Like, but he wound Dan up real tight because South Carolina Comic Con, which would have been after this, is all Dan talking to me about how I fucked up the Pit Omnibus and I owe Patrick and I need to go I owe Patrick that I was supposed to launch it, and all of this was like trying to get Patrick and this Pit thing back together. I mean, I know it looks like random shit coming out of Dan's mouth, but it always leads, well, that needs to get back together. Well, you did this. You're responsible for it fucking up. Well, just get it done. Just get it done.
Yeah. Sorry.
The zoo, Shane, the zoo. Yeah. And then he yelled at me for taking my daughter to the zoo.
Rathrash says, you're a pussy if you don't do X works real well on betas. Yeah, also, like, you're afraid of Ethan. You know what I mean? That works well on betas, too. Nice try on Shane.
You're being literal?
No, I'm saying, what was it that I did to Dale Keown to kick
You didn't do anything to Dale Keown. I said that was the impetus of it, John. And all you had to do is clear the air and say, hey, I didn't do it. But instead,
I don't have to do anything for anybody.
That's right.
Nothing. I don't have to do anything for anybody. If Patrick has a little fucking conniption fit, that's on fucking Patrick.
Why would he have a
plenty of
conniption
good
fit,
by
though?
Patrick. And it's not on me to start leaking my private conversations with Dale Keown to make Patrick feel better about himself.
The Pit Omnibus debacle had made public a lot of the crooked shenanigans that took place behind the scenes that would ultimately tear up Comicsgate for good.
That will ultimately tear up Comicsgate for good. It seemed like John held his own there. I don't know. I was listening to that. John was basically told Dan, there's no there, and even if there was, it's none of anyone's business. I don't have to share my private correspondence with Dale to make, like, why is Patrick, fucking up his deal with Dale Keown my problem that I have to make him feel better about? And what is this? Complete Pit? Yeah.
1 through 12.
This was all covered in my Pit documentary. We're now going to take a look at a few of the Dungeoneers.
So, is this like a Lazmat's working theory that like the Pit debacle with PTP ruined Comicsgate for good? Like, is he retarded? This was all of these people have like main character syndrome. Like, PTP is not a main character. PTP is like, if this were The Sopranos, PTP would be like Michael Bevilacqua, Matthew Bevilacqua. Remember the kid who like took a shot at what's his name? Christopher. Wound up Christopher in the hospital.
Yeah.
And then they tied him to a chair. They made him piss himself and they shot him. He would be like Matthew Bevilacqua. You think the Matthew Bevilacqua attack on Christopher, and then like you think that was like the end of The Sopranos, the end of their story? It was just a side note. Ethan is evil. He's misleading people on purpose.
I will say, like, Pitt, though, probably fucked Patrick up, and it probably fucked Phil up. And both of them, I told them, like, you should probably just do your own stuff and not worry about it.
Yeah, Matthew Fowler, he's the diet soda kid who shot Chrissy. That would be like Patrick's importance to the show. Shane Davis is like Silvio, by the way. Silvio was the strip club owner.
Yeah. I haven't seen The Sopranos in years. I've been wanting to rewatch it.
Yeah.
I got to season 3 like 2 years ago and stopped for some reason. Like my HBO lapsed or something like that. And I gotta go back. I'm gonna have to start all over from the beginning again.
I watch it once all the way through, probably once a year. Probably actually every 2 years. But when I'm involved in watching The Sopranos, I get so much work done. I'm like, I can't wait to watch 4 more episodes of The Sopranos as I work today. It's great.
I don't like the first season, but once it gets into season 2, I don't know if it's just because of the first season they didn't know how far they were going to go. But when I get to season 2, I really like it.
The last episode of season 1, where it's like cunnilingus and psychiatry brought us to this, and then like Tony grabbing a pillow to smother his mom in the hospital. That was the first episode that I actually saw, and I was hooked. And I saw that episode on its first airing, and I had to go back and watch the whole first season again. It was like, oh my God, this is magical. This is just great. Yeah, it's good. The first season ends really well. The whole thing is great. By the time I'm involved in like the last season, where Tony goes to bed with a machine gun, I'm just like, oh my God, this is fucking awesome. He's in his beach house and he's like bunkered down with his crew, and he goes to bed with a machine gun. Like, goddamn.
It was a genius pitch when you look at it. It's like, okay, a mob guy that's having panic attacks, and he's having to go tell, without telling a therapist what's bothering him. It's like, that's a great pitch. Like, just that alone, it's if you're just walking in and and that's, as a new viewer, that's the pitch. It'll be a lot more than that, but that's my pitch going in. That was like the first episode, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Let's hit
status check. How far into the hour are we? We're not that far. We gotta plow through this.
And their individual paths and why they were targeted.
21
John
minutes.
Malin, Shane Davis, and Ethan Van Sciver.
Targeted by us. That is funny. I like the lettering over her face.
A queef! It was a queef! What the fuck is that?
Look at Dark. Yeah,
Literally everyone's laughing but
There are a
Allie.
few incidences of note tied to Ali Sanguis that are considered inappropriate, rude, and
Inappropriate.
outright malicious. Before
Hold on a second. Inappropriate, outright malicious. I got to hear that again. That was good. Sorry, we're bullying you now too, Elazmat. We're bullies.
Really? Really? That's what you're bringing?
There are a few incidences of note tied to Ali Sanguis that are considered inappropriate, rude, and outright malicious.
Appropriate, rude, and outright malicious. This is a fucking homo. Like, dude, stop white knighting for these women. All of these women, John Malin retweeted something today that I thought was so great. All of these women in guy spaces and men's spaces, they all want to be treated like one of the boys until they actually are. And then they're victims and they cry. Ali Sanguis didn't get treated any differently than anybody else in this space did. Shane Davis making a farting noise and going, it was a queef, whatever that was. And Ali's like turns up her nose and makes a fucking like laugh. Everybody else is laughing. You're in an immature space full of people who make comic books for a living. You can chuckle and go, you're such a retard, Shane. And that would be fine. But she's like, you know what I mean?
Here's
It's
what's
rude.
Yeah, this is wooed. Here's what's fucked up about it. It wasn't until I watched this again in this documentary that I remember why I even hit it's a queef. Because on Ballers, Mandy fucked up and said it's a queef in the wind. And I was like, what? It's a queef in the wind. She's like, I didn't say that. And I'm like, we played it back. So, and she did. And I would always fuck with her on it. So I got that on my soundboard. So you'll see Mandy throw her hand to her face. I'm actually making fun of Mandy, not Allie. Allie, that was never about you. That's what's fucked up about it.
You're making fun of Mandy, not Allie.
I'm making fun of Mandy saying it's a queef in the wind, and somehow you think it must be about you. The fact that the YouTube channel, the fact I exist is all about you, right? That the joke wasn't geared towards Mandy at all, and it's a running joke that she fucked up and said a queef in the wind. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
It is stupid. This is a Lazmat right here.
This is serious. Serious. This is 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 serious.
That is serious, Shane. Just in case you wanted to know.
Real serious.
The Wonder Pets. Ava loves the Wonder Pets. Okay, here we go.
Before and after Tampa Bay 2023. Allie recounts her appearance on Pimp My Comic number 5 on Mandy Summers' channel in an incident where Allie's promos were interrupted by fart sounds.
Well, it wasn't really that big a deal, honestly. Like, I went on there because I was crowdfunding my book, and people, like the chat and everyone says, you know, when you're crowdfunding a comic book, here's a list of all the shows that you ask to go on. And I said, okay, I don't really watch any of these people and stuff, but the chat wants me to go, so I'll go.
I don't really watch any of these
I've got
people.
that in-
I don't really watch any of these people, but the chat wants me to go, so I'll go. Oh, so sorry that the chat forced you onto these huge Comicsgate platforms to sell your book, Allie. She's such a bitch. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm so
So the
tired
way
of
we
this
found
attitude.
Yeah, the way we found guests for the show, we posted on Twitter. And if you asked to be on or you slid in DMs, like, we found guests. That's it. Like, that's it. Nobody sought her out. She sought us out. Somebody said when I was on Cynics, I don't know if this is true or not, but Cynics said that she was in another chat and mentioned maybe getting a lawyer.
What?
I don't know if that's true. It's secondhand information that
Get the fuck away from us, Allie. Get the fuck away from Comicsgate. In Jesus' name, I fucking compel you back to hell where you belong. In our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ's name, I denounce you. I denounce you. I mean, get the fuck away from us. What is the matter with you? I'm going to get a lawyer. I came on their show and they played fart noises over my promo. Get out of here. In Jesus' name, I rebuke you. I rebuke you. I wish I had holy water. I'd be like this. I wish I had a Holy Ghost machine gun.
Yeah, just shoot it like a Tommy gun, shooting Holy Ghost.
You never heard that Holy Ghost machine gun?
Yeah,
Hold on, let me pull that up. I wish I had a Holy Ghost machine gun. I'd blow your head off. Hold on, that was the shit right here, like this. Look at this guy here. Truth Alliance.
By name. Somebody's attacking me because of something I'm teaching. Let me tell you something, brother.
This is going out to Allie.
Watch it.
This is me talking to Allie.
They call it the ministry of my foot. You know, I've looked for one verse in the Bible. I just can't seem to find it. One verse that said if you don't like him, kill him. I really wish I could find it. But don't mention people's names on your radio program and your TV program thinking you're doing God's service. You're not. You stink, frankly. That's the way I think about it. Sometimes I wish God would give me a Holy Ghost machine gun. I'll blow your head.
I wish God would give me a Holy Ghost machine gun. I'll blow your head off.
In there too.
That's just
'cause I asked
Christianity.
Mandy if I could go on the show. I don't think I've really spoken to Shane very much at all. Well, here's some of the interior art.
I'd live in her head.
Wow.
Look at that interior art. Look at that. Look at that. Shane, did you comment on you have Chef Boyardee all over your face.
Shocking anymore now that we've seen a turtle with a dildo stuck.
I guess. But I won't
You're
be
such a
putting
retard. You have the baby filter on your face so you look like a kid, and you open the can.
I got that Burger King.
And you got Chef Boyardee all over your face.
Can you imagine? He's trying to get a lawyer on retainer, and this is the evidence.
Ruined my campaign because. Oh, whose show was this? Why is she at the top?
It was on Mandy's channel,
show.
but it was our show. It was Pimp My Comic. It would rotate. And the idea of Pimp My Comic is we would, because a lot of times guys just don't have a personality. That's it. And we were like, well, we'll be entertaining to make up for the white noise, the dead noise, the dead air, and pull the views up before they're like, buy my book. Yeah. And it blew up in our face. This is like our 5th episode of this.
Yeah.
5th episode.
Please, this is serious. Guys, this is serious. All right, let's go.
in my book. Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
I don't think it would fit.
I hate women that do that. I hate women that do that.
Oh, Shane, you hate all women.
No,
Why?
they do.
Why
They
are
do.
you gonna?
Sorry, not sorry. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
I'm saying it ironically. It's fine. No, so
You hated her right away.
That's like, hang on, Allie. Let me try this on for size. I'm hungry, not hungry. What does that mean?
It just means you're hungry.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. It cancels each other out.
Okay. But I asked her and we set it up and I went on their show and they said, okay, Allie.
We're so good, man. Every clip of us, we're
I
on
think there
fire.
were 2 or 3 people
So
ahead
awesome.
of me to talk about their books. And I said, okay. And I sat for like 3 hours, I think, listening to all of it and kind of playing along and stuff.
Yeah, I spent 3 hours listening to you.
Maybe I should have
Yeah, for
researched
real.
how their stuff went usually,
I don't want those stickers.
but I didn't.
So this little piggy, right?
That's the noise I would expect that one to make.
Along with the fart sounds, Shane appeared to be very hostile and rude towards her.
You know why they do a baker's dozen?
Why? Who does a big?
Why
What,
is there 13?
Like bakers or why he
Yes,
knows it?
bakers.
Oh.
Yes. No, dogs in the street. Why is there 13 dogs in the street? No, bakers. Why is there 13?
I also have
Have you ever had
you.
sex with a
Other
guy and screamed out, "Beat my eggs"?
I also am looking at a cool new thing to do for a cover, but when it came to be my turn to sell my book, it was what I perceived as kind of rude, random fart noises that he hadn't done for any of the other people who were shilling their book. But like I played along and went on, and it didn't really bother me. It wasn't something I thought about too much. I ended it, and that was the story. It was months and months later, after all the craziness, after Tampa Bay Comic-Con, where I made a joke about it just offhand, and people latched onto it, saying that I was freaking out, but I didn't really care. And then there was a whole thing where people were saying, "Oh, Allie doesn't feel grateful to what they did," and I 100% do feel grateful for everyone who helped me out, and let me on their show and supported my book. But the thing is, I don't really owe them anything. They kind of got an attitude where they said, "Oh, she owes us her success or whatever." I don't really owe them anything
because you have no success. That's why
the amount that I made.
Hold on, Shane. Go ahead.
You don't owe me your failure, Allie. You don't owe me your all right? You can keep your failure to yourself. You don't owe me a damn thing, Allie.
Blast Radio says, my question is, why was Dan Fraga polishing off Chat PTP so hard to a point where he was ordering Shane and John to fix this with him? Fix what? What the fuck? Weird. That's what we were all saying. We were all like, surprised. Dan came up to me at Garden State Comic Fest, like maybe the year before this, and he took me aside, put his arm around me. He said, I know you're hearing some stuff. I know you're hearing some stuff about my loyalty, but why am I here? Why am I here, Ethan? I said, I don't know, because to make some money, I guess. He goes, here because of you, pal. I'm in Comics Gate because of you. And I was like, I'm not hearing anything about your loyalty at all, but thanks for the heads up. And like, what the fuck is this? He's a really weird guy, man. It was just a bizarre moment that I really didn't understand until now, but.
From being on their show, didn't even cover the Indiegogo fees. And
you didn't make enough. I'm
every
sorry.
single backer.
Yeah.
But what I don't appreciate is when people lie about me, and then also
who is this a picture of back here? Are you looking? Is that like, who is that?
Could be a family member or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Is it a woman? Like, okay. Looks like Lionel Richie in the Commodores. Like, I'm staring at it like, what the fuck?
try and say I owe them for what I did, especially when they were rude to me. And I don't really care. There was also a whole thing where they're like, "Oh,
you owe him.
Allie,
You owe him, Allie.
You
owe him everything."
That's like
Go
verbatim.
back to that. I said this on Cynics. I gotta laugh. If you showed this section, the Alley bit to any normie, I asked
They would laugh their balls off.
Find somebody in your life, go to Drop the Needle on her section, show it to them, and don't say anything. They're gonna think it's a fucking bit off.
They're gonna think it's
Saturday
like
Night Live or something.
Yeah, it's.
It doesn't look real. This looks, it fucking looks so funny.
It looks like something from like this is Spinal Tap, but it's Comicsgate. You know what I mean? It looks like one of those kind of mockumentaries. Paul Freeze says, first, absolutely fuck all the haters. What's up, Paul Freeze? Second, I'm coming to have a drink with you in Atlantic City with the other supporters and my fellow vets. Come find me, Aim High Air Force. Yeah, man, cool. Can't wait to meet you. And let's take a moment just to remind people to go check out For the Fans Fest, We haven't promoted it yet today, but we definitely should. For the Fans Fest on Fund My Comic. And yeah, like we got to get this thing funded and moving. It's paid for, but we only have 17 backers. We got 3 more backers yesterday. I know. I'm just pulling it up right now. This is it for the Fans Fest. Now, I decided today that I'm going to be adding a Cyberfrog T-shirt to this campaign, an exclusive Cyberfrog T-shirt for the Fans Fest to help push this campaign along. Shane, I don't know if you want to add something to this campaign, donate something to it, but it's going to need a little something to make it happen. So there'll be an exclusive Cyberfrog and Salamandroid and Heather Swain T-shirt for the Fans Fest available on the site. But before we even put that up there, make sure that you have, the multi-day full experience event pass, $100. Contribute right now. Buy this. You're going to get discounted room rates for the $100 reward here. Look at this, $108 for the first night, $66 for Saturday night, and then $76.99. These are great prices. Regular room prices, $200 to $400. Great prices. You drop $100 here, and you get to buy into the block of rooms that we have on reserve for attendees of this show. The whole weekend is going to be fun. I said it yesterday. I'm going to make myself available to you guys. I'm going to be there to sign. I'm going to be there to draw. I'm going to be there just to take pictures. Whatever you guys want, be here. Support this thing. Whether you're going or not, just support it anyway so that we can make this happen. Thanks very much, guys. Let's get back to...
I'll talk to Yanzi about it, see if I can come up with something. I don't know. I'd like to do something, but I don't know what all we got going on. I'll come up with something, I'm sure.
Yeah, we got to add something to the campaign to make... so it has more perks,
Is the T-shirt got to have the logo on it or no?
I don't know if it's going to have the logo on it. I would think maybe on the sleeve. It's going to be I'm going to make a nice Cyberfrog T-shirt.
No, I'm saying, does it have to?
No, I wouldn't think so.
I might be able to cook up something.
Here's 200 Watt Studio. I feel like Shane and John would have looked at a Pollock painting and would have made wet fart noises in front of them. They don't understand art. I know, it's so true. That's true about Shane and John. It's not true about me, though. I understand.
My hat says hood on it.
Captain B-Rag says, how do those of us overseas who want goodies get those without rolling up personally? We're going to ship them. So that's going to be the thing. We're going to have a way that you can purchase things for the campaign to help promote the campaign and promote the show without necessarily having to go. And we'll ship that stuff, including T-shirts and maybe a poster or something like that. So you need to convince Matt to let people get shirts shipped. We have to do that, obviously. So we'll make a standee, Shane, of us. Standee of EVS, Shane, and John together. Just the 3 of us.
Yeah.
People can...
Like Camel Moon selling all those standees?
Yeah. No, full size. Life-size standees. Yeah, it'd be funny. All right.
Allie is goth, and that's for babies or whatever.
Goth is for babies.
It's just a phase. And I made that joke because it's a
her joke.
self-deprecating joke.
He's trying to steal that joke.
Oh my God.
But women aren't funny on purpose.
The incident would be revisited after Tampa Bay
Whoa!
2023.
That is an enormous amount of coke.
I made that joke. She's trying to steal my joke. I said goth is a phase.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Allie. Girl.
That's silly. Why would she say? Look how upset she is. She's like, that joke that everybody laughed at about me. I made that joke. Here we go.
Allie was among the group who went to the castle, along with Irene Shrakowski, who consider each other friends. But what brought notoriety was not so much her being among the Dungeoneers as much as allegations thrown out there by Mandy Summers that Allie damaged her books with water at her Tampa booth.
Was it Allie that spilt the water on...
Matt, cry more, you disingenuous BT pegger.
I went over when there was nobody at Mandy's booth to say hello. I didn't know her very well. I'd only been on her show once, and I don't think we'd been on anything else.
The music is awesome.
Together, other than that one show.
Water spilling on books.
That I think was maybe 3 hours long. But I thought, she's there. I'll say hello. because it's a courteous
Dry eggs,
professional
wet
thing
comics.
to do. It was literally
The
just
Tampa story.
her and some guy sitting like
Look
in
at
the
Jay.
back. The whole interaction took
a gorilla escaped.
not even a minute.
Yeah, it's a
It was
shaved
really
monkey.
fast because it seemed like she was trying to go somewhere, and I was just like, "Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you here." And she says, "Hey, this is my husband," and she like points at the guy that was sitting all the way in the back. And I didn't even know. This is how little I knew about these people. I didn't even know she was married. So I'm just like, "Oh, hey," and I wave, and he didn't get up, which at the time I thought was weird, but I was like, whatever.
Why are people
He
putting X in the chat? What is
doesn't
that?
want to meet people. Like, that's how it goes. And then said, nice to see you. Bye. And that was literally it. I walked away from it thinking that it was a positive interaction. I felt really good about it. I even told people that I thought she was better looking
Oh,
in
press X
person.
to doubt.
And that was it. That was my whole entire interaction with her.
So they would send this tweet, and if I want you to, Elasma, go to find every instance of that water bottle story being told, and you'll notice the story doesn't line up. Now I'm going to tell you, I worked PTP's booth the entire time.
So stupid.
I never once saw that water bottle thing happen. No one talked about it. It never. Allie did not spill water on Mandy's books. That didn't happen. Mandy is lying. That is complete bullshit.
Prior to
Why would she make that up? I mean, here's what I think happened. Honestly, like, I'm going to be generous and go, I think it happened. I think it happened on accident. Because, you got a water bottle. You're in Tampa. The water bottle has condensation on it. And you're wearing gloves. You're squeezing a water bottle. Water leaks out. The water gets on the books. It's a little annoying. Do I think she poured water on the books? No. I just think it was an accident, clumsy accident.
So me and Jay were on Cynics, and Jay was sitting with me. Now I saw Allie standing there holding the bottle like this with like gloves on. So she's got the bottle and she's got this, and she's kind of talking and doing this a little bit, like gripping, right? I never saw her spill the water, but I saw Mandy showed me the wet books. Jay was on, and he attested to seeing the same thing earlier on Cynics. We both sat there and basically saw what we saw.
So
now,
stupid.
like, did I see her dumping the water? No, I didn't see that.
This is my favorite story ever in Comicsgate, the water story.
And to me, when Mandy showed me the wet books, I was like, it's like whatever. It's just shake it off, whatever. And then Mandy told me that she saw her go over to Renee and Patrick, and they were talking, and they looked over and laughed after the water thing. So to Mandy, she's like, yeah, it wasn't an accident. I don't think Mandy was really that upset about it. But I did see her hold the water bottle. Now, she will later say she doesn't drink water out of bottles. I never said she was drinking this water. I said she was sitting here with her hand. I don't know. She's probably right. She doesn't drink water because
it's a weird thing to say. It's like when that British royal got caught fucking a girl, underage girl on Epstein's Island. Yeah. And he said, it's not true because I don't sweat. I have a rare condition where I do not sweat. So that absolves me of all of this because they said I was sweating and I don't sweat, so it wasn't me. It's another thing. Like, I don't drink water. Oh, okay. 200 Watt Studio says, I live for those rare moments where I can say that was a positive interaction. They're saying a lot. It was a successful dinner. That was a positive interaction.
The water bottle
really
allegation.
Inhuman.
When Mandy gave account of her time at the con, she made no mention of Allie ever spilling water on her books.
I think it was in some chats. I'm not exactly 100% sure who was the first person to mention it, but somebody in the chat just asked, Allie, why'd you ruin her books? And I was like, the hell are you talking about? I didn't ruin anybody's books. And then it kind of spiraled out. 2 or 3 more people asked me. And so I thought, okay, this is not the kind of thing that, people who don't want drama do. So I'll ask her. So I went into DMs and I asked her very kindly why she was telling people that. And she said, oh, remember, I mean, you've got them. She said, oh, remember when this happened? And I said, no, I don't remember things that don't happen. And it kind of felt like I was being gaslit. Like she was trying to say, oh, remember when it was a couple drops and it wasn't a big deal, blah, blah, blah. It kind of felt like she was trying to make me believe something happened, but nothing happened.
Mandy appeared to push hard on Allie, somehow damaging her Tampa edition books, but Allie caught her on a lie with one detail.
What lie?
She centered on the fact that I was wearing gloves. I was wearing these black leather gloves that I've worn on streams.
No
and stuff
spillage in
before
the dungeon.
because
Yes, on Mandy's books.
I had just gotten out of 6 months in the hospital for pneumonia, and I was going through physical therapy from my surgery, and I was trying not to get sick. I get sick really easily, and it was a convention, and I was like, I'm probably going to get sick, but I'm going to try. So my attempt to do that was to wear these gloves, and that's why I was wearing the gloves.
Mandy took her war against Allie to Twitter, quote tweeting her any chance she had. People in the community had noted Allie was friends with Rini, and there was a growing hunch her friendship with Rini was making Allie the target. There were commentators like Pete Callan, who often streamed with Mandy Summers' artist Peter Gilmore, who took the lie of the water bottle incident one step further and claimed Rini and PTP had a giggle about it. I asked PTP if this was true, and he said, 100% not true. I didn't even know that she spilled water on her books till just now. I'm pretty sure Rini didn't either. We were too busy to even watch her empty booth. It should be noted that Callan is notorious for posting defamatory and slanderous posts on X.
That's why we love him.
On the day of Charlie Kirk's
Pete
murder,
Callan.
where he says, these are the types of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, BTW.
That
He
is
inserted
true.
a picture of Sylvia Saska, one of the writers of The River vs. Yaira, to insinuate that she was personally celebrating Kirk's murder, despite absolutely no evidence anywhere.
He didn't say that. He said types of people. You idiot. He said these are the types of people. You can see that she's pointing to geek. What is this? Creep shaming, feminism, and geek culture. This would be the type of person who attended or hosted this event, who celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder, and there was at least half the country was celebrating his murder. So he didn't say that she was personally, although she probably was. He just was saying this is the type of person. Why are these people so illiterate? Why is Elasmat so illiterate? I mean, I understand it. How come he can't understand it? It's weird.
For making any such declarations. The allegations of her damaging Mandy's books came with a price. She started losing.
Hold on a second here. Ethan Elasmat basically just said Mandy was caught in a lie. She said Allie wore gloves, but according to Allie, she did wear gloves. Yeah, I did not see the lie there at all. It seems like he forgot to point out the part where there was a lie. This is the devastating part here. Lost 12 subscribers. Christopher says, did they edit Mandy's info on top of those DMs? I don't know. Edit Mandy's info? Here's Pete Callan. He says, bow. Good job, Pete. You made it into this. Like, you know, very notable. All right.
Subscribers on her YouTube. But Allie squashes the water bottle story once and for all by revealing this detail.
What?
In the versions that I've heard, I am holding a water bottle.
Yeah.
The problem with that is I do not drink bottled water. It freaks me out. Even my water bottle is metal. When I drink canned water, it's Liquid Death, partially because I have Liquid Death sales sponsorship, but also just because I only like water in metal stuff.
I only drink water
in
and metal stuff.
Freaks me out. So
She is hilarious.
When I heard people saying, "Oh, you came over and you spilled a bottle of water,"
Bottled water freaks me
on
out.
her books, I thought it was funny. because I was like, anyone who knows me knows I wouldn't be caught dead with a bottle of water.
Story kept changing from what I've seen, but no, that was made.
I just skate back. We're going to get back here. Find the frame where she's holding the metal can up, the liquid death. Just take the cursor and go to it.
Okay. Wait a second. It's somewhere here. Oh, where is it?
Never mind. Her holding up that can of liquid death is like her O.J. Simpson, the glove doesn't fit moment. It's the fucking same thing. It's like, oh, I drink out of a metal can. It doesn't matter. You know, it's like, oh my God.
It's so
nobody
retarded.
said you drunk the water out of the bottle. Here's the thing, Allie. It's possible. Yes, you're right. You won't drink water out of a plastic bottle, but you sure as shit will spill it out of one. You know,
maybe she was freaking out because she was holding, and that freaks her out, holding anything other than liquid death. She buys liquid death water. There you go. This is what she endorses.
Says they're sponsoring her. She's got a water sponsorship. How?
Well, she got it because best use of water in comics, I think, is how she got the water sponsorship. She spilled it all over Mandy's books. They said, wow, that's amazing what you can do with water in comics. So here she is. Yeah, guys, it freaks her out to drink water out of anything other than metal. Don't you love women like this? Oh, I got to be careful. Would you like a glass of water? A glass of water? What are you trying to do? Kill me? No, I want a pan of water. What are you, fucking nuts? Incredible. Women like this are absolutely insufferable. Insufferable.
I think we need more of them in comics. I think we need more of them in comics.
Yeah. And it's just funny anyway. You know, they're so upset about this stuff. It's not really that big of a deal.
When I drink canned water, it's liquid death, partially because I have a liquid death sales sponsorship.
Do you drink out of a dog bowl? You know what I mean? Like, what is it like? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. One of those metal dog bowls. He's down on all fours with a fucking spiked collar, drinking out of a, dog bowl. Hold on, let me picture that.
Well, if you went to the sex dungeon, you probably don't have to.
I probably could picture it, yeah. Keep simping for her, guys, says Queen Bee. Queen Bee, I mean, you've got to be disgusted by this female. Okay, let's go.
But also just because I only like water in metal stuff. I don't like water in plastic. It freaks me out. So
it freaks you
when
out?
I heard people saying, oh, you came over and you spilled a bottle of water on her books, I thought it was funny because I was like, anyone who knows me
knows me.
I wouldn't be caught dead with a bottle of water.
Story kept changing from what I've seen, but no,
she is insane.
That was made up. And that was another thing. Again, it was like someone had issues with us before the con, or multiple people, and they just wanted to make shit up, and they poisoned what could have been a great experience for no reason. But no, Allie is innocent. I
would poison it just for fun, just for laughs, honestly. Watching this documentary, if I'd known that you guys would be this ass blasted and fucking butt chapped this many years later, because people made fun of your friendly good time at the sex dungeon, I would have ruined it just for that reason alone. I had no idea it was going to lead to this. This is hilarious. A documentary from a lazmat where you guys are taking yourselves real seriously and trying to debunk lies in ways that make you look like fucking crazy people. I love it, man. More of this.
Unfortunately for Allie, it didn't end there.
Oh,
John
no.
Malin and Shane Davis answered with some rather strategically malicious jokes about her looking like a fat Cenobite from the movie Hellraiser.
Doesn't Allie look like the fat choke out? Doesn't Allie look like the fat Cenobite in Hellraiser?
The joke was so malicious that Dan Fraga, who had gone silent prior to this for medical reasons, spoke out against it publicly, along with how he felt PTP was being treated, and took Malin and Shane to task over it.
No, this is big boy. This is big, no, don't hide. This is big boy time.
I mean, you can't just sit there and say things like that. Like, this is, guys, I ask you. Is that like not bang on? I mean, it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna sit there and not laugh at that? That is funny. Again, I mean, it's like, what? This is Allie, right here.
Stop.
This is fat.
Just stop.
I mean, I don't know. It's like that's if it's true, it's true. If it's true, it's true. Shit. All right, let's get back to this.
Doesn't like Allie look like the fat choke out? Doesn't Allie look like the fat Cenobite in Hellraiser?
The joke was so malicious that Dan
Malicious.
Fraga, who had gone silent prior
He
to
uses
this
the
for
word
medical
malicious.
reasons, spoke out against it publicly.
Oh, God.
Along with how he felt PTP was being treated, and took
Yeah.
Malin and Shane to task over it.
No, this is big boy. This is no, don't hide me. This is big boy stuff. Because
I'm just here. I'm here for Drain.
Your stream, Rini, your stream with Ali, even though it was a few weeks ago.
So it's like is Dan the ringleader of all this?
Well, if you notice, this is premeditated. Whatever's getting ready to happen here, because Rini wanted to leave.
Oh wow, yeah.
Go back on that. You'll see. He's like, no.
No, Rini, you got to stay. Yeah, I saw that. Okay.
It's been heavy on my mind, and the kind of the way it was treated in EFAP really rubbed me the wrong way, like it majorly. I don't like the way he talked about my friends Rini and Ali. I don't like the way John Malin or Shane talk about PTP. I don't like it. Here's the thing: John was being a bully.
The chat does though, so Again, this is Comicsgate. It's a consumer movement. The consumers really liked it. They thought it was funny. They think it's funny now. Even now, they think it's funny. Probably funnier. So, who do you think's going to win? The humorless boar? Was any harm done? Really? The way we take the fucking Mickey out of each other, as they say in the UK, we can't do that to anybody else or certain people who have fifis that we can't hurt around here, as we give them thousands of dollars. Yeah, I don't like it, guys. I don't like the way, and whatever. The chat doesn't like the way that you took $270,000 and still have not provided a comic book. So they don't like that. So I don't know. A lot of people just not liking things.
And I'm sorry I wasn't there. Alexander, one of these days I would love to hear what Shane did according to you, Frega. How about this? I'll tell you right now, straight up. He called my friend a fat Cenobite.
Yeah, and he's a fucking asshole for doing it. So, fuck you.
Right back at you.
You're a fucking liar.
Right back at you, guys. Right back at you. Boom. Twice as hard. Oh shit!
And it's on record. Bro.
Everybody's laughing. Even they're laughing about it.
When you're picking on Rini, and
you called him a fat Cenobite.
Like a bunch of fucking dudes.
Oh please! Boo hoo hoo! Yeah.
And it really made me feel sick to my stomach because this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
After Fraga's initial call out of Malin and Shane, Malin did a live stream EFAP of Fraga's call out and rewatched their EFAP of the Ali and Reading live stream. But Ali issued a copyright strike on Malin's channel, claiming he was showing her book without permission. But on the insistence of Rini, she removed the strike. Unfortunately, this resulted in Comicsgate going harder on the Cenobite jokes.
Yes.
Normal people don't launch up a stream with two girls doing world building and call them names.
Dan, can I ask you a question on that?
Absolutely.
Directly on that. Why did you omit Ethan from that? Did you ever go back and watch what Ethan said?
No, I was sent the clip of what you... Well then, Ethan, why would you do that? I'm asking you this. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because people who follow PTP into oblivion. Those two one very talented and one hanger-on girl used to have hundreds of people watching them. Now they stream to 15 folks.
Their stream had nothing to do with anything. Their stream had to do with
That's my point. I don't care.
People doing world building. You cared enough to fucking stream them and insult them the whole time. That's how much you care.
Funny. Yeah, I care, and I'm not about what they're streaming about. I'm saying they could be streaming about the most important thing in the world. But the fact is they lost their audience because they followed a retard off a cliff, just like you're doing.
Hey, you know what? But that doesn't justify EFAPing them and making fun of them.
I think it's a good point. I think it's a point that needs to be made. They're streaming to 15 people. That's crazy. Rini is a mega talented superstar creator who made a terrible choice.
You know what?
She was loved here. She was loved here.
If it costs you your piece, it's too expensive.
What?
Okay.
What do you mean, dude?
No, but I'm talking about whoever.
It's a business.
It is a business, but if it costs you your piece, it's too expensive, man.
In order to understand why it was easy to believe that Shane, Malin,
It costs you
and
your
used
piece.
jokes to legitimately
Fat son of my
disrespect and
jokes.
demoralize their enemies, here was a time where Ethan, Shane, and Mandy Summers had a sex worker on their stream.
Oh, can you crouch like that, Mandy? Seriously, you cannot.
I can.
I believe. No way. You're like you're a mom. You know, you're like 50. How old are you? 58. You can't do that.
Oh, cute.
What?
58.
She looks good,
How
doesn't
old
she?
was that?
Ruby, she looks good for 58. Mandy, did you see Karate Kid 2? You
Oh.
All this proves, you idiot, is that we do this to everyone. Mandy can take it. What you're doing here is you're showing that we are equally mean to each other for laughs. And we expect everybody to be able to handle it because we're here to entertain an audience. So when you see me being mean to Mandy, you just got done talking about how Mandy is in rarefied air. Mandy, blah, blah, blah. Mandy gets, I just call Mandy 58 years old. As a way, what I'm trying to do here is just insinuate that Ruiz is younger and she can do more interesting things. So Mandy should retire. We'll bring Ruiz in. And that's the joke. And Mandy took it like a pro, and she's still here. And everybody loves Mandy. So that's kind of what you're proving. It's unfortunate.
Thanks.
EVS appears to make fun of Mandy and compare
does
her
only-
to the sex worker on stream. Now notice how uncomfortable Shane gets with Mandy's departure.
Dude, Andy, hang on. Ethan, Mandy's not a gilf.
She isn't?
Come on. No, she isn't. Yeah, come on.
Shane
She's
starts
not
to
a
get
gilf.
noticeably uncomfortable when it's his woman, Mandy Summers, who becomes the butt of the jokes.
It's your woman,
becomes
Shane.
even more rattled after Mandy leaves the stream, leaving some people to question why Shane gave that much of a damn about Mandy.
What is it? Honestly, Ethan, do you come in and do that on purpose, or are you just oblivious to it?
I'm oblivious.
Mandy, I didn't say it.
Shane, I mean, compared to what you say to her, what the fuck?
I know that.
I'm oblivious.
Coming off of
I'm
Shane.
stupid.
Ruiz is replacing Mandy full time as a member of Ballers. So
She's smart, but I'm not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Ruiz is replacing Mandy, but thanks, Ethan.
Ruiz starts next week. Next Friday is her first day as full-time replacement of Mandy Summers on Ballers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not happening.
No, it is. It's going to happen.
No, I'm pretty sure
like
it's
making
not
rules
happening.
for
What
the
is Mandy
show.
going to whip you after this? Like, what are you so afraid of?
No, I'm not.
Mandy dressed like a grandma
it's,
on the next
disrespectful
stream.
to say she's being replaced on the show.
Scorpio PO says good decision, Nate. Thank you. So 100% of people are,
Calling Allie a fat Cenobite was jokes, but Ethan making fun of Mandy's age was a step too far for Shane Davis. It
I never
doesn't take
said
a
it was
rocket
a step
scientist
too
to see the big picture here.
Mandy came back dressed like a grandmom, and the joke, it was just fine. It was fine.
I swear, I'm really trying to figure out what you're doing, Ethan.
oh, let me help you. Joking.
Boom! I got Shane there.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what
Campbell
you're
Moon
doing.
was the artist animator for Hail Salad, a Space Skull style series of animated segments.
His pullout is horrible.
Look how big my nose is.
Camel was also producing books, such as Boots and Heels. We'll get back to this in a bit. As stated previously, the animosity aimed at the Dungeoneers goes back before
Why do I
Tampa
feel like
Bay
I saw this
2023.
already? Did I watch this already? I feel like I watched this part. On your stream.
Well, I only went through certain timestamps. I don't know if I was even on the right timestamp here. So
Okay,
I
yeah. I do remember seeing this.
For people that weren't around for Camel Moon, what he's holding up right now is a standee of Ethan and something else. And he basically made these Space Ghost cartoons. I think he got struck with voiceovers from streams. So he had to reanimate them to not be Space Ghost and use everybody's stream material and we would watch them and play them on air. We all
Sometimes they're
good.
really funny. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them were really fun. But it was just sound bites from shit we had said. Or you
Obsidian
guys
Void says, imagine deleting streams to avoid paying taxes. Who's doing that?
I think he is actually. I don't know.
Avoid paying
Somebody-
taxes?
Well, I mean, if it's not making any money anymore, you ain't having to pay taxes. I guess I don't know, but he started selling these standees of us, and a comic book campaign based off of it. So the whole thing, I know we get called a grifter a lot, but I mean, I don't know if anybody besides Camel grifted like he did. I mean, it's like he literally took everybody's YouTube content, repurposed it, sold it, and merchandised it, and made a comic, and then gets mad later on when he can't sell a Blu-ray of it.
Yeah, he was a humorless. Like, there's a certain type of person who is quick to make malicious jokes at other people's expense, but cannot take them redirected at themselves. So the people who can dish it out and can't take it. That's Camel Moon. 100%. Camel Moon is absolutely humorless retard when it comes to people making jokes about him. Because look at him. I mean, there's a lot. We were joking with him. We'd make fun of him. He really didn't like it and would get angry a lot for somebody who seemed to have a great sense of humor when he was making fun of us. And, you know, I mean, that's the thing. Like, he'd always have a new cartoon. It was me gay. I'm naked. My nose gets bigger. Like, stuff like this. And I go, ha, that's funny, I guess. Sometimes those episodes were really funny. Sometimes it was just us. Like, he'd clip out us saying profanity, and he'd just kind of string it together. There was no story. It was stupid. But a couple of times he was really, really, really good. I think the Donnie Cates episode was wonderful. Absolutely excellent. And then there was one with Liam Gray as the Koala King or something. That was fantastic, too. Bring me Ethan and John, you know, that whole thing. But yeah, like he got butt blasted too. He got butt blasted over promotion, I think. Well, I guess we'll find out. Like I don't know what the theory is here, the working theory on Camel Moon. Let's find out.
It's important to remember that a lot of the key evidence has been scrubbed from the internet. Certain live streams are made private or removed entirely. Therefore, the chain of events we're going to explore will be based on the available evidence I was able to come up with, as well as testimonies from various people which corroborate one another. The resentment by the Comicsgate elite towards Camel Moon stems as far back as 2022.
Camel Moon, go do a reboot. I'm not going to let you back in for 5 minutes. You need to go do a full reboot. You're already froze again.
Hey, look at this guy.
Hey.
Take me to Planet Homo.
On episode 69 of Camel Nights, John Malin was on stream with Captain Chokeout and Michael Bancroft. Malin appeared and seemed interactive, engaging in the conversation. But after the 1 hour and 16-minute mark, his energy changed. His visage displayed a sour, sulking look.
He's reading something on his computer.
He started to look away from the stream and down off screen, seemingly disconnected from the rest of the panel. He stayed that way for at least a minute before Camel moved his camera down below the rest of the panelists. He was no longer engaging in the conversation.
Miss France Beauty Pageant sued for selecting contestants based on their appearance.
Wobbly. John's not paying attention.
Three women have joined forces with a feminist group to file a legal complaint over discrimination and breach of labor.
Chokeout's dying over that.
Do you know what? Do you know what a beauty contest is? John, you look upset. You haven't said anything in like 30 minutes.
Oh, did I get unmuted?
That was like 30 minutes ago.
Oh.
Who's muted?
Camelman muted John.
All right, let me get rid of this.
Yeah, no, this one on the left, definitely. She's a hands down. Hands down.
That's rude, man. We won't do that.
Competition.
John, do you have an opinion?
John's pissed because he's a guest on Camel Moon's show, and Camel muted him for some reason, like he was an unruly guest. So John's like, "You want to mute me? You don't have to do that. You can just tell me to shut up, and I'll just sit here." And that's exactly what he's doing. Fuck you. You don't mute your guest. You know what I mean? Like, you might mute if it's like a debate or something like that. Someone's getting out of line, you might mute him. But he's a guest on the show and deserves a little more respect than that. Jesus Christ.
So Camel came
no,
to
John?
me. Camel came to me with Camel Nights right off the bat because I said I wanted to do a revolving show or something like that, right? He was like, "Hey, me, you, and Michael Bancroft, I'm going to put some animation together. What do you think?" And I'm like, "Yeah, cool." And I'm like, he's like, "It's only going to be on my channel." I'm like, "Oh, why would I want to do that?" He's like, "Well, get this show going, and then we'll talk about a revolving show." So I kind of humored it, and I remember thinking, like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I kind of humored it, and I made a joke on one of the first episodes about the pronouns and why nobody did the pronouns with the X-Men, like the X-Thems. And then he's like, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." And then he plays it the next episode, a week passes or whatever. He's like, "Hey, I made this video of the X-Men, like X-Men, but X-Them." Somehow he kind of chopped it together of the X-Men animated thing. So follow me on this. He's like, "Yeah, and I'm going to put them in a comic." And I'm like, "That's my idea. Not that I'm doing anything with it." But he's like, "Yeah, but it's my show. So I say it's my idea, even if you said it." And I was like, "Huh." I just turned my camera off and turned my mic off, and I never
What the
came
hell was
back.
that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, "Fuck this." And I just I turned around and started drawing. I had my camera off and my mic off the whole time. And then I just wouldn't show up anymore and eventually took my name off. I right away, I was like, this guy's fucking ego's through the fucking roof. He's going to be a problem. He's going to monetize everybody. Anything he can take from you, he will. And it's better not to have anything to do with it. I that's a true story. I was one of the first guys on the show with him. And I was the first to fucking get the fuck out of there. I wouldn't even answer him.
Camel dropped Sheila Aliens and then choke out for not pulling their weight or something. That's when he lost his audience. He got belligerent, and those who were left. He had a real inflated ego. I guess he did, huh? Camel had a funny bit with his riddles. The rest of the show was just Ballers Jack show. Glad I don't have to hear his laughter. We silenced his laughter. We silenced the laughter of Camel Moon. Yeah, it's annoying.
Now he's in chats like shit talking us all the time, but he wasn't shit talking us when he was trying to sell standees of us. It's fucking weird, man.
Patrick T ended Blu-ray Moon's career. Blu-ray Moon.
Oh yeah, the Cecil, the Jack show where Patrick T was on. He said, "Why would I want this on a Blu-ray?"
It's like he had no answer for that. He just got real dark about it. Camel Moon deleted the profitable episodes so we didn't have to pay taxes or the guests. That is really peculiar. I didn't know any of this about Camel Moon. I just thought he was a retard. Camel Moon was defeated by Koala Power. Sorry, buddy. All right, let's go. Let's see the rest of this. Always protect your IP, Shane, says Paranoid Android. Yeah, it looks like crap, says JD. That was funny. I like that more. The more I think about it, I like it.
Eventually, Malin was kicked by Camel Moon, who felt Malin didn't want to participate.
John?
Middle.
Would you care to elaborate? No. Okay. I think John is a little sleepy tonight. All right.
Where's he gone?
I had to, I had to kick him if he's not going to participate. It just kind of sucks, but all right.
This stream took place a couple of weeks after Camel Moon's Boots and Heels launch stream on October 14th, 2022. On that
Does
day,
Elasmat not realize that he is like on the side of all of the villainous retards here? Does he not realize? Do you think John was doing that for no particular reason? Is he not curious as to why John was behaving like that? I didn't know. The chat just told me. I'm watching this going, that's really weird behavior from John. John doesn't do that ordinarily unless he's really angry with you. What caused John to be that angry? Elasmat has no answer for you. The chat does. The chat remembers. Camel Moon muted him. He's the guest. No, he is the co-host of the show. Camel Moon muted him. That is not something that you do. That is extremely rude. That is a nice way of saying, shut the fuck up, I'll drive. You could say that. You could actually verbally say that, and John would like it better than just having me go and mute Shane like this. Shane, you're muted now. You can't say anything because I muted you. I'm all powerful. You can't say anything. Okay, now I'll unmute you. Now you're allowed to talk.
Thank God. Thank God.
What a fucking asshole.
Me. I have a voice and I need to be heard.
I'm sorry, Shane, but you're muted again because it's my turn to talk and this is my show. And then therefore, nobody wants to be treated like that. That is really disrespectful. So that is what happened there. Why is Camel Moon such an asshole? Or I know why Camel Moon. Why is the last man such an asshole that he doesn't understand that everybody he's promoting here is a psychopath, a thin-skinned egomaniac, and we're like the people who are putting up with these folks.
I'll take it a step further. Showing this and putting it in a documentary isn't making anybody look better. Like it's actually. Like,
well, you have to remove all context, in which case this is all a mystery. Like, why are people acting like this? I don't understand why people are acting like this. Well, that's because Elasmat doesn't tell you. And one of the worst things about somebody like making a movie like this or anything is not telling a story properly. These are all little mini stories that are not being told well at all. They leave people going, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird. Thank you, Elasmat, for this shot my foot hit piece, says the artist. It's just ridiculous. Elasmat was like, I can't wait for you to EFAP this, Ethan. Why? Why would you be excited about me EFAPing this? You're a piece of shit. Like, this is really bad, man. This is not good. This is not a good hit piece. It's a hit piece on yourself. God, it's weird.
According to viewers, Malin live streamed over Campbell's launch party, and it was said to have been deliberate. Camel Moon was one of the few, along with Michael Bancroft, Kelsey Shannon, and the Diaz brothers, who did not attend the Friday night gathering at the castle. It was said Bancroft just wanted to stay in and play poker. On New Year's Eve of 2023, Camel did a closeout for his Hail Salad Blu-ray crowdfunder. Ethan chose to stream over Camel Moon.
Oh, look how good I look.
Had the effect of costing him some significant backers.
I chose to stream over Camel Moon. Hold on a second.
He said you streamed over him on purpose and cost him significant backers.
Good. I didn't know that. Like, you think for 1 minute I am aware of what Camel Moon is doing? You could say that about any. Look how good I look. Wow, that's amazing. I'm shocked at myself. I'm shocked at my appearance. I always look different. I'm not aware of what Camel Moon is doing. I don't care. Oh my God, you think that was deliberate? I wasn't aware of any of this shit that happened with John either. Not at all until now.
I bet you 99% of these people think everything we do is to spite them. And somehow we are the big bad guys in their head. If we're streaming like we didn't know that Allie's streaming or vice versa. I mean, hell, I didn't even know Camel still had a channel after I left. I don't know. I don't keep up with it.
Yeah, I really don't know. And people go, oh, sure you didn't know. Yeah, I know, because you have main character syndrome. You think that, like, I'm aware of what you're doing. I'm not. I live stream whenever I possibly can. I need to live stream once a day at least in order to stay in touch with everybody and then just keep super chats rolling into my channel. I don't time it any other way other than Andrea is done with me for the day. Then I can live stream. That's basically it. I'm not sitting there going, oh, Camel Moon is live streaming. Time to rain on his parade. Time to pee on his parade. It would be parade still. All right, never mind.
Stream over Camel Moon, which would have had the effect of costing him some significant.
Look at Matt Barr, Richard Embry there. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm surrounded at all times. But John Malin's there too, but he's wearing an ISOM hat. What a son of a bitch.
Instead, Camel earned another $4,000 for a total of $29,000 plus. After the DM drops on the Jack show, Shane.
Oh, so the implication is that like we tried to take money away from him, but we failed because he earned, that was his closeout. He earned $4,000. Nobody knew. You guys live in a la fantasy world. Like again, I didn't even know why John Malin was not on or why he was being quiet there. I had no idea. I didn't know that story until just now.
Yeah,
now
look at
it's
me. I'm look at me. Look at me. I'm like, why isn't that money my money? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're like,
Why
wait a
is that
second.
not
Did
mine?
I make the right choice? And
Share my screen for a little bit. I'm getting, guys, we have got to get Inglorious Rex 3 by Tuesday night. We have got to defeat the evil, which is Camel Moon's Blu-ray campaign. We've got to defeat the evil that is Camel Moon's Blu-ray campaign, and it will be 1,000,000 times better than that Blu-ray. This is high definition. If there ever was high or definition, this is high definition.
let's go.
Let's go. Make sure to grab a copy, either on Indiegogo or Nine Lives Comics. And if you're new, look, man, it's a beautiful book. Get the supplemental also. This is artwork by Antonio, and also there's a story by Chris Graves. So you can't go wrong with that supplemental. And we got it in a connecting cover. You can get it the King Kong versus 232 cover, sepia tone or the normal color tone. We got beautiful Ethan Van Sciver cover, all of that stuff. Our third book in this series, and I'm ecstatic for this next chapter and to see what you guys think. It's probably been one of my favorite books I've worked on in my entire life. MMA meets Mecha Monster Mayhem, one cage, one crown, no mercy. Rex is born, bred to fight for sport with the utility that they're able to evolve to become defenders of the city, the last human city. We follow Alex Stone as he pilots his late brother's Rex, takes a revenge match, and it ends up now he's responsible for defending the city, but does he even have the chops for it? You're going to find out in this beautiful chapter, volume 3, guys. Make sure to grab a copy. I want to thank everybody for the support. And we got to beat Camel Moon. That's it. We have to. That's defeat the evil now.
Mandy, are you able to come in here? I'm going to send you the link. Yeah, I want Mandy in here if she's able to, but you know, I'm not like John Malin. I'm perfectly cool. Like I want to stream with Mandy Summers. I want to stream with women. I'm not like John Malin is. John Malin hates women. I love women.
He almost called Hard Art Sausage Party. I had to talk him out of it.
Oh my God, just stop it. You know,
I mean,
Mandy's so
Mandy
cool.
wouldn't want to be on Sausage Party. Hard Art sounds sexy and cool.
Mandy might want to be on Sausage Party, actually. Do not mute her. I would never mute her. I'd mute Shane. I would not mute Mandy. But Mandy is welcome to come in here and you know, more than welcome. Okay, let's get back to Shane Davis looking distraught.
Allegedly EFAP'd Camel for 2 weeks, dunking on the Blu-ray. Ethan joined in and read Camel's private messages aloud on the stream. This was the beginning.
Wait, I did? I don't remember that. What did I say? What were Camel's private messages that I needed to read them?
That part I don't remember, but it could. There was a Texas Mofo has these. It's like an EFAP of the EFAP. It gets funnier and funnier because I'm showing you what happened on the Jack show. You get your take.
I'm delighted by this. I said Mandy was 58. Oh, yeah. The joke was Mandy is older than Ruiz, and we have to replace her with a younger chick. Mandy is not 58. She's probably like 32.
No, Ruiz is probably 58, man. You can tell older.
Well, you can't tell with Asians, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here.
Of the chat turning on Camel Moon.
But I never understood what Camel Moon did wrong in any of this. That's somebody who I appeared on his live stream every Friday for a year on Camel Nights as a fourth mic.
You just saw
somebody
it.
I know very intimately on the internet.
I'm sorry.
So I don't know what he did to be on the naughty list here, but if anybody knows that, let me know.
Is Camel chatting shit in there?
No, that wasn't Camel. Camel did say something about me, but I don't think he was talking shit. He was just making a statement.
During the infamous Jack Show DM readings, Anna read a comment attributed to Camel Moon, but it was wrong. But for a few people, it planted in the minds that Camel was in some backroom gossip, despite no evidence in the DM room showing he did anything but talk about his works.
Well, I'll say this because I want to add a caveat to that. CG is dead for smaller creators. For the main creators, no, it'll be just fine. And they'll have their life raft and, the 10 of them or whatever it is will be, they'll make their money.
Lee's about to cry, dude. It's dead for smaller creators. Well, maybe for you. I think we should just bring in a bunch of more smaller creators. When I hear this stuff, I'm like, these guys are crying. Maybe we should find some smaller creators. But we kind of have, if you think about it. We got Frederick Lamar. You know what I mean? Who else do we have?
You know what's really cringy about this is keep in mind this is coming from the guy that was selling standees of us.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of like it's just a weird.
Campbell Moon, you weren't meant to be a small creator. You were meant to be a super fan. Let me break this down for you. You were a super fan making elite fan art of us. That's who you were. You're not a creator, okay? You're somebody who watched us and loved us and made super elite fan art in the form of animated shows, which we showed. The idea that you were ever like one of us or part of a creator or anything like a comic book creator kind of proved itself to be bad thinking when all of your books bombed. Like nobody liked any of the comics you put out. We supported them. Andrea made me buy the standees because she's like, well, I want one of the standees of you. I said, all right, really, with my dick out or something like in pink roller skates or whatever it is. She's like, yeah, it's funny. But I mean, that's the truth of the matter is like, you flew too close to the sun and you fell. You weren't meant to. You were just meant to be a fan. Why don't people know their place? People can fuck things up by just forgetting what position they're supposed to play on the team. Your position was super fan making elite fan artwork that gets shared, enjoyed, and laughed at. You would be kind of like if this were the Howard Stern show. You'd be some nitwit making a song about old black OJ had a white wife. Looky here. Old black OJ had a big old knife. Looky here. With a stab here and a stab there. Here's stab. You never heard that? That's who he would be. Look, my point is, he would be a fan sending us stuff that we would play, and then we would go, haha, that's funny. That's another Camel Moon, effort, and everybody would like him. But yeah, he got to, hold on a second.
Oh, black OJ had a wife. Looky here. Oh, black OJ had a big old knife. Looky here. With a stab wound here and a dead Jew there. Here, coon, everywhere I'm stab wounds. Oh, black.
Like, that's what we expected from Camel Moon, like stuff like that, and then we'd play it and be like, wow, there's something wrong with that guy. And it would have been good. That was his role. Okay.
It'll become more isolated. And maybe that was the purpose. Maybe it was, you can go look from 2020 to 2021, 22, 23. Numbers decline precipitously every time.
For 2026, when I am, this year for 2026, when I'm spearheading this new movement, and the Comicscape movement, I feel like the Comicscape movement is over. Well, Comicscape, isn't. I thought about that for a while. I'm like, is Comicscape still a movement? I think it was a movement in 2018, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
And so because of that, maybe there was we got to cut the fat. We got to say, we're not going to support this because there's only so much pie now.
On episode 1 of
we got to get rid of
Camel had a panel of Bancroft, Phil Diaz, and Rob Arnold.
You
the
want to
phone
address
recording
that?
leaks of Ethan Van Skyver.
What?
Well, what he's saying, why were you counting down certain numbers?
Okay, yeah, Comicscape being a movement, against SJWs because people call it a movement, and I don't know if it is anymore. But I think like my point would be more that Comicsgate, the movement that was all about like attacking SJWs and woke in comics and film, mutated to become Friday Night Tights and a bunch of grifters who pretend to do that. But for the most part, I don't really feel like I'm under direct attack from these people too much anymore because we liberated ourselves by making a business operation from Comicsgate, which is, yeah, we promote each other. We were able to make comics through crowdfunding, and that's what Comicsgate became. Comicsgate as a movement, as a political activist movement, I don't know if it's still a thing or not. I don't think it needs to be. I don't think we want to promote, going out and reading Marvel comics and things like that and complaining about them. You can do that if you want to, but it just doesn't seem like it's something that's actively happening over here anymore. So we're mostly about making comics and making YouTube entertainment content and things like that. Does that make sense? Do you disagree? I mean, you're actually making the content.
I'm letting you finish because he kind of cut you off from ever explaining, and he's trying to make something out of something. Like it was.
Like Comicsgate itself died in 2022. No, Comicsgate is this.
Why he cut it like that. He cut it like that on purpose.
I see what you mean.
So I'm just trying to let you settle that score.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't notice. I didn't realize what he had done there. Like Comicsgate, the movement. In other words, like he was trying to make it seem like I'm saying Comicsgate died itself in 2022. Obviously not. I went to court over it. I fought to retain the trademark, and I still, do Comicsgate stuff every week. Comicsgate Kings, a little Comicsgate Live. Elephant is going to be branded under Comicsgate Arena. So Comicsgate is very much a thing, but what we turned it into was a group of creative people who want to be able to make comic books, promoting each other, and being able to make comics regardless of our politics and free from infringement from the left. That's what Comicsgate is now. As you can make videos. Shane is still making like Comicsgate style videos. You can do that if you want to, but that just seems to have like sort of died down a little bit. I don't think as many people are doing that.
It used to be, but I mean, you'd be surprised sometimes. Like I pick up new people, because the bad part about it is like a lot of normies don't go to YouTube for comics. A lot of speculators do, but not normies that read books. It's really odd. But yeah. He was just doing a weird edit there to try to get you to endorse what Camel said.
Yeah. All right. So here's Mandy as a brunette, and it looks like she's on a bed here, and she's taking off something. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can get this in slow-mo.
Admitting that Mandy Summers was using sex to climb the CG ladder was dropped. That being a topic of conversation by many in the scene during that time, Diaz took the opportunity to poke fun.
All right. Go, girl. She's banging. Did you see that? Mandy is sexy.
I need to get that girl on Ballers.
Yeah, I know. Like they're showing that like, oh my God, that's horrible. Well, I mean, listen, everybody had a past, everybody did. I assume almost every woman who's on the internet actively on a daily basis probably dabbled in that a little bit. But that was hot stuff. Mandy chewing on her pinky a little bit there. Very nice. Mandy won't climb my ladder, says Christopher. Mandy looks nice in blue. So Jason, you got to just kind of appreciate women when you see them. So good job, Mandy. I'm glad you're a blonde now, though. I don't know if do I like the brunette better? What do you think, Shane? I know you're a married man, so am I. Dirty blonde is better. Yeah, but that was a long time ago when Mandy was like 22. Now she's 58. So it's over now. That was when Mandy was a kid. All right, here we go.
Let's just start the show. Okay, here we go.
Wait, before we start the show, I need to do something here really quick. This is actually Jesus.
Is that Fisher Price?
See how it's funny that they recorded
I think we're good
my
now,
conversation?
Thank you.
I don't what is it? I don't condone. I don't consent. No.
You do, Michael. You chose to hang out with these nitwits. You chose this. you were offered an opportunity to come be a part of Comicsgate Kings, and yeah, you chose this. So it's funny. It's funny that Phil recorded my phone call without consent. Not my phone call, my conversation that he wanted to have with me without my consent, spread it all around, because he was trying to control the narrative getting out about him being in love with a man, essentially. That is shameful. All right, here we go.
Actually, I got this book. I found it on my shelf.
Oh no.
Well,
I mean, thank God we don't have Camel Moon anymore in here, so we don't have to listen to that laugh. Holy shit, is that annoying? Mandy Summers, love is love. All right. Come on in here, Mandy. Well, maybe you don't want to come in here right now.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you guys cancel each other out, you know. So
This did not sit well with Ethan Van Sciver, who, without naming Camel Moon, Phil Diaz, Michael Bancroft, or Rob Arnold, made his thoughts clear on his own stream.
No, there's a real attempt, and I'm not sure where it's coming from exactly, but it grows, and the attempt is to just split Comicsgate apart. And I don't know what people get from it. I'm not sure. Like, I can understand why the SJWs would want it to happen. You know, there are certain war campaign elements that I can understand. They would want to do that for their amusement. Kiwi Farms types would want to do that for fun. But when I see other comic skaters or former comic skaters engaging in it, I just look at them and I go, you're falling into a fucking lava pit if I let go of you. You understand? And I just watched it tonight. I watched like 4 individuals make a joke of the recording thing. And I went like this. And that's the way it is. You know, it's like, okay, goodbye, you know, guys.
At the end of the day, however, it becomes very obvious why Camel was eventually hated by the CG elite.
So that is the Camel Moon, the way I'm going to start doing it. I'm only going to be getting campaigns together when I'm essentially 80 to 90% done with the work. When I do Boots and Heels Phase 2, all I'll have to do at that point will probably be some light lettering. So I want to make sure everything is pretty much ready to go. And with this campaign, everything is ready to go because all of the Hail Salad cartoon was, you know, the culmination of work over 3 years. And then all of the product is stuff that's already been designed. So it just needs to be sent to get produced. So,
Yeah.
I want to start doing that because I think people want to get their stuff sooner. I think it's really just that simple. And I think at this point, you know, putting out more and more campaigns and still not fulfilling, I think is kind of it's you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of deal. So I want to make sure that people can get their stuff in a relatively fashion.
Camel Moon was knocked off of Indiegogo at one time. His campaign was shut down because he wasn't producing anything. I don't know what he said.
What happened? What is this?
Yeah. When he was funding on Hell Salad, that book was in work so long. I remember he said, and chat can back me up on it. They shut down his funding on it. Like he couldn't collect money anymore. I don't know what he said to him. I don't know what was going on, but there was something about it. But I'm noticing a common theme in this thing. You know, like if somebody makes a dig at if we have any reaction to anybody, we're a criminal. It doesn't even matter if they attack us. It doesn't matter if I'm making a joke with Mandy and they misinterpret it as it's towards them. If there's any type of back and forth, like we're criminal years later, you know. It's interesting. It's like how the fuck do you navigate this?
How navigate what? I don't understand what you're saying.
People. Well, no, like okay, like the Camel Moon thing. He's a victim. He was monetizing everybody. Like how the fuck?
Yeah, he's not a victim at all. Like, of course.
Yeah, it's like where was my percentage of a standee or like my cut of the Blu-ray with voiceover by me? Like you know, you got free talent. Like and it's like and somehow you're the fucking victim. And then you're gonna go, oh, Well, you quit doing the show, then people aren't interested anymore because they were really just interested in looking at an animated version of us. And then you go, oh, well, those guys are cutting out the fat because the pie is only so big. That's what's happening to me. No, nobody never really cared about you. They only cared about the people you were pulling sound bites from and reconfiguring. And somehow you're the victim. You were a parasite at best.
At best,
you're
you were a
now the victim.
parasite. Yeah, I know.
It's like, it's fucking bizarre. It's like, how the fuck could you even navigate that? It's like, how the hell do you navigate that type of fucking ego? It's like, and I'm like, is it a generational thing? Like, I don't know what's going on here. Like the entitlement of everybody, Allie, him, fucking Vaughn. It's like, what the fuck is going on with these kids?
I don't know, man, but you know, it is what it is. Shane, that's what I have to say about it. I go, I don't know, man, but it is what it is. Here's Kelsey Shannon. Here's somebody who's actually worth something. Kelsey Shannon.
Cecil killed you for not being on Jack's show while having a campaign. Yeah, but I mean, the book doesn't sell on that fucking show. This is what I try to tell him. I didn't want to sell anything on that show. Here, now you got me riled up. Now you got me all riled up. I never wanted to sell anything on the Jack show. I wanted it a place that we can relax and hang out and not worry about work.
How about a sex club?
We're starting to sell things on Jack show. I don't want, I'm just like, ugh, you know, all right. So then we get in the mood where we're selling stuff. It's a regular thing now. I don't sell a single copy on that show of anything I'm doing. So, I mean, like, okay, you want to try to run that by me about, oh, you got to be on the Jack show to sell your book. I disagree. I've sold way more not being on the fucking Jack show. All right? So don't play that argument with me.
Kelsey Shannon was the K in the Jack show. Longtime viewers and A-loggers of Comicsgate noted the growing tension between John Malin and Kelsey prior to the
Jane,
Tampa
read
Bay
the private
convention.
chat.
In a June 13th, 2023 post on the Kiwi Farms, it was noted that Malin was toying with the idea of voting Kelsey off the Jack show due to his apparent
Did you
lack
know
of
that?
participation. This was on a deleted live stream on Cecil's channel.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like real scary. How do you get that old? So it's scary. It's like you're just on the verge of like fucking prison at all times.
Always that's hanging over your head. Yeah,
Jesus
and you're
Christ.
always afraid to alert them. Yeah.
Yep. So all right. So that adds a little context. And he just doesn't do that at all. That's just not who John is. But Anna's sitting there saying that Kelsey left because of John is fucking incredible. Like, that is just not true. That is propaganda. Comicsgate.
I'd say that's not propaganda because, Pan, I don't know if you know or heard, but back when John and Kelsey got into it, there was a now deleted hidden Rumble stream.
Let's go.
John and Cecil. I'm sorry. Were John and Kelsey.
What do you got, Shane?
Every dirt stream was deleted.
Every single
that
one.
was why he would go unannounced. John would do a dirt stream on Rumble, and if you just didn't happen to be subscribed or where, it was total FOMO. Every episode was deleted. Yeah, it wasn't this one mysterious episode. It's every episode.
Crouching Taylor Hidden Swift says CG drama is more complex than the Iran situation. That's it. Trump's deploying the National Guard to any Comicsgate convention. He should. Here's the artist. Buy plus extra copy for Allie to spill water on. Woo! That's the artist. Let me see. Maddie dressed like a grandma. Elazmat's mad Ruiz wasn't a fat Cenobite, says Hamilton Berger. Vermont Studio says you missed my super chat. Horse bucket, says the artist. Anyone who's concerned about microplastics in their water and avoids plastic bottles knows that all cans are lined with plastic, says Turk Narcolis. I don't think is that what she said? As Barrett will pointed out, the music is GoldenEye's score. P. Callen says I'm basically a hero. Did they edit Mandy's info? I don't know. I live for those okay, I read that one. I'm trying to figure out which one I said. No spillage in the dungeon. Yes, on Mandy's books. Awazmat, crime more, you disingenuous PT Pegger, says Black Optimus Prime. I read those two yellow ones. It was the divinity of the Lord that happened. Phil and PTP were sketchy orbiters looking for clout, says Norm11RU. Josh Gonzalez says, you just have to do XYZ and you're fine. Such a woke struggle session. Good on Malin. Why did Frega ask on Comics Gate? Oh, okay, I read that one. I always thought Pit Phil was the one. Okay, I feel like I read all the blue. I feel like I read all the super chats. So just making sure that I did. All right, let's get back to this. We're almost done. Shane, look at this. 1 hour, 53 minutes. We got 8 more minutes of this to go.
Head at it.
The Kelsey Shannon John Malin dust-up on an August 2023 stream has become one of legend, the holy grail of lost streams.
Oh my God, yeah.
Similar to the giant spider sequence in the 1933 film King Kong.
When I saw, and it just didn't make any sense to me about what happened with Kelsey. Like, he rage quit the Jack show and a bunch of other rooms, but like, I get it. Kelsey's working and doing all this. Whenever he was there, it seemed like he was having fun. And I asked, when he did rage quit, I asked Cecil, I was like, is there some kind of fight that happened between you guys that I don't know about? Cecil's like, no, I've never had a problem with Kelsey. I asked John before that stream when Kelsey rage quit, that was on John's Rumble stream. I was like, did anything ever happen between, like, did you guys ever get into a fight or something that me and Cecil don't know about? John said no. And I was like, maybe it's because they work together and like John is very like meticulous about the way he wants things to go. But I was like, I couldn't figure out what happened. And I'm like, if it was because it was too late, like, I get it. It's late at night. You go to bed early, you wake up early because Kelsey does morning shows. I'm like, tell us, just tell us it's too late for you. And then he used the excuse, well, like, they have too many guests and I want to talk about this. I'm like, you can easily steer the conversation. You know, the only reason we started bringing on guests is because you stopped showing up. So if you want to talk about comics, talk about comics.
In talking to a few people, there seems to be some confusion about the stream's title. It was widely accepted that this took place on a Rumble exclusive Jack show, but as a few people behind the scenes told me, this was not the case. This was on John Malin's Rumble exclusive Dirt stream, a series of streams notorious for Malin going off on his grievances with the state of Comicsgate. They immediately go private, and no one has been able to archive or save these streams. It is believed that Kelsey.
You want me to start? You want me to read this?
Well, I've never seen this stream, so I don't know. Did he watch it or is he just making it up?
Yeah, I would say Mr. Dong's probably watched it. Not to derail this with boring CG talk, but has anyone followed what the deal with Kelsey's former Jack Show co-host is? It's a lot of the regular CG retards crying anti already. Kelsey attended Patrick Thomas Parnell's CG meetup at Tampa Bay Comic-Con. Malin is in the midst of a month-long feud with Parnell. The details of this are a bit beyond the scope of the original question, and spent most of the last Jack show Kelsey was on A-logging him. After a few hours of calling the con a bust and PTP a degenerate drug dealer, Kelsey snapped about how he was starting to think this wasn't a bit by Malin at all. Push came to shove, and Malin called Kelsey a parasite who never rode the YouTube or with heart and only appears on the Jack show because he needs another handout. In response, Kelsey quit the show and has since gone on to co-panel with Graybeards with old friends Aaron Lepresti and David Williams, leaving his former co-host, that's me, Ethan, to sweep up by saying he just didn't get Malin's kayfabe heel gimmick. From Kelsey's perspective, his employer, Allegiance Arts, has tanked his latest crowdfund, has yet to clear $20K. Comicsgate is in its 6th, 7th year, depending on your definition, and it still remains locked on a second-rate crowdfund platform that actively blacklists it. Despite being the most productive of the original Comicsgate creator set, Kelsey has the least to show for it. On top of that, it's painfully obvious at this point he'd rather pull out his own teeth with pliers than waste another night of his life rehashing such riveting topics as famous women from the 1980s who look old now, whoa, and Chokeout's workout routine. Okay.
His final appearance with Malin was on such a dirt stream. Mr. Dongs of the Kiwi Farms gave a breakdown of that stream, noting Malin's feud with PTP and calling the con a bust. Mr. Dongs wrote, After a few hours of calling the con a bust and
now he's
PTP a
gonna read
degenerate
it.
drug dealer,
You got to either read it or not read it every single time, Matt, because you're not reading these essays, and I feel like I need to pause and read them aloud because you just show them.
Kelsey snapped about how he was starting to think this wasn't a bit by Malin at all. Push came to shove, and Malin called Kelsey a parasite who never rode the YouTube org with heart and only appears on the Jack Show because he needs another handout. In response, Kelsey quit the show and has since gone on to co-panel with Graybeards with old friends Aaron Lopresti and David Williams, leaving his former co-host /Frog to sweep it up by saying that he just didn't get Malin's kayfabe heel gimmick.
Well, Asmat is only reading this because it
reason
isn't
Malin deletes
accurate.
streams,
I don't think it
especially
is.
those exclusive to Rumble, is due to an apparent strike he got on his YouTube channel prior to the Tampa convention, in which he stated he was on his way to the con to start a confrontation, and this was the explanation given as to why he moved his more controversial streams to Rumble.
Now, I have never in my life heard that. Ever. Is that true?
I don't understand what he's saying. He's saying he moved more controversial stuff to Rumble.
So he's saying what the accusation here from this guy, Brian Nice, is that John Malin did a live stream where he said he pretended he's on his way to Tampa to start a Rumble. So John's on his way to Tampa to start a Rumble. Now that caused him to get a community guidelines strike. I never heard that. And then he had to go to Rumble to talk shit because of that. I don't know if that's true. I've never heard that before.
I've never heard that. But there was something that happened that caused John to go to Rumble there for a bit. Does anybody remember what that was? Was he timed out or something for a week or something on YouTube?
Well, that would have been a strike. That would have been a strike. Strike on
Only
YouTube.
the title that the alleged intent to cause a confrontation was made. The
Strike on YouTube. Oh,
stream itself made no such allusions.
he doesn't read it. Strike on YouTube disappeared the stream under the label Schemes and Scams because the title of the stream said he was en route to Tampa to confront them and was clickbait. Disappeared the stream under the label Schemes and Scams because of the title. I don't think so.
Any cause or intent of such. But again, due to many of these streams being wiped from the internet, all that remains are the testimonies of those who've witnessed the timeline of events.
It might have been the
so
alley
take this with
strike.
a grain of salt.
No, it
Is
wasn't.
Jack Show finished? I think it was finished a while ago. I'm ready to move on to other things. I'm having a lot of fun. Getting ready to do my comic. Getting out to conventions, meeting people. I'll just say one thing. Everybody mentioned Graybeards to me at the show. Nobody mentioned Jack Show. That's all I needed to hear. So we're going to get on with things. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make comics. Comicsgate.
You know, I gotta just say X to doubt. Press X to doubt. You know, when he said that originally, I said Graybeards has 18 people watching it at any given time, especially back then. Jack Show has 1,000 people watching it. I just don't think that the math adds up that nobody mentioned the Jack Show and everybody mentioned Graybeards. I just don't think so. I don't think anybody mentioned anything to him. I don't think Kelsey Shannon is known well enough in comics for anybody to say a word to him if he went to a convention. Some comic skaters, I guess, might come up to him and say one thing, but I think comic skaters would say Jack Show to Kelsey, not Graybeards. And I don't want to be rude to the Graybeards guys, but Jack Show was incredibly popular, and Graybeards was not and still is not incredibly popular. As much as I like those guys, it's a show with a, devoted but small audience. So yeah, this is Cope, Captain Chokeout. Jabba the Cuck says Ethan showed something on John's stream. He got a 2-month ban or something like that. I do remember something like that. I think it was Charlie XCX. We watched a Charlie XCX video. He got a strike. So that must have been it. Look at Vaughn. He's in like a selfie with it. Like, look at that smile. He's like that's a woman's smile, dude. Close your mouth for once.
Sending. That's right, Past Master Dan. It's time to grow up.
The rift between Kelsey and Malin was the first post-Tampa conflict, But as with all the creators labeled a Dungeoneer, the hostility towards Kelsey existed long before it. It seems, according to Panboy of War Campaign, that the enmity between Malin and Kelsey went as far back as 2020 during Cecil's cash grab campaign.
Back in the day when Cecil was doing his first book, and do you remember the Cecil Pede book? And there was this contest that they were doing for who was going to be at the head of the Cecil Pede, and Anna wanted to be at the head of the Cecil Pede. She wanted to be drawn in on this cover.
I woke up just a few minutes ago and I saw there was drama going. Could you imagine that $3,000 cover? There'd be a bidding war and behind the scenes jockeying for that.
Well, there's no behind the scenes jockeying because it's already been purchased.
Hold on a second.
Right.
Hold on. All right. So PX is dead. John's stream was named On My Way to Tampa. They reported it for being a lie or clickbait. Is that true? John never said anything like that. John never told us that. You would think that he would tell us that, right? I mean, that'd be like, look, I got a strike for this. Why would he never tell? All right.
Too little, too late for Anna. But I mean, there are people who are concerned because they really did want to see Anna as the head of the Human Centipede. So
they should have donated more.
Listen, you could share my screen. There was another. Anna is true. She's our beauty, but there is another beauty out there. There are other beauties. This is the beauty
that the man of sex from War Campaign.
No, they actually raised a little bit of money there. That is something else. Get Gina on the cover of Cecil Pede. So they did the same thing that Anna did.
Yeah, they actually even grabbed her text. Picked her off.
Oh shit!
Thank God that shouldn't happen.
God, War Campaign's funny.
I mean, this is going to be a controversial cover in itself because people will purposely misconstrue it as to be making fun of a trans or something to that. But that's who won.
We outbid Anna on this cover, and we were going to put Gina, who was our friend man of sex dressed up like a woman, on this cover. And so we had we were kind of debating, we were toying with them. We're using it we might not put Gina on the cover. Maybe we'll put Malin on the cover, and stuff like that. And kind of we were taunting people with who's going to go on the cover of the Cecil Pede because we had won the bidding, so we could choose whoever we wanted. And since War Campaign had a falling out with Comicsgate and Cecil, he didn't do the Gina cover and ended up going with the alternate cover that Kelsey Shannon had drawn. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure, how Malin's a sensitive bitch. He couldn't have been too happy about Kelsey Shannon drawing this for Cecil's book.
I was upset before because
I seem to remember. Didn't we want John on that cover? Wasn't John excited about? This is before your time, Shane. I feel it.
No, I remember this though. I was watching, but I remember it. I just wasn't on the inside. I was on the outside. I just don't understand why this is in the documentary.
Yeah, what is this? Well, it's about Kelsey. So ultimately, it's why is John mad at Kelsey? John's mad at Kelsey because Kelsey drew John as the head of a Human Cecil Pede, but I was there when this was happening. John liked it. John was we fought because what War Campaign's coping there, they wanted us to put Man of Sex there shitting into John's mouth. And they gave us $3,000 for it. They gave Cecil $3,000 for that to be the cover. And Cecil refunded the $3,000, and we were able to crowdfund to raise replacement money to give to Cecil so that it would be John Malin at the head of the Human Cecil Pede. So that's how I remember it. And I remember it being well, they paid. Cecil's I'm refunding their money. I'm not going to do that. So John was quite happy to be the head of the Human Cecil Pede. It wasn't well, we paid for it and then we had them. So, no, their money was refunded to them. They wanted it to be the original design with a War Campaign transvestite shitting into John's mouth. You can see why they would want that. a little bit more than how it turned out. So, as it turns out, yeah, like Cecil was smart enough to refund the money. John wanted to be the head of everybody had to be on the cover. I'm on the cover too. Everybody had to be on the cover. But is John the only comic skater that's in the Centipede? I think so. I'm the sun in the sky. And Cecil's bouncing on the back of it. Anna is getting her leg licked by Kelsey, and she's cracking a whip, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that recounting was pure cope. That's not what happened, guys. Sorry.
Didn't understand why Kelsey felt the way that he did. And I messaged him and he kept changing. He wasn't changing his answer. He was gaslighting me. He said, you only saw a clip from this one stream. And I was like, I told him, I'm like, no, I watched that stream in its entirety while it was live. I was watching your show. And he's like, no, John clipped me and took me out of context. And I'm like, no, I know he didn't take you out of context because I watched your show. I watched the entire stream. And he just kept going back and forth about that. And he just wouldn't give me an answer.
I wrote Kelsey an email like, Kelsey, I love you. I need you around, man. I need to work with you. I need to laugh with you. I need to joke with you. And this dude said, I don't like the things you're doing with Patrick Thomas Parnell. I don't like the moves you're making against Eric July. Like any of this shit is my fault. And disappeared. And then he came back a week later and he was just like, maybe I'll come on your stream. No, you made your choice.
Look at Shane crying.
You know, you made your choice. You ally yourself with people who choose to be my enemies.
He is most likely referring to the December 3rd, 2023 DM exchange he had with Kelsey, in which Kelsey stated he was mostly busy and was not fond of streaming. Ethan expressed his interest in hiring Kelsey for work before Kelsey listed the amount of work he was hired to do already. Ethan didn't seem like he wanted to lose Kelsey from the fold and wanted to stay in touch. That was when Kelsey told him he was not interested in the drama involving PTP, Eric July, and Mr. Biggins, among others. It was not lost among A-loggers on the Kiwi farms that Kelsey did a lot of the coloring for Cyberfrog Wrecked Planet when the original colorist, Kyle Ritter, was off the project on vacation.
That's not true at all. What do you mean it's not lost on? That is not true. Kyle Ritter colored all of Cyberfrog 2. Kelsey Shannon contributed a 5-page story to deleted scenes that he drew and he colored. I believe he colored it. He colored it himself. This is factually untrue. Literally every single page of I should point out that several pages were colored by Kelsey because Ritter decided Kyle's always on fucking vacation. Every single page of Cyberfrog 2 was colored by Kyle Ritter. Every single page of Rainbow the Brute is going to be colored by Kyle Ritter. Every single page of Cyberfrog 3 will be colored by Kyle Ritter. Kelsey colored the Del Keown
cover
for Dark Harvest. He colored the Vespis milkshake piece.
Yeah.
And that's it. Wow, good job, guys. You just make shit up over there.
This guy's not like the best. Did you hit that hour mark?
Yeah, Shane, we did actually. I was going to go up to 9 minutes so that tomorrow would be a clean hour, but we can end it here. I mean, this is okay.
Why is a good stopping point? I mean, it is a factual lie. All right, so I'll do Comicsgate Kings tomorrow night, and I'll figure out what we're drawing.
Yeah, like make it something good. Hold on a second, let me stop. Make it something good and fun for everybody. Thank you for doing that, Shane Davis. You're the best.
Yeah. No worries. I just thinking to myself, what would be fun? Other than that,
draw cat characters.
Oh
Shane desperately needs to jork it. Says I don't think that's what it is. I don't think Shane needs to jork it.
On me, it's like that. He keeps jumping up on my chair. It's driving me crazy, and I don't want to be mean to him, but he's getting really needy. I don't know why.
That's okay. We'll end it. I want to thank everybody. We did it. We did another hour of this shit full of lies, and then also some half truths and things that I had no idea about. Really weird. Woden Shot says I'm never watching another Trashcast again. Oh, good. Shane.
Honestly, this is kind of insufferable. It can be. I think, like, one, we have to kind of sidetrack to correct things because it's so fucking wrong. Two, it's kind of funny in bits. It's hilarious, but then it just ends up like.
I like the parts with me, you, and John in it a lot. I mean, we are really funny.
Guys,
have a good jerk, Shane, says Pete Collins.
Yeah, have a good jerk. Everybody's saying I'm ready to go jerk it. Guys, make sure to go back in Glorious Rex 3. We are closing down Tuesday night. Get your orders in. I'm on the last 4 pages of it. We're buttoning this up, going to print. And all Anatomics will be out next week, except for the CGCs. I just handed Yanzi the last bit of sketches, so they're all done. Unless it's a CGC, we're done with fulfillment this week. So, boom.
Well, I love it, Shane. I enjoyed hanging out with you as usual. Yep. It is fun. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll be back. I'll be back to do part 3 of this tomorrow night, late. Shane Davis is going to be hosting Comicsgate Kings. Hope you'll join him. Hope you'll enjoy. Thanks, folks. We'll see you then.